Okay, we are back, friends. Sorry, I'm 24 minutes late to my own party. But I went outside for a walk, and it was good to get some fresh air and rest my voice a little longer, recharge my headset. I've been speaking pretty much nonstop for 5 hours and 45 minutes as I covered the fires last night. Hey, Urban. Hello. Glad to have you guys with me. Hey, fake person. I'm still finishing up my breakfast here, eating real slowly and carefully because this killer stomach flu bug thing has still got me. I've been sleeping around the clock and I feel better, but it's pretty bad. So I'm gonna go find some cold medicine. Now I can take it. Couldn't do it on an empty stomach. And while I situate, I figure I'd play this morning's operational briefing for the mill and mountain fire, which is over by Weed, California. It'll give me a little bit of time to prepare, and then we'll get back to the fires. So I hope you guys all went over to Zeke Lunder's channel and observed. He ended it really soon. I thought maybe it would go an hour or something, but 7 a.m. he's got good updates on these fires, and that's what I watched. So thanks all you guys for coming back, and thanks. Code Blue Ribbon says hello, and thank you as always. Thank you guys as always for being here. So let's play this, and this is about the only information we'll have about the mill and mountain fire, and we'll go on to the others. The Mosquito, Fairview, one at Big Bear called the Radford, the big one in Oregon, the Double Creek, which is threatening the town of Imnaha. I actually honestly don't know how to say it. And we'll try to get as much info as we can now. So here we go. It would probably help if I turned on sound. So sorry about that, guys. Let me do a sound test here.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock. We're going to get started with briefing. Please silence your devices and take any sidebar conversations outside.
Okay, how's the volume on that one? This was recorded at low volume. So it's CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5. And remember, this is not for the public's benefit. This is for CAL FIRE to talk to CAL FIRE people. This is them talking to themselves. This is why this is not super advertised. And it's pretty hard to find these sometimes on YouTube. So thank you, Alan, for the watch duty thing. Okay, let's try the sound test again.
Welcome to the operational briefing for the mill and mountain incidents for September 7th, 2022. I'm Dana McCarroll, Planning Section Chief for CAL.
Is it good now? Sherlock. Wow. Welcome back. You were my right-hand man and one of my best supporters ever. I'm so glad to see you again. You said you're asking, did you have to download something to show the dislike counter? Absolutely, I did, because of course YouTube won't bring back the thing that everybody wants. So I got an extension. So I mess around with sound now. Let me tell you what it is. It's called Return YouTube Dislike Chrome Extension. It's got a thumbs down as its icon. That's what it is. Okay. I'm alive. I just getting better and had a killer flu here. And but yeah, we're back at it. It's been kind of grim filming the Caldor fire aftermath. Traveling to California was pretty harsh on me. I returned and cut my trip short because I had a toothache and some health problems, but I hope to go back there. But where have you been, young man? Jeez. All right, I'm gonna start the tape.
CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5, and we're going to start off with roll call from our resource unit leader.
Good morning, Nick Pimlott, Resource Unit Leader, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5. First off, we'll start with Branch 10, Valles. Division Alpha Delta Foxtrot, Collimer. Division Mike X-Ray, Stewart. Division Yankee Zulu, Cummings, with Benson trainee. Fire suppression repair with Denman. In Branch 20, Abelow, with Swoop. Division Bravo Bravo, Lee. Division Gulf Gulf, Smuts, with England trainee. Division Lima Lima, Mancebo, with Irwin trainee. Division Oscar Oscar, Peterson. Branch 25, Greenberg, with Pindell trainee. Division Papa Papa, Shepins, with Tango Tango Whiskey Whiskey, McCarthy. In contingency, Chapman. Contingency 1, Spalding. Contingency 2, Tan.
Night operations with a situational update.
Good morning, Matt Ryan, Night Operations, CAL FIRE MT5. We'll start off with the mill incident. Everything's looking very good. Crews were basically doing search and destroy missions looking for heat interior on the fire. Pacific Power was able to re-energize Lake Shastina and parts of Weed yesterday. And the crews monitoring SKU local were able to support Weed City with a structure fire last night. Moving into the mountain fire, Branch 25 continues to look very well. Crews were able to mop up about 150 feet and continue to patrol and identify any hazard trees and take care of those. Into Branch 20, Division Bravo Bravo. Crews continue to mop up about 150 feet. Everything's looking really good. We should add some black line to that after today. Into Gulf, crews were able to cut in the indirect line, underslung line in Gulf. We'll have to reinforce that today. Into Lima, same thing. Crews were able to get in, take it off the dozer line, cut that direct line. Today we'll have to look at that and continue to mop up. Again, in Oscar, it'll be the same thing. Things are looking really good in that underslung line. They continued to mop up yesterday. Contingency continues on the outside, Hayden Ridge. We have a few other locations to connect those dots. Have a safe shift.
Okay, for incident objectives, management objectives. Provide for emergency personnel and public safety at all times. Protect property improvements and infrastructure. Ensure coordinated, timely, and accurate release of public information. Foster and maintain relationships with all cooperators and stakeholders. Protect economic, natural, and cultural heritage resources. Maintain fiscal accountability and keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Ensure COVID-19 precautions and best practices are met at all times. Control objectives for the mill. Keep fire within the current perimeter. Control objectives for the mountain. Keep the fire north of Houston Creek. Keep the fire east of McConaughey Gulch Road and Doozle Creek. Keep the fire south of Max Gulch. Keep the fire west of Dewey Mine Road. And next up, our incident meteorologists with weather.
All right, good morning. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist. Turn to page 3 of your IAP, look at your forecast. As you can kind of imagine out there, kind of walking out base camp this morning. First and foremost, there is a red flag warning in effect. Red flag warning is in effect from 2 o'clock this afternoon until 9 o'clock this evening. This particular red flag warning is valid for both fires, and it's for the possibility of dry thunderstorms. All right. Now, what I will say this, looking at radar this morning coming in, drive down from Medford, looking at radar and so forth, I would think for you guys going out the line this morning, be prepared for thunderstorms even to occur this morning. Right now on radar, we have some showers off to the west of the mountain fire, and those are kind of moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip. So as you're driving out to the fires this morning, you're probably going to run into some light shower activity out there, maybe even an isolated thunderstorm. But as the day wears on, we have a lot of instability in the atmosphere, so there's going to be that chance of thunderstorms throughout the day today. Now, if thunderstorms do develop in or around either fire, they're going to be on the dry side, not a lot of precipitation. So your main threats are going to be outflow winds, potentially gusting up to 45 miles per hour, and the dry lightning strikes. So keep heads up out there. I'll be monitoring radar all day today, so if anything is going to impact in or around the fire, I'll get on the radio, let you guys know what's happening out there. So look for possibility, some weather updates on the comms throughout the afternoon, throughout the morning and afternoon hours. Now, with that red flag warning in effect and the thunderstorms and everything else, still remember it's going to be hot and dry out there. So although it's kind of cloudy right now, you're getting some sprinkles. You're still see temperatures this afternoon in the 90s. Humidity is dropping down into the teens. So it'll be warm and dry. There's still some very, highly, some critical kind of temperatures and RHs out there, so heads up on that. But again, main thing to watch this afternoon, early this evening, is potential for some dry thunderstorms.
Fire behavior.
Hey, good morning. Troy Valine with Fire Behavior. So we're still sitting in a bunch of dry fuels out there. All fuel classes are available to the fire environment. The little bit of sprinkles that are occurring out there and that happened this morning are not going to affect much out there. So your 1 hour fuels are going to catch up by the hottest part of the day, and your 10, 100, and 1,000 hour fuels won't be affected by any of this. So everything is still in play out there. Those dry thunderstorms can produce pretty strong winds as they fall apart in the late afternoon, so pay attention to that. Make sure your lookouts are posted where they can monitor that activity. Main area of potential growth is still going to remain in this Division Lima area as you make it down into Moffett Creek. So that underslung line in there, either by rollout or trees across the line, that's going to be a problem. And then overnight, after the sun goes down, you're going to get some down canyons through that drainage. So that's going to be the potential for the mountain fire. No expected growth or problems on the interior of the mill fire. Have a good shift and brief your crews.
Safety.
Good morning, Andrew Kibbe, Safety. Please turn to pages 6, 7, and 8 for your safety message in your IAP. Today, the big deal is the red flag. It's not your normal red flag, but it's for lightning, dry lightning in the fire. Make sure that you have your evac plans for if we do start to get downstrikes, and monitor your LCES. If it does happen to become a wetting rain, please make sure that your drive routes are safe and you're not going to be sliding off the road. It's going to get slippery out there if it gets wet. Also, with that, the heat, make sure you're staying up on your hydration. I know we've been pounding it every day, but we need to stay up on it. Keep that as going as you can. We'll have 9 safeties on the line for you today.
Operations.
Good morning, Justin McComb, Operations for Team 5. I just want to start out by giving you a big thank you to your previous shift, what you guys did out there, and your handoff to yesterday's shift. We were able to get direct line around the entire fire, and I'm speaking to the mountain fire. So kudos to you, and keep up the good work. For today, starting off with the mill fire, we're still in that tactical patrol. We're trying to maintain being ambassadors to the community. You guys have been out there washing retardant off of houses and washing cars, and it is not going to go unnoticed to the community. I appreciate that. Keep up the good work. There is still heat out there, though. There are still stump holes. There's still snags burning. So maintain that tactical patrol and keep after it. The mountain fire, I said we got control line around the whole thing. That east side of the fire in branch 25, looking really good. Keep pushing. Keep mopping up. I want you to get more depth today, but we're looking really good from Whiskey, Tango, all up to Papa. Still got the problematic area in Division Lima, Moffett Creek area. We've got the direct line in there, but we just need to strengthen and reinforce all of that in there. We've got rotary wing all day long. We got the MRB set up. Yesterday, we really focused in that Lima, and we really pounded it with the retardant yesterday out of the MRB. I wanted to talk real quick about yesterday. So we had a red flag warning over the fire for high winds, and the crews held the line up on that north side, Oscar, Lima. It didn't really test us like we thought, but that's a good thing. But today, now we have another red flag for thunderstorms. So I wanted to talk about the Mckinney Fire. So the Mckinney Fire was 300 acres. Thunderstorm activity came over, and it was over 1,000, like instantly. So anticipate that. We have briefed to the thunderstorm activity down to the branch and division level. They will brief that to you. But stay safe today, and thank you.
Air operations.
Good morning, Nico Mattielli, Air Operations for CAL FIRE Team 5. I anticipate the need for aircraft to be significantly less in the last couple days. However, we remain prepared. On the rotary wing, we have 9 Type 1s, 1 Type 2, 4 Type 3s. I anticipate doing some spot drop, helping you guys mop up and stuff like that. Helpful hint, if you're not good at target description, paneling and strobes help ID your targets. Just make sure the line is clear. We have Guard 840, 24-hour ALS hoist out of Weed Helibase. If you activate that, get the full 9 line to communications and be available on CalCord. And we have 2 UAS module available tonight. Have a safe shift.
Communications.
Morning, Chris Johns, Communications for Team 5. If you can turn to page 29 in your IAP. We had new clone yesterday, so for your new resources today, cloning will be out there to the white easy ups to my right as you come out of here. With that, I'll brief to you here in a second about the NIFC tax. So for the command, one command still for the entire fire. Command 10, tone 2. For your TAC assignments, Bravo, Bravo, CDF TAC 24. Golf, Golf, CDF TAC 26. Lima, Lima, CDF TAC 27. Oscar, Oscar, CDF TAC 28. Papa, Papa, CDF TAC 31. Tango, Tango, Whiskey, Whiskey, CDF TAC 32. The NIFC tax assignments, guys, these are all hard-coded on your portables, but if you're using your mobile, it's tone 2. You'll have to select that. They are not programmed to tone 2 in your mobiles, okay? So, Alpha Delta Foxtrot, NIFC TAC 1, tone 2. Mike X-Ray, NIFC TAC 3, tone 2. Yankee Zulu, NIFC TAC 5, tone 2. Fire Suppression Repair, NIFC TAC 6, tone 2. Contingency Branch, NIFC TAC 7, tone 2. And I'll be over at the cloning if you have any questions.
Medical.
Good morning, Steve McGarry, Medical Unit, Team 5. So the medical plan can be found on page 30. So here in camp, we do have MERT that's over near the inmate sleeping area, and we also have CalMat located in the south side of camp. They have a physician on duty as well as medical supplies. For the line today, we'll have a REMS, a 24-hour ALS ambulance, as well as a transport-capable UTV and line medics throughout the fire. And then as Air Ops mentioned, Guard 840 is our 24-hour ALS hoist, and that information can be gathered by giving a 9-line through communications, and that information is found in box 8. So make sure your crews are briefed on the information there, and we'll get you the closest appropriate resource. Thank you.
Finance.
Morning, Mike Kennefick, Finance Section Chief, IMT 5. CAL FIRE Resources. We do have ePay cafe set up outside the time trailer, so if you need to approve your timesheets or update the next pay period's work shifts, we have that set up. While you're over there, fill out your EFC 33 forms and we'll get those inputted for you. You may need to do 2 if you've switched between the fires. Local government resources, if you haven't already checked in with OES, they have their trailer right out there. Please go check in with them. Federal resources, we do have a QR code set up in the IAP now. They're doing time off-site. So there is a list with pertinent documentations and any resources on Viper, use that QR code also. Any hired equipment, if you haven't checked in with finance, please bring your contracts over there. It really helps us process your pay docs quicker. Comp claims will be taking water logs, so anybody pulling water out of ponds or hydrants or anything, please keep track of that on the water logs and turn those in the comp claims, along with anybody that has any injuries or damage caused by fire suppression. Please see comp claims. They're in the last trailer down the finance row. And divisions, please get those shift tickets filled out. There's examples in there. We're getting a lot of them in. You guys are doing a great job. Please keep it up. Thank you.
Information.
Good morning. Ken Aska, Public Information. If I can get you all to please turn to page 35. It's the third last page. I got some numbers for you for containment and acreage. And while you're turning to page 35, last night we had a community.
Oh my god. Sorry guys, this is a nightmare of trying to juggle their sound because each one of these speakers is holding the microphone in a different distance from their face. So let me try to adjust a gain filter because I had them maxed out and still too low. So sorry, this might blast your ears for a second. I'm gonna rewind a second. Listening to the today's mill and mountain fire briefings for the town of Weed, California. So bear with me.
Ken Aska, Public Information. If I can get you all to please turn to page 35. It's the third last page. I got some numbers for you for containment and acreage. And while you're turning to page 35, last night we had a community meeting up at College of Siskiyou. The community is very thankful and grateful for the hard work you guys did a couple shifts ago, so keep up the good work. We'll start with the mill. We're at 3,935. Again, that's 3,935. We're sitting at 65% containment. with 608 personnel on scene. I'll go over to the mountain. We're at 11,690, 30% containment, and just over 2,600 personnel. 409.5, I want to speak specifically to social media policy. Your cell phones can be great asset, great tools, but there are a lot of pictures going out that are violating the social media policy, so please stop. You can check in with our trailer, it's right over here. We'll be happy to validate those and make sure they're meeting the social media policy. So please speak specifically to crews. They're tagging both the mill and the mountain, and they're violating the social media policy. That needs to stop. Sorry to be that guy. More positive note, we're accepting mail, and we got some lost and found, some sunglasses, so check in with us. Thank you.
Liaison.
Good morning, Robert Reynolds, Team 5. Our cooperators meeting this morning at 10 o'clock in this building. If there's any cooperators in the room that have not checked in yet, please meet me up at the front of the stage here after briefing.
We have a message from our agency administrator.
Hey, good morning. At the work, and I'm completely impressed, by your. So again, I take my hat off if I had one and say thank you.
Whoa, that was a weird glitch. Did that just cut? He just teleport on the stage. Hang on a second.
From our agency administrator.
Hey, good morning. At the work, and I'm completely impressed.
Okay, that's the way the video is. That's not my end, so weird.
Impressed, by your. So again, I take my hat off if I had one and say thank you. You've done a fantastic job, and I extend that to our local vendors. All of you out here, the contractors. We can't get this done without you. Thank you for coming out and helping us. To our partners from the Forest Service.
Again, this is not my end.
So that we can do our job. So, hey, today we're looking at lightning, right? We got some lightning, got some outflow winds, possibly. I just want to take you back to July 29th. A lot of you were here for the Mckinney Fire. I look at Brad over here. We had 300 acres. We thought, no problem. We'll catch that tonight. As soon as it gets dark, we'll get around this thing. 3 hours later, we're at 18,000. So make sure you guys are out there today. Make sure you're looking up and look for those cells if they're over the top of the incident. And be nimble today. Because we might come to you and ask you for some more resources to come help us with new starts. We've already started to get some strikes in the north part of the county, up here on Badger, up by Hornbrook, Cottonwood Peak. So we might come to you and ask for.
It abruptly ended. Okay. So that was the live stream from this morning. They don't have subtitles. I tried to turn them on. There was an extremely troubled audio thing there. So let me try to remove the gain filter and nudge that back down so in case we have radio, you guys aren't blasted. And man, you know what YouTube thinks I like watching? Of course I like Mr. Ball, and of course I like Nick Zentner and stuff, but it really thinks that I like disasters because of the amount of things that I tune into here. So, okay, that was the morning operational briefing that got cut short and had some problems for the mill and mountain fire, which is up at Weed. And the biggest takeaway from that is things have been going well, but there's lightning. It's a red flag day because of lightning. And so we do have some storms that have been rolling through, at least late last night. It did interfere with the firefighting ops in the Mosquito Fire. It may have even caused a mosquito. I'm not really sure. But it did. There was some lightning that was over by, confirmed by South Lake Tahoe. As they tried to, I don't know if it was smoke jumpers that wanted to parachute out or if it was just dropping in ground crews by helicopter. On the Mosquito Fire, they were unable to do so because of extreme air turbulence, which sounds like, until you experience it for yourself. And when Sea Probe took me up into a private, small aircraft and hit some of that in the mountains, I only got a little taste, but it was a little bit frightening. It kind of shook the plane around. The mountains have got some serious turbulence. So That's CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5, and almost nobody knows about the channel. It's something that will rotate around, like the videos could be from years ago. The incident management teams rotate around to different fires. So, like, here's the Monument Fire back when we were watching this channel a year ago on the 4th year. So, the incident management team, we're not sure who's in charge yet. I'm going to try to find out for the Fairview, but we know that at 7 this morning, some team was scheduled to take charge. And then once we find that out, we might be able to watch these videos for other fires. Usually it's the major ones that get these, posted to the web. And they are for CAL FIRE to talk to themselves, and for the Forest Service to talk to itself in their own crews. It's not really for the public, but it's cool that we can watch them. So, hey, Big Dog, welcome back. And thank you, everybody here. So, what's a Mosquito Fire? Named after the road. Wildfires are usually named after the nearest road so that the first fire crews can kind of go to the right spot. So we get the weirdest fire names, like even though there's a big fire at Big Bear, it's called, which is down in Southern California, it's called the Radford because probably it's Radford Road around there. So there's massive confusion about the Mosquito Fire, which I can clear up. Even I was massively confused about it. And this is our current view of the Mosquito Fire. It's in Placer County, California. And wake the cams back up here. So I don't know if lightning caused it, but you can see that it's east of Auburn, Colfax. For some reason, Bunker Hill is focused on the sky right now, so let's go back to the other cams. And if you do a replay of what happened last night, there's you can still see the smoke clouds here, but they're really getting smoked in. So let's do a 12-hour replay here. Hopefully the camera doesn't rotate around. This is the Mount Danaher cam. So it's trying to craft us a replay here. So what happened was yesterday, in the midst of me still having a fever that hadn't broken yet, is I was really trying to find out information about this fire because scanner radio pops up on my phone and it says Mosquito Fire, Major Brush/Wildland Fire in Placer County. So I began listening to it and they keep talking about mosquito. Then he talked about Mosquito Hill. I looked on Watch Duty and the only things near Placer County was something called a Volcano Fire and a Hill Fire. Nothing to do with mosquito, which I assume is a mosquito road or something. So it turns out that the Volcano Fire was named such because it was near Volcanoville Road, or Volcano Road, not to be confused with the town of Volcano. See where this gets really confusing? Volcanoville is different than Volcano. Volcanoville, Placer County, Volcano, El Dorado County. So I was worried for the town of Volcano and really confused. So later, with different assessment, because they tried to locate this fire, finally it was a helicopter that went out to investigate lightning. This is our 12-hour time lapse of this. You can see how dang active it was through the night. It was kind of unsettlingly active. All the fires that we were looking at, except for the Mill and Mountain, that wasn't that active. But you can see the Fairview, one at Big Bear, which is the Radford mosquito, were very active. So look at all the dead trees all over the landscape too. This is also mega frightening. That's a huge fire load and it get big if they don't get a handle on it. So what is the Mosquito Fire? They renamed the Volcano Fire the Mosquito Fire. This is our current view right now. So it really is trying to push up a big smoke column. At least it had a slow rate of spread. So once fire crews last night in a helicopter spotted and located the exact location of it, they eventually renamed the Volcano Fire the Mosquito Fire. It is separate from the Hill Fire, but they are nearby each other. And I will show you on the map what's going on. So, good morning, everybody. And once again, we met under different circumstances. It's kind of the thing here. So we'll start out up here, Placer County. And this is our, live GOES 17 satellite view. So you can see Auburn. Auburn is right there. So that'll orient you. and it's up in the northeast, where the foothills really start to become the mountains. So last night after midnight, there was new evacuation orders, and that's when I decided to go live, even though I'm really not well yet. I am pretty severely sick with the flu. I haven't kept down food for 6 days, so really carefully, and I've dropped weight, and I'm not doing too good, but you know, we're doing what we can here. So you can see down here, Volcanoville. They're all California gold rush towns that are clinging to life compared to the population that they had back in the day, back in the heyday of the gold rush. But there's a lot of history here, a lot of rich culture, and the people who are still eking out a living out of this mountains where it's hard, in the fire zones. You know, they're tough people, but man, wildfire is something else here. This 3 years of epic drought due to La Nina and crazy weather's got everybody on edge. So you can see Colfax over here. Colfax is a well-known town that's actually on more of a main highway. Forest Hill and these are on a lesser kind of highway that is not seeing that much use. Not like the crazy use that it used to have back in the gold rush. So it's pretty remote, pretty rural, but there's a lot to be lost here. Communities and things threatened. So just after midnight, they updated the evacuation orders to include Forest Hill a little bit west of the town, because the wind shifted after midnight. Typically does in the mountains. Instead of going up slope, which hot air rises, and that's what happens as soon as it really cools off at night. Usually the wind shifts back and falls back down to the valley because it's cool air at that point. So this typically happens, you know, wind going to the northeast during the day, going to the southwest at night. Happens. So there was a lot of activity, but it didn't seem to be a lot of spread. So until we get some more updates on exactly what it did last night, which usually come around this time in the morning, we won't know for sure. We kept throughout the night listening to Placer County channels. There's almost no talk. No news is good news at night. Hey, good morning, Ruth. Yeah, a lot developed overnight, so we'll check in some web and stuff again. So we're monitoring the mosquito. And, for some reason, it's still pointed at the sky, the Bunker Hill camp. But we can check the others like PCWA Forest Hill. So Southern California had the bigger tragedies yesterday. So here's our current look at what's going on at the Big Bear mountain area, which is around 7,000 feet almost elevation. And yes, it's a ski resort east of San Bernardino and LA. A lot of people are surprised by that, but they do have mountains. So it makes that area particularly dangerous. So as of yet, we don't know which incident management teams are going to take control of these fires, so we don't have morning video updates. Just like we just did for the mill and mountain, which is up by the town of Wheat. And I don't know that the Mosquito Fire is even going to get an incident management team. Hopefully just going to be slammed by aircraft today and taken care of. There's a big risk of it getting much bigger if the winds pick up, and hopefully they will just hurry up. So with every fire, every wildfire, there's a kind of a rule that the best chance of getting it under control in a timely manner is, if it'll usually burn into the night, but if crews worked really hard during the night and really hard during the morning, aircraft especially is able to get to it. Really want to have really good retardant ropes around and at least some preliminary line work done by noon the next day in the direction that it was trying to travel. So if you can get that done, that's the best outcome. But if it really takes off and it's still really almost no containment by noon the next day, you're in for a long haul and rough terrain. So that's what people are worried about now. Wow, and look at the Fairview. So I want to orient you guys by looking at the map real quick. So we're going to move away from Placer County, which is Northern California. Later we're going to address the fires either Imnaha or Imnaha, I don't know how to pronounce it, in far eastern Oregon, almost on the border with Idaho. It's now under threat from the Double Creek Fire in Oregon, which, even though it's in a remote area, is gunning for that town. So they're doing structure protection, evacuating town, I think entirely. I'm not really sure. We'll revisit that. It's looking pretty bad there. But this fire down here, see where San Bernardino is. It's your orientation here. These are the current hotspots in the GOES 17 satellites. Red is something that happened usually in the last 15 minutes, a flare up big enough to trigger satellites. Doesn't mean the entire area is on fire. Each square is typically our can't really see the borders very well. That's margin of error. It just means somewhere within the square would flare up. Doesn't mean the whole thing's aflame. Occasionally, smoke columns that are extremely hot and moving fast in the wind will give you a false sense that, a different area is on fire, but these satellites detect heat, not fire. Up here is the Radford at Big Bear Lake, and there's a Big Bear ski resort and a smaller one next to it, which is very, very well known. So this is almost 7,000 feet in elevation. It's quite a climb in a steep terrain there. So the Fairview has already taken lives. Unfortunately, it spread really fast. Wildfire style, Mckinney style. And we had confirmation yesterday of 2 fatalities and at least 1 burn victim. I don't know the status of the burn victim, so unless that hits the media, we won't know. But unfortunately, it looks like we don't know what caused the thing at Big Bear, but it might have been SoCal Edison's equipment. They filed a report, which California state law says to do, if they think their equipment may have played a hand in starting a wildfire. So they did file that report. So a lot of the people were expressing on local media that they're shocked but not surprised. SoCal Edison equipment likely was involved in the ignition of the Bobcat fire, which is one of the biggest fires that I've covered in 2020. And we still don't have a final report on that yet, so I don't know why it takes 2 years to get a report on things, but it may be a long time before we have answers. So we will look at the Fairview because it's nasty on the cameras right now. That's looking just nasty, and it's not a good sign for the situation, because if it's already putting up massive smoke columns like that after burning really actively during the night, the whole getting ahead of it by noon the next day thing would just be a forlorn hope. So looking back at the chat here, sorry, I'm ignoring you a little bit. Big Dog says the word Imnaha is a Ne per se Indian word. Right, I looked up what that meant and I forgot. Sorry guys, my fever just broke last night. I really do it too well. So, but thank you all for being here and just tuned in. We try to pass on the official words, and there are a lot of volunteers here that are very knowledgeable about fire. Everything from retired fire captains and chiefs to retired firefighters to occasionally some weather people come in, and citizen volunteer work here. So I am funded by donations, and I thank everybody who has donated. I try to cover as much as we can, and the ones that are, where there's risk to life and property are taking the biggest priority. So that'll be the Fairview, the Radford, not Red, Radford, which is what they're calling the one at Big Bear, and what's going on in Eastern Oregon, Double Creek. So this is the Idle Wild 1 cam. You press this little button to see which direction it's looking at. So this is the Fairview, and already that's ominous. So the current evacuation map that we have for the Fairview is right here. I think I put that in the description of the video. If I haven't, then I'll have to post that again. But this hasn't changed since I refreshed this. So this is supposed to be the official one, I think, but I'm not sure. So we have 2 different counties, and the fires are somewhat close to each other. So we've got San Bernardino County for what's going on with, and so 2 different evacuation maps, of course. makes me pull my hair out. But San Bernardino County is with Big Bear, and we have Riverside County, the Fairview fires. If this changes, we'll keep looking at it. But let's do a couple of time lapses. Fairview hasn't changed percentage of containment since yesterday. The last update was 7:30, not too long ago. So it's been active. This is day 2. 5,000 acres is probably what they mapped last night. If I had to guess, it says no team is assigned, but one is supposed to be, I believe. So we'll just keep refreshing that. This is some sort of a map. Yeah, it's real similar to what I saw on Google. So evacuation centers are, how do I say that? Taquitz High School, Taquitz, 4425 Tital Trail, Hemet. So if people are wondering about Sage, if it was under evacuation, I don't know. Where it says on the map Sage is, on Google Maps is not, but evacuation warning, or for Sage Road, just to the north of that area. So just the southeast corner of Hemet was under mandatory. This could change rapidly as the situation changes, because right now it's the cool and quiet of the morning, and as the heat of the day wears on and heats up here, we're going to have some pretty significant activity. I'm going to read the weather forecast soon, so I want to do a time lapse here. See if the 12-hour and the Idlewild one can show us what happened on the Fairview. We were watching this with a bit of trepidation last night. There wasn't that much in the winds. It didn't seem to spread that much from what we could see, but it was extremely active for a nighttime situation on the fire, meaning there's a lot of fuel here. And the wind was supposedly a southeast wind, but the fires seem to have been burning and trying to spread to the northeast on both the Big Bear and part of the Fairview. So we saw the moon set right there. That orb was the sky. So yeah, Big Dog, thanks for the update here. He says the current weather in Hemet near Fairview fire is 87 degrees. Really? At 9 in the morning. Oh my God. It's headed towards 107 today. So hold on to your butts, guys. But here at dawn, you can see how it always seems to look like it's less intense at dawn. That's just because we lose. It's not any less intense. It starts to get more intense as dawn breaks and the heat. The reason it looks less intense on cameras is we see the heat signatures on infrared, and the heat is part of the smoke. And so as soon as the cameras flip to color, we lose that infrared and just see smoke for the most part, and we can't see the heat. So it looks artificially fierce at night and artificially disquietingly calm in the mornings. But both things are, not exactly accurate. You gotta think, well, it's a little bit less active than it looks at night. It's a little bit more active than it looks on the ground, because we even lose the ability to see open flame from a distance. We just see smoke, and smoke can't really obscure everything. So, but looking at that right now, that's just blowing up currently as we speak. So that's it's a bad sign. So in this rough and crazy terrain up there, I can see why fatalities happened. Basically, with the Fairview, many of the areas were just one way in, one way out, one single road, and higher elevation. So if you live or are located at somewhere up on hills, especially if you have a dirt road, one of the things I need to repeat for fire survival is elevate yourself one notch above what your current evacuation advisory is. So if it's under, a watch, put yourself into a warning. If you, in other words, if it's advised that you be ready, but you are in a vulnerable spot, such as up on hills with one way in, one way out, or if you have a dirt road and it takes you more than 20 minutes to get down to a main paved road, And even if the paved road is down there, there's only one paved road in one direction. Elevate yourself above. So instead of just waiting to be told to leave, just go ahead and do it. Leaving before you're told in a wildfire situation is always the best way to have the best outcome. So Carlos Berrigan says, are the winds blowing south-southeast? They've been variable. I mean, the fire tried to go to the northeast. It was most active on the northeast sides last night. Even though it was a southeast wind, which means the southeast wind means the wind's blowing to the northwest. So it didn't go northwest, it went northeast. So go figure. In the mountainous terrain, winds can bounce off of ridges and swirl around and do stuff that's unexpected. So right now, if we have a look at where the winds are, you can kind of get a clue. This is facing southwest, and the winds are going not towards the camp, away from it. So it almost looks like it's west by southwest. So this is, I would say the smoke is trailing east by east. Just looking at this particular cam, but we'll go look at windy and stuff. Windy has the advantage. Refresh it right here. You can go to surface winds, and last time I checked, it was about 2,100 meters is 7,000 feet where the Big Bear Lake is at. So it's still reporting here southeast wind, and this is wind, but wind gusts are more relevant to a wildfire. So wind gusts are still in the green, which is around 20 miles an hour. And that's, I believe, what the forecast was. But it's time to go read a new updated forecast. So what I'm doing is I'm going to look at Noaa Weather, which is one of the best apps that I have. I think it's by Pandemonium Software. There's a couple different Noaa Weather apps, but this is the best one. So we, of course, have our excessive heat warning for Big Bear. We're not going to get any solid rain until Saturday. They were saying Friday, but the monsoonal stuff coming in from, the Baja California area and the breaking up of the tropical storms and whatnot, that's not really coming in until Saturday. So hold on to your butts. So this is what's going on at Big Bear, but Fairview is freaking me out right now, honestly. This particular camera at Idlewild, looking to the southwest, west by southwest. Okay, there's an aircraft right there. See the plane? So we're gonna go and tune into Flight Radar 24 too, and hopefully we can hear some pilots. I do have radio set up, but now's about the time they can take off. So can't tell which one that is, but let's take a look. Got a small craft, got eye in the sky, circling on the up there by Big Bear. Go down here to Hemet. So that would be Taker 911, our favorite, one of my favorites. It's a DC-10. So that one just flew past the cam, so I believe that's what we saw. We've also got an Orion over here, Bronco. Excuse me. Got and another one. These are lead planes. Got a helicopter. Got a Sikorsky. So aircraft are already hitting it. Not a moment too soon. That's pretty nuts here. The way that it's just taken off at 9 in the morning. RGJ58, thank you so much for your kind donation. Keep the lights on here. Keep me here at my station. So I gotta go get a real job if I don't get donations to stay here. If you don't know, if you're not familiar with the channel, if you just plugged in, last year I streamed for 96 days in a row with only 5 or 6 days off. Don't ask me how I pulled that off. I don't know. But that definitely meant that I couldn't have a job. So with your kind donations, I was able to do this on a beyond full-time basis. And so I do what I can here. I started this because government agencies, they don't do round-the-clock info when people do need round-the-clock info. Yeah, Big Dog says, deplaying. Exactly, you got the joke. So but what the point is about the winds is, though, even though the prevailing surface winds were south-southeast. That wasn't exactly the direction the fire smoke columns were going. Right now, you can still see it really blown up here. Last 15 minutes, boom. So when black smoke appears, that does not mean that that's necessarily structures going up. A lot of times that's black smoke due to either oily type fuels like manzanita, chaparral, sage, that kind of, which you can see is kind of part of the landscape here. And also when and dirty fuel stuff are going, so you can have incomplete. The more incomplete the combustion, the dark and heavy the smoke is. So I don't know what the fire history is in this region, but this brush can grow back pretty quickly after torrential rains that hit California earlier, and then it dries out by the late summer. It's ready to go. Cheryl says you can get a monthly join thing. Yes, I'm trying to set that up, Cheryl. Absolutely. I will try to set up a Patreon and such, but we gotta get through this first. So that's a very good suggestion. People keep saying, I want to send you money, and I'm like, okay, I'll try to set that up, but I get busy with the fires, so bear with me. But right now, PayPal's the best way to donate because YouTube takes 30%. So, ouch. Just ouch. But I appreciate anything. I want most of the funds to go to fire victims. Just give me your 5 and 10% left over, your pocket change. If you donate 100 to fire victims, I can survive on the $5. We can, if enough people do that, that's just going to be fine. But, I've always been uncomfortable. You know, like right now we don't even have any links. Like I don't even usually put links to where people can donate, and I don't even know of any to these fires. So we'll figure this out later. I don't know if any funds have been set up yet, and if they're official and where. So if you guys do find that out, please share your personal stories. Please share your personal knowledge about the region. I've been to Southern California like 4 times in my life, maybe. Mostly to Disneyland. Pretty unfamiliar with it. Brokefish Inn says lightning made its way over the southern half of the Douglas district with several smoke columns sighted in the Tiller and Milo area. Air and ground reconnaissance are currently in response. Yeah. Douglas district, is that Douglas? Where's Douglas district broken? Like Douglas County, Oregon, or I'm actually not sure what that is. Going back up to the chat, Carlos Bergen says, "Are the wind?" But yeah, we addressed the wind thing. Yeah, you can always do Red Cross, but I was dissatisfied with. And Sarah Luna told me she got the Red Cross, even though her house burned to the ground. They gave her a $50 gift certificate to Goodwill. That was about it. So I was pretty dismayed about what some of the Caldor fire victims told me. That's Red Cross is also under no obligation to spend the money on the actual fire that you donated to. I mean, we learned that back when September 11th happened. They kept a lot of the money for other disasters. So they respond to worldwide disasters. So it may be going to anywhere. So I'm not saying don't donate to the Red Cross. I'm saying keep that in mind. The most effective donations, I think, are going to shelters yourself and volunteering and network with people and just hand somebody cash. Honestly, that's the best way. Or gift cards. People need cash. If you donate to them clothing and pots and pans and things for the household, well, they don't have a house, so they would need storage. You can donate storage too, because all the goodwill and the charity comes at the moment the fire hits, not a year later or 2 when they actually have rebuilt and actually need the household goods. So you can donate the gift of storage unit, just rent it for them and hand it over to them, prepaid. So gas cards, people need to drive around, that sort of thing. If you have old restaurant gift cards, sort of thing, get them out of your closet and donate. So But this is looking nasty. So Idlewild was under threat. This is the Idlewild 1 cam for the Fairview. The other cams are socked in with smoke, like Ellis North Peak. I want to look at. It's looking from the west. So let's get a look at a little bit more of the weather forecast. I already read it for Big Bear. That's a different elevation, very different than what's going on at, say, Hemet. So let me read you the Hemet forecast. Hemet is the area. And please do share the link for this stream because we don't have much of a presence in Southern California. So if you think anybody can benefit from the information provided here, please. The number one way people find the channel is somebody texted a link and said, "Hey, this is live coverage of the fire." And we try to listen to the scanner radio, listen to the pilots, listen to things. We've successfully evacuated towns way early, way before the government was able to reach people. We listen to the radio. When they say, "Oh, such and such should be evacuated," boom. We sometimes have that information up within 30 seconds of them saying that on the radio. We try to do here. So that's what the best goal is. We inform the public from formal, official sources. Plus, we have the wisdom and guidance of people who are experienced here, the mods, the volunteers. Got everybody from pilots chipping in to former firefighters to weather people to locals to all sorts of people. And that's priceless. We try to conglomerate, aggregate, amalgamate all that info into one-stop shopping. I currently have, at the moment, about 46 tabs open monitoring the fires because California does not have one-stop shopping for all fire info. It's spread out between the different counties, the different county Twitters, the different sheriff's office Twitters, their Facebook pages. Sometimes info is only on Facebook, sometimes it's only on Twitter, sometimes it's only on their official websites. Those are actually usually really slow to update. Sometimes it's only on InstaWeb, and sometimes fires are only on CAL FIRE. So that's why I have to have a million tabs open at the same time. And your donations keep my computer upgraded, and I can't thank you. So Gloria Avila's welcome says, "Very stinky here right now. Smoke is hovering over us really bad here in Hemet and San Jacinto." Okay, so let's take a look. This is the air quality that's going on right now. So you can see it's pretty dang poor. So this is a new the Microsoft start page with the weather, and it has a wildfire tab right here. So I clicked on this. I'm pretty impressed with this. This is pretty good, quick info. You can go to temperature, precipitation, radar, wind. So you go to dew point, humidity and such, pressure, visibility. Humidity is 27% for in Riverside County right now. Really super dry. It's a bit wetter on the other side of the mountains, but not a lot of good that does us right now. So air quality, you got this bowl here over by Hemet, and it's pretty poor. It's saying moderate, but different spots are definitely not moderate. 69. Yeah, I highly doubt that. We'll keep abreast of that situation. So, you go back and look at the cams. That doesn't look like moderate. Does that to you? Yeah. Depends on upwind. This is pretty concerning, the amount of smoke that's pushing out fuel that's found. So let's go over to the number one most important thing, is the radio. Let's listen to the radio, and I have CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire West. And sometimes this is not going to be fire related, so if anybody has a different channel, like CAL FIRE. Yeah, I am not hearing pilots, so sometimes that's a different channel that's like, oh my God, see, we don't need to know what's going on at a Dairy Queen, but that's going to be General Dispatch too, as well as Cal Fire, Riverside County Fire West. I can look at other Broadcastify feeds here, but if anybody just knows of one, that would be great. So you have to monitor San Bernardino County, and that volume was too low last night to be at all valuable. So looking at the Broadcastify feeds for Riverside County, this is the best one, unfortunately, that people are listening to. There's 185 listeners, so you get 2 and 3 listeners on the other channels, which means that there's probably nothing being said. If we can't hear these pilots, that's going to be really detrimental to finding out fire info. But Broadcastify is staffed by volunteers, so... Aha. Here they are, speak of the devil. Pilots. Oh boy, maybe they split the channel. I hope so. I just have a controller for volume, the left side and the right side. And if it's a split channel, then maybe... Oh, yes. Okay, cool. Figured it out, guys. I figured it out. So I just turned the left channel on all the way, and I turned down the right channel. That means we're just probably going to hear the wildfire. I really, really hope. Sometimes channels are split that way, so fingers crossed. Because those tones drive me insane. Big Dog says a few bucks to help with expenses. Thank you so much, Big Dog. Hugs. Hugs. Thank you. Alright, so going back to the chat. Oh, that's Oregon, so that's Douglas. Is that Douglas County? So, looking back up, Nate Pole says I live in Forest Hill and there's a mosquito fire. Well, we just covered that one. And we don't see... Sorry. We'll keep monitoring the cams. So Forest Hill is under alert still. So here is the current evacuations. They have not changed that I can tell. So there's Forest Hill under a warning. So we'll continue to look at the cams. We've got a lot of smoke and such. And this is currently one of the best views that we have of what's going on. I'll do a quick time lapse and we'll go back to monitoring the Fairview. Fairview is what we're listening to on the radio. So we've got a lot of aircraft slamming it, and that's our best hope, but it's really pumping out a lot of smoke. So is the mosquito. So it burned actively through the night, but they characterize it as a slow rate of spread, which is great. But there's a whole bunch of dead trees in the landscape.
Branch 5 from Safety 3 on command.
Which is ominous. Dead trees make mega fires. So this is our...
Hey, Branch 5 from Safety 3, just want to let you know we're running through your divisions. Just check them for resource placement. Safety 3 from Branch 5, I copy that. Heading into my division, thanks.
That's the current time-lapse of what's going on with the Mosquito Fire in Placer County, California. But we're going to zoom back and forth. These are the 3 biggest fires of concern for California. Fairview is looking ugly and nasty. It's pumping out quite a lot of smoke, so let's do a 3-hour time-lapse with Fairview. This is the Idlewild 1 cam. So after dawn, you can see that as soon as the light hit it and the temperature rose, boom, started kicking. So going back to the chat, it's open question and answer time. Tanker 911 is already on scene.
Can I have you relay what more things to the Banning Tower base? I got a last lock for the cramps and dips that they'd like to use for the type 1.
I'm clear to copy the Latin long when you're ready.
It'll be 3 3344.20 by 116.4759.
Check first, copy 3344.20 by 116.4759.
Affirmative. And those first two Type 1 copters, if we can have report to that.
Okay. So I'm trying to adjust volume still.
Fairview air check correction. It'll be 116.4959, not 47.
Copy 49.59.
Fairview air check.
Okay, so there's already aircraft out there on the Fairview. That's the good news. But bad news is that it's looking less and less likely that they can get a real handle on this before noon the next day, which it is day 2. And if it's already kicking out like a mule like that at 9:30 in the morning, you got 107 degrees as a high. This is a hold onto your butts kind of scenario. So Saturday we might have some really significant rain over both of these fires in Southern California, but probably nothing until then. There's the next few days chance of precipitation of like 20%, chance of thunderstorms. So that's actually bad news. There's lightning potential for more of this stuff to happen. So going back here, Broke Fish Inn says, uh-oh.
That was 9 Hotel Tango.
Looks like we have to look at Oregon real quick. There's evacuation info. Thanks, Broke Fish Inn. Yeah, Frank's positive vibes. Sorry that you're dealing with the smoke. That sounds pretty bad. Let me go check on the Cedar Creek fire in Oregon, guys, because if there's been new evacuations, then I need to know about that. So, there's a zoo at Big Bear as well. So, people are wondering if they're going to evacuate the animals. I don't know. So, sorry, it says not. It says live, but that wasn't updated since it was only updated yesterday. So let me go back to go to Twitter. Actually, Twitter would off screen here. Probably the latest breaking news for evacuations on Cedar Creek. That surprises me that Cedar Creek has anything new going on. Pretty much a campground area up there. So, oh yeah, I forgot to tweet that I went live again. Shoot. Somebody wants to do that. That would be awesome. Let me look back at Cedar Creek. Cedar Creek. If I have the correct hash here. So new maps have been uploaded to the incident was the latest for InstaWeb. Wow. So that one's over at Waldo Lake, east of Salem. I don't see anything new as far as evacuations and stuff. Not anything. Okay. Evacuation warning. Okay. 2 hours ago, Cedar Digital Core. I'm gonna retweet this. Thanks so much, Broke Fish Inn, for the update. Then level 2 get set is for Mink Lake Basin. Level 3 go McFarland Lakes and Elk Creek Trail areas. That's the latest for the Cedar Creek. Excuse me, I didn't mean to pause it on. So the Cedar Creek fire is up here. Oregon, Waldo Lake. So we do have fire. Looks like pushing towards the east if the wind direction is anything to go by. I don't think that we have any cams on it though. I already checked, and there's just not that many wildfire cams in Oregon. This is roadless wilderness area for part of the area, so heartbreakingly, they have to let more of the forest burn than they usually would because they don't have fire access roads to get to it. So the whole roadless wilderness thing is a total mistake. Foolishness of the 20th century that we gotta remedy. I've just retweeted the information on the Cedar Creek. Thank you so much for getting that info. Let's check out the InstaWeb. InstaWeb Cedar Creek. Fastest way is just go in InstaWeb Cedar Fire. So, oh seriously? Yeah, they figured out that I'm on a VPN. So, hang on a second, guys. I gotta switch up something with my VPN set. Hopefully that didn't kill the stream or anything like that. Waldo Lake Fire is now burning into 2 different areas. Big Dog says, great. Yeah, 2 different wilderness areas. Big Dog says, I was just on Google Maps on the Bautista Canyon Road where some of the Fairview fire is. The area is dominated by brush, the kind of brush puts out a lot of black smoke, right? Chaparral type stuff. Zeke Linder had a good analysis today. People were asking if it crossed the canyon, and yes, it did. It did sometime in the night. So he was importing data into Google Earth. It's not a skill that I have, but it's one that I want to get. So let's go back to the multicam view, the Fairview. And I wonder what this green flag thing is here right now. Not sure what that is, but let's get a 3-hour time lapse. Start flapping around. Okay. There it goes. Forest Service flag. That makes sense why it's green. But it's getting real smoky down there. Yikes. Another one of those hold on to your butts days. So the going back, sorry, I was about to read the extended official forecast issued for Hemet, California. Excessive heat warning, of course there is. Dangerous hot conditions today. Temperatures up to 109, 106 on Thursday, 102 on Friday. Where? San Bernardino and Riverside County valleys, the Inland Empire. When? Until 8 p.m. Friday. Impacts. Extreme heat will significantly increase the potential for heat-related illness, particularly for those working or participating in outdoor activities, such as our firefighters. God bless them and take care of them. It's awful working. Drink plenty of fluids, stay in air-conditioned rooms, stay out of the sun, check on relatives and neighbors. Young children and pets should never be left unattended in vehicles under any circumstances. And that's really dang true. I mean, deadly temperatures can occur in a vehicle within about 18 minutes. 5 to 18 minutes, depends. So today the high is 106 for Hemet, California, which is at an elevation of 1,500 feet. It's sunny, high of 106. Light and variable wind becoming east, 10 to 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Wind gusts could be as high as 25 miles an hour. And that's a change from yesterday's forecast where they were only supposed to be around 20, so they're going to be worse than expected. Tonight at Hemet, it's going to be a 75 as a low. Not much heat relief. Mostly clear, low around 75. Southeast wind 5 miles an hour, becoming calm. At least it'll be calm tonight. That would be a huge blessing. Thursday, it's going to be 104 in Hemet, mostly sunny. Calm wind becoming west around 5 miles an hour. Good. Good. You like calm. Thursday night, partly cloudy, low around 76. Light and variable wind becoming northeast, 5 to 10 miles an hour in the evening. Friday, partly sunny, high of 97. East wind 10 to 15 miles an hour, increasing to 15 to 20 miles an hour in the afternoon. Winds could gust as high as 30 miles an hour. So Friday is going to be windy ahead of the coming thunderstorm, if it arrives as forecast. Friday night, a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Mostly cloudy with a low around 73. Chance of precipitation 50%. See what I mean? Friday may not be very good. It might be just windy and bad. Saturday, 84 is a high. Showers likely. Possibly a thunderstorm. Some of the storms could produce heavy rainfall. Mostly cloudy, a high near 84. Chance of precip 60%. So, Saturday night, chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before 11. Mostly cloudy, low around 69. So, Saturday is when we get relief, so hold on your butts till then. and hopefully the weather forecast holds true. But here's the thing. In a wildfire area with heavy rainfall, you're going to have mudslides, potential for flash flooding if that holds true. So look to your storm drains and make sure they're clear and such, and prepare for flooding. This is high elevation, steep mountains where there's just been a massive fire, so you're going to have runoff. That's going to be pretty bad. So, yeah. It never rains in California, but it pours. Man, it pours. Absolutely. Big Dog says a fire weather watch has just been posted by the National Weather Service for where you live. Hot and dry with low humidity and very windy. Pay attention, cat. Yep. So we are day 66, I think, without any rain in the Portland area. So great. But I don't think it's supposed to be that windy. Yay. So Michael Tabania, Michael T says relative humidity and topography are probably the most critical on Big Bear. Yep. Really. Maybe the dryness of the fuels too. But yeah, thank you for the input. So Michael says relative humidity recovery at least near San Diego on Friday. Tropical storm from Mexico. Why these small local fires do not usually grow past 2,000 acres due to the 40 plus relative humidity. Do not know if Big Bear or Hemet will get any. Yeah. But the thunderstorm dry lightning risk is pretty real for next couple of days too. Next couple of days there's like a 20% chance of thunderstorms in the area, but almost very little chance of any sort of precip. So hold on to your butts. So let's look at the mosquito since we haven't looked at that for a little bit. Here's our multicam view. Now let's check and see if there's any aircraft over it. We've got like no chatter, but the feed is on for CAL FIRE Riverside County. I was hoping we'd have more pilot chatter. But, see, they were ordering in big tankers. Here comes a Hercules to the Fairview. A little fleet of helicopters. Oh, that's a big old helicopter, a Vertol, Chinook type. 2 rudders. There's your Sikorsky sky crane, 2 of them. 2 sky cranes in. Probably doing a show me, kind of follow me, look around. 2 different lead planes leading in the tankers. So Colson Aviation, Hercules there. If we look up at Big Bear, also got an aircraft in situation 2, eye in the sky right there in the Rockwell. Tanker 107, the orange fish. Yeah, MD-87. See, it's a fish, it's got gills. And the other one's called the whale shark. Now, the Beach King is also a monitoring plane, and when they go sideways like that, that's because the app Flight Radar lost track of them for a moment and refound them, and instead of just teleporting them, they sort of like go sideways and water ski around. That's the app for you. Got a couple of helicopters. Whoa, that's a super old school Sikorsky at 59 years of age. Wow, that's pretty Soviet looking, man. Don't see a lot of those anymore. You could live in that thing. Turn it into a flying houseboat. Here's another sky crane. They got wheels on that. Got copters. So let's go back up to Mosquito, see if we got anything up here. Excuse me, disoriented here. So there you go, Colfax. Eye in the sky is over the Mosquito right now, but I don't see any tankers. Southwest Airlines flight now. So what's going on? But out of Grass Valley, there's we got a tanker, a couple of S2s, mini-me's. So S2s are on the scene. Never mind, they're just going back for refills at Grass Valley. Cool. So I wonder if we'll be able to hear mostly the Mosquito because the Fairview's quiet right now. So Bob O'Connor says S-61. Yeah, I'm in love with it too. DRG and W says one thing you need to remember about tropical storms and hurricanes, depending on what side of the storm it is, depending on which side of the storm you are, is where it determines how much rain, if any, you get. Yeah, exactly. So we saw heartbreakingly tons of downpours go right past the K&P and the Sequoia area last year, and not give them a drop of rain, but feed them wind and lightning. Bad. Bob O'Connor says, thanks for being live. Thank you so much for your very kind donation. Thank you guys for your generosity. So I've been using it to good effect. I hope to share with you some video I've shot of California sometime soon. As soon as we get a moment to ourselves here. Thank you so much, Bob, and good to see you. So back up to the chat. Sorry, friends, I've been awake since 6:30 p.m. I slept for 15 hours prior to that. Was awake for 4 hours and slept for 8 hours prior to that. This flu is something awful. It's really got me, so I'm doing my best here to stay with you and stay with it. But this is something else. The smoke recon on Tiller, Oregon is with Flight Radar. Okay, thanks, Fish. So I'm gonna go look at Twitter to see the latest info and just refresh stuff. So looks like they had a community meeting thing. Okay, Cal Fire Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. Okay, we got a video. It's only 31 seconds. Arg. Okay. I was hoping there's more of a meeting.
Nice community of Forest Hill. You're here to work for these people, these citizens of Forest Hill. A couple thousand people that are depending on us to save their community today. This fire is going to pick up today, okay? Do not lean back on your heels today. This fire is going to burn very...
Hang on, sorry. Radio talking at the same time for Fairview. One moment. I'm going to rewind this too. This is only a 30-second clip. At least we got a little bit of a map.
Division Delta, strike to 9316, Golf on command.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir, I'm assigned to you right here at Batista Canyon in Fairview. How far up the canyon you want us?
I'm 30 seconds away from you. We'll talk in person.
Copy that. We'll be right here.
Oh man, now we can't hear. So, anyway, Forest Hill's got... That's a Spirit Airline. That's different altitude, clearly. But Forest Hill's got some aircraft support, so, okay. So, in between radio chatter, here we go. Replay this.
Nice community of Forest Hill. You're here to work for these people, these citizens of Forest Hill. A couple thousand people that are depending on us to save their community today. This fire is going to pick up today, okay? Do not lean back on your heels today. This fire is going to burn very aggressively. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's put in some hard work today, you guys. Get some things done, save this community, and get these kids playing football this Friday night out at this field. Nice.
Okay, sorry that Twitter likes to autoplay, so I stopped that. It just replays. It's only a 30-second clip, so that's a pretty sobering but pretty cool speech right there. So that's a Mosquito Fire update, and all of them are very active right now. The ones that are really threatening: Fairview, Big Bear's Radford Fire, the Mosquito. So this is our current view of what's going on with the Mosquito from the Mount Danaher cam, and look at the horrible amount of dead trees in the landscape. This is awful. I don't know if this is beetle kill or previous wildfires where they didn't salvage log, but that's not good. That's not the way the fire is traveling right now. Thank God, otherwise this would be explosive. But this is frightening. To see dead trees in the landscape should alarm you with wildfires just as much as walking into your living room and finding gasoline all over the carpet should alarm you. You know what the danger is. standing dead trees are the biggest problem of wildfires. They're the worst thing ever. So they make it a nightmare. They turn it into a mega fire. It's not what we want. Right now there's, thank goodness, not extremely high winds in the forecast. We're dealing with 25-mile-an-hour gusts for the most part. Fingers crossed. Yeah, you're very welcome, Dave Romero, who's saying thanks for the live stream. Do what we can. Otter Live News says, man, Edison is racking up these lawsuits. That means our prices are going to go up. Yay, lol. Well, unless Californians just wake up and demand public utility. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. So, if you haven't heard, the Fairview may have been caused by SoCal Edison Equipment, the power company. No word on what happened with Big Bear. And they're calling it the Radford Fire officially, but I think everybody's going to refer it to Big Bear. So Big Dog says if those were fireworks, they would be called Roman candles. Yes, that's what a standing dead tree would be called. Snag. Okay, so we got aircraft on all three though, and all we got to do is pray right now that no new fires start, so that the aircraft aren't peeled away for something new. Aircraft, their best utility, their best purpose, is when a fire immediately starts. So they will be peeled away in general from fires if a new one starts. To get that one out real quick or contained, they'll come back to the fire that's already established. It's the best use of them, and so California does not have enough. The West Coast does not have enough aircraft, trained pilots. This needs to be remedied, and we're at level 3 right now for the entire nation. So level 3 on the scale of fire, they call it preparedness chart. I call it desperation chart. Level 3 is getting more desperate. 5 is like beyond imagining disaster. 3 is when triage starts to happen, where if there's more than one community affected by wildfires and there's not enough resources to go around, that's when they start thinking, well, the community with the highest population is what we're going to save. We're right at the cusp of that right now. So if we get more fire starts in the valley, this is going to be bad, because you're going to start seeing them triage. So back to the Fairview, yikes. When you see the little puffy white stuff on the top of the dirty smoke cloud, that's it really kicking up some steam. That's it pushing up like a steam train. That's when it's trying to form a pyrocumulus and almost succeeding. That's not what you want to see. That is exactly what we are seeing. So what was that, the last 15 minutes? Last 15 minutes of the Fairview right now from the Idlewild 1 camp. It's trying to go pyro. It's trying its best to do an impression of a volcano. So, on your butts. It's not even noon.
Operations Branch 3.
Okay, let's look at the aircraft.
Branch 3 operations. I know we're a little short, but if we get any additional iron into staging, I'll go ahead and take them to Hotel Foxtrot, please. Okay.
Okay. So that's not that important, but oops, private owner. Sorry, I got discombobulated here. There we go, Big Bear. Got lots of helicopters on Big Bear right now, and that's super Soviet right there, the S-61A. Wow, the guppy, whatever, what should we call this, red guppy? Affectionate, you know. It's affectionate ugliness right there. So, DRG and W says forming ice crystals at the top. Is that what's going on? Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. So, Honor Live News says, yep, they already raised the rates since the coastal fire lawsuits have been coming in. Do tell me more about that, and welcome to the stream. So, are they like trying to Are they jealous of PG&E and trying to imitate Big Brother or something? I mean, what's going on with SoCal? And why does it take 2 years to have a final report on what started the Bobcat? I am really angry about that. When are we gonna know? How long does it take, to figure out what started the Bobcat? I mean, all the alert wildfire cams swung over and looked. They were already on where the Bobcat fire started. And sure enough, there's their equipment next to it. So it really appears that they started the Bobcat fire 2020. We can't know for sure until the report comes out. So what the hell's with that? So don't expect any answers related to these fires either for the next couple of years. This is awful. Sheriff Bear says an evacuation mandatory order in effect for portions of the Big Bear Valley as well as Barton Flats and Seven Oaks. Really? Seven Oaks, that would be new. Okay, guys, let's take a look. This is the evacuation map. Fresh. Am I missing something? I don't see Seven Oaks unless where they're saying Seven Oaks is not where Seven Oaks is on the map. I mean, east of it, been under evacuation orders. I know Seven Oaks Road is one of the boundaries. I don't think the evacuations have changed. So I guess that's where the portions up comes into connection here. I know that Moon Ridge was put on warning because the fire tried to push to the northeast last. That's where the smoke was. That may be the direction the smoke's currently going. It's just hard to tell right now. If you look at CalTopo and look at the satellites, it's supposed to be south by southeast wind, but yeah, that's consistent. If you look at the Fairview, where the wind's coming from can really whip the fire up into the most heat. But the Fairview may try to push west if it's pushed by the wind downhill. So Big Dog says the Radford, which is the one at Big Bear, fire started by Barton Flats. Okay. Thanks for that info. Sam Allen says there's a cam on High Point in SD County run by UCSD, which shows the plume from the fire near Hemet. Oh, okay. Sunrise was really red this morning. Yeah, I saw that. Hey, DA Watchman. So, High Point Cam UCSD. High Point Cam UCSD. University of San. Oh, it's an HP run? Okay. That explains it. We were watching the Bobcat fire with HP run. So, let's see. We got here. They are such high resolution, even at night. Just incredible. They said it was on High Point. Okay. High Point, there it is. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Yep. HP Rens, boy, are they awesome. So, wow. High res, high quality. This is like 720 actually, but hopefully, I mean, they're not all created equal. There was some sort of a 4K looking cam over on the Griffith Observatory during the Bobcat of 2020, but we'll take what we can get. This is much more higher quality than the alert wildfire cams for sure. Riva says, hi Karen, I thought it was too good to be true that we hadn't had any fires in El Dorado County yet. I don't know who Karen is. Sure. Okay, we're listening to the Fairview.
Tanker 160 off McClellan en route ETA 1130.
I copy 160.
Yay, Taker 160. I don't know when the how often this refreshes, but you can see it's cooking up. But we do that. So cool. Thank you. I'm going to file this away. There, Fairview. Now, does HP Ren have these tabs are getting so tiny. Okay, tab. Now, does you know if it has the other fires in view? Fixed. They requested 3 VLATs, I believe, for the Fairview. A VLAT's a very large aerial tanker, meaning the passenger jets, the big guys. And under my book, there's only been one VV, very, very large. And that was the Global Supertanker, 747. But it's not in action this year. I'm just sick. I was hoping it would be, but that thing really helped in 2020. So, let's see here. We got 6 view cameras. That's the high point, but they're all over the south. Let's take a look at things. Woodson, Mount Wilson observatory. Excuse me, was I calling it the Griffith? Is it Mount Wilson? Am I just losing my mind? Sorry. I'm still pretty sick. I haven't kept food down much for 5 or 6 days. I've been awake since 6:30 yesterday p.m. I do not want to kind of pull away though because of this is serious. This is getting serious. Sure, evacuation orders and stuff will change here. Yeah, today's high is 106, but yeah, I think it really is getting its pyrocumulus started. Party's starting way early. It's only 10 in the morning.
Water tender 139 from Division X-ray on command. I'm looking for 1860 Alpha. That's affirmative from X-ray. If you can go ahead and meet me at Stenson and Fairview, I'll tie in with you there. I'll get you lined out. Please repeat. Meet me at Stetson and Fairview. Is that a right or a left from Lake? Right on Stetson, take it all the way down to Fairview ends. Good.
Okay, so if that's okay, calling me Karen is okay. Just don't let it happen again. So, DRG and W says you can see the ice crystals forming on the top. You can see some rotation. So is that what's happening? I mean, we know that fire is a chemical reaction. Everybody gets that drilled into their head in 7th grade, science class. But the product of combustion is actually water vapor. The water vapor, the water content of whatever's burning gets released. And it's a chemical process, blah, blah, blah. So there's vapor and smoke. So I think am I correct in assuming that the tremendous amount of heat propels the smoke into the higher atmosphere and the water vapor too? Once it gets high enough to where it might freeze, that's what we're seeing, the white stuff on the top. Is that what you're saying? Second chopper is inbound to Tiller, Oregon. That's good. So, yeah, it's been kind of difficult to ascertain exactly where the smoke column and stuff is going. Because look how smoky the valleys are getting. It's going to become harder and harder to track this fire. And some cams are already looking like this. But I don't know if aircraft is going to be able to hit this for long. They can't fly into smoke, so that's also an ominous and bad sign. If aircraft can't do anything today, this will just rage. And ground crews will be able to work the flanks and sides, but they won't be able to see anything either, and they'll get out of his way, perhaps. It's hard to say.
Division Soup Tango, water tender 53.
I do want to check on Oregon too.
For a location, we're up at Simpson Park.
Let's look at that aircraft. Big Dog says broke fish head, so refresh my memory. Where's the tiller in relationship to me? Is that a new fire too? I mean, take a look. Tiller, Oregon. Northeast of Grants Pass. I don't see any fire activity. Satellites. Is it just a reported smoke, confirmed fire, or what do we got for that? There's a big problem at northeastern Oregon with the community of Unaha being threatened. Over here you can see lots of activity. Lightning swept through the area. Swept, whatever. So you got 3 different lightning strike fires. You got the Nebo right here. You got Sturgill, bigger one. Sturgill.
Copy that. We're in the very, very back of the park, on the pavement.
Nebo. Sturgill. Just gonna abbreviate that. And this is the Devil Creek, BC. Somewhere over there is the Idaho border. So the town is the easternmost town of Oregon, right in Hell's Canyon, which is this thing right up and down. I think I'm going to have to change map layers to kind of give you guys the idea of just how steep and rugged this stuff is. When I add a shaded relief, you can kind of get a much better idea now. Pretty hellish terrain to work in. That's why they call it Hell's Canyon for a reason. That's all. So the community of Imnaha is tiny. There. So stuck in a bowl. I don't think you can see the horizon from this community. Let me see if there's been evacuation orders and what they are. So the Devil Creek Evacuation Map. There's InsaWeb, Oregon Live, which is basically the Oregonian newspaper's website. Probably has some info, some ads too.
They still have them on base at Banning, and they aren't sure if they sent you 1 or 2 of your water dropping helicopter requests.
Fairview Air Tech affirmative. I got 9 Hotel Tango and 5 Charlie Hotel on scene. Have Banning Helibase start me 5 Hotel Tango in about 10 minutes.
I can't get this off. Okay.
Just confirming for 5 Hotel Tango, the same lat and long as your previous. Just confirming you want 5 Hotel Tango to respond to the lat and long provided earlier.
Affirmative, Grant, yes.
Okay. Sorry, we're still listening to the Fairview fire, but we're looking right now at the heat signature for Devil Creek Fire of Oregon, which is also threatening a town. So the latest on Twitter, because the mainstream media hasn't updated it for today, is over here. So let me pull this Twitter thing over for the Double Creek Fire. It says, and this thing blew up. It like doubled in size in 24 hours. It was pretty insane. Started by lightning. All three of those were. Latest satellite imagery showing the smoke associated. Double Creek Fire new maps have been uploaded to the incident. And I looked at them and they were a joke earlier. The ones on InstaWeb. They were like super low resolution even when blown up. 47 minutes ago. This map load, thank you. Like when you click on them, they're just as blurry. So we can, even if you open it full size, see what I mean? Like, how is this supposed to be helpful? But it's burning right up to the town. So, trying to find evacuation info and like an actual live map. Sort of stuff has been difficult. So, these are the maps. The information is there's the different evacuation levels, and there's a static map, but I want an interactive one. Did I find one? I don't know if it's over here. They said the last update for the evacuations was 20 hours ago, and level 1 be ready to leave was Lostine River Road from Highway 82 to Fur Road, Upper Imnaha from Pallet Ranch to Forest Service 39 Road. Get set, get ready to leave was Lostine River Road from Fur Road south to Tupan, including all campgrounds and trailheads. It's a really sparsely populated area. It's probably one of the most sparsely populated areas of the country. It's pretty remote, so they'll be talking a lot about campgrounds and this and that. Upper Imnaha from Grouse Creek to Pallet Ranch is get set. There's around Dugbar Road, north of Fence Creek. Level 3 go evacuate is the entire town of Imnaha north to Fence Creek, including lands east to Lightning Creek and south to Grouse Creek. So they already knew about this yesterday. Lost Line River Road is closed from Moffett south. Lower Imnaha Road and Dugbar Road is closed. Upper Imnaha Road is closed. Hat Point Road is closed. Forest Service 39 Road is closed from Target Springs Junction to Ollicott Campground, including the Canal Road and Lick Road. So I have not found an interactive live map for the Double Creek Fire evacuation. So that's there's only like 400 personnel. So in the hellish terrain. There's some satellite info. Umatilla, veteran crews on the scene. There's a Goat Mountain 1 and Goat Mountain 2 incident 2. Sounds like it was lightning. It's Wallowa County Sheriff's Office kind of initiated all this stuff. This doesn't seem to be anything since it was done, so I'm just going to retweet it. That's the clearest one. Tweet. Move this back to the other screen because the first monitor is full. We're full looking at the other fires. So look back at the Fairview. I'll look at chat again. MJ says $10. Thank you so much for keeping us on. I really appreciate it. So it's open and questions and answers. You guys are amazing. Thanks for keeping me going. And it's time to crack open a new energy drink and kind of slap my face a little bit here. So I want to stay awake for at least a couple more hours. It's a sort of running on adrenaline thing here too, but ouch. Dang it. Stubbed my toe. Hang on guys, I gotta mute because I gotta make a kitchen sound noise. Okay, sorry. And you know, I would disclose which energy drinks I drink, but you know, I think I need to be sponsored. So I'm just gonna kind of conceal that until maybe approach them and be like, you know, we're like rock stars, you know. So if you want your energy drink to be the official energy drink of Catherine's World Wildfire Tracking Team, you gotta pay. But you know, we could arrange this. I could flash this on my webcam every once in a while. I could plug the fact that it has B vitamins and minerals and Panax ginseng and yellow dye number 5. I could explain that. I'm sure everybody would want to drink your product once they realize this is what keeps us going. I could even credit this energy drink.
X-ray, go for branch 5 on command. Branch 5, get position to meet up. I will be soon. I'm meeting with Tango, and I'll break free from here in about 15. Let me know meeting location, and I'll come out to you. I can come down to you. I was going to head down to the X-ray Tango break and scout that too, so it might be a good time just to meet with all 3 of us. Okay, yeah, we're heading up to the top of Simpson Park. So if you're able to make your way up here, we'll stand by. Perfect. I'll see you there in 10.
Yeah, I could even credit this energy drink with keeping me awake for an average of 16-hour days for 96 days in a row last year. You'd be pretty much alive, but I mean, the public doesn't have to know that, right? For the right price, it could be arranged. Energy drink company. Anyway, sorry. Azel H, because I'm not even going to attempt that. I am not even going to attempt that last name. It says A, so A. And thank you so much, Brokefish and Big Dog, and all you guys keeping me informed. Alan T, for keeping the people informed with the links. I'm not liking the look of the fire weather today. I'm not liking the look of the fires on the cams. I'm not liking the look of the forecast either. So, but at this very moment, we can count ourselves fortunate that there's nothing else going on. I mean, we could have 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We don't, so we'll count our blessings too. So, do we know what's going on in Tiller, Oregon right now? Is that a smoke or confirmed like new fire in Oregon? Because everything in the Cascade Mountains is a nightmare too. Very few roads, rugged steep canyons. Yeah, they're having their issues with the Rum Creek still. And by the way, the National Guard's been called out on the Rum Creek. Now, if you were on the night shift with me when I covered that days ago, you would have heard around 3:30 in the morning that shots were fired in the vicinity of the firefighters. Varying caliber weapons, they said on the radio. They even had to turn off their headlamps and try to leave the area because they didn't know if they were being shot at or if they'd become a target. So the media said that, oh, they're here to help with road closures. I'm sure they are, so that these wild gunmen don't come back and threaten. And before, you know, all the international viewers go, oh, crazy Americans. It's probably not local crazy Americans. It's probably more like drug cartels trying to warn, you know, from Central and South America, trying to get firefighters away from their drug growing operation. That's just my speculation, but it's probably the truth.
Park and hit the black. Go about half a mile past that, and you'll find us. Division X-ray, copy.
So Tinker 107 is over at Big Bear Lake right now. Here's the Fairview. I wonder if any of them will show up on the. Hopefully they will. I do like these. So, I mean, if they wanted more road closures, that's what state police is for. National Guard is about the only thing equipped enough to handle drug cartels. They infiltrate our national forest because there's a stupid law that we put in place back in the 90s that said if you grew drugs or dealt drugs or had a drug house, and
Division Mike, strike team 9444 Golf, command 3, tone 8.
then your property could be seized by the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, and blah, blah, blah. So that meant that all these big, huge drug-dealing gangs from Central and South America, and sometimes local stuff, mostly Central and South America, the ones, the billionaires, instead of getting their property seized and stuff, and they moved out into the national forests and the state parks and stuff, so that there's nothing to seize, so that they would only lose their product, but they wouldn't lose property and investments. And this same thing happened with, used to be meth houses. Well, mostly now it's mobile meth labs, RV style, just like in Breaking Bad. So that's all I'm going to say about the situation. But you don't bring the National Guard out to do a road closure in the middle of nowhere. So J.E. Cat says that's so true. It's just like going out in the brush in rural Georgia.
9444 Golf, you're unreadable.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a good view of Big Bear here. Let's do a 3-hour.
Golf copies.
Watch the smoke. Watch it stand up. That means the wind dies down when the smoke stands up. Right. Look. Hopefully. Died down for a second and you saw those retardant drops. Go, go, go. Sorry, I just killed the time lapse. Let me go back 3 hours. The lads are doing some work at Big Bear. It's a nice house in the foreground. I wouldn't mind owning that. Or maybe it's a ski lodge, I don't know. Brokefish Inn says this time 2 smokes have been seen. And there's 2 choppers at Tiller, Oregon. Thank you, keep us abreast. But yeah, it's like the Wild West, it's like we really screwed up with a stupid law like that. That was pure greed. Oh, you're growing marijuana in your house. You're a cancer patient. Too bad. We're going to seize your house. Make you homeless. That's how that law was also used. Now there's marijuana stores on Main Street. So there you go. There's more red retardant splashes. There's the lead plane, and boom, we caught him on camera. That's pretty cool. Oh, there's the plane that dropped it. There's the MD-87. You can see its gills right there. There's the orange fish. Cool, cool, cool. So that's exciting to see. Finally, some good news in this situation. Big Dog says, I need to run to town for some errands. Stay safe, everybody. Always keep your head on swivel during fire season. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Big Dog, and come back soon. So, I'm looking here. It's east of Canyonville. Cool thing is we keep seeing the retardant drops here, and let's see which direction the camera is facing. It's looking south. So this would be the north side, northeast flank of the the fire at Big Bear. The way it was kind of pushing last night, and you could see the poor little the camera rotated. In a second, you'll be able to see the structures at risk. Come on now, rotate. Whoa, they have a nice airport. Not bad. Green grass down there. Okay, alright, so we're back. Hopefully it doesn't swivel around too much, but you can see the structures down there. The ski resort. There's the ski lifts. You can see the ski runs right there. So, you can even see, I think that's a little bit right there of the sprinklers going. That's the water sprinklers, no machines, kind of like that. Sorry, it's a black. That to be a blue. Yeah, that's sprinklers. See them moving around. So, fingers crossed this works. We'll be able to see if it does. Slamming it with VLAT retardant ropes. Trying to keep it off the slopes. But who knows, these might be decent enough fire breaks. It can help sometimes. At least it's devoid of trees and it's been wet. on the ground. They may try to make a stand up here and stop it at the slopes. See if this works. Oh, wow. YouTube has got some severe problems with its analytics. It told me that we went from 100 viewers to 23 and back to 105. So either it dumped a bunch of you. I'm getting kind of. Hey, Cognito. Welcome back. Where you been? We're watching live. They're trying to stop the progress to the northeast of the fire at Big Bear. We gotta keep an eye out on it, but they've got their little sprinklers going. Little snow machines on the slopes. You can see the little splashes of the water as it twirls around. So it's making its run though. It's gonna be really freaking hot. There's no relief for rain in sight until Saturday. Hold on to your butts. It's a really dirty, ugly, yellow, sulfury smoke there. It's pines for you. Jay Cat, hey, welcome by the way. When did you creep in here? Or when did I fail to notice you? Late yesterday, the wind changed on the Fairview and started bringing back on itself. Sweet. I was wondering why it was so intense and yet didn't seem to move. We got lucky in a way last night where the three big fires that threatened towns in California, the Fairview, Radford / Big Bear, and the Mosquito, formerly known as Volcano, we got pretty lucky with them being very active at night but not moving much. So valiance of our firefighters plus luck plus cool wind shifts. Cool, thanks, Brofish. I got a lot of tabs open from the risk of chunking down the streams here. Save that in my hat for later. Oh, it's a U.S. Forest Service video. Cool, cool. So, yeah, I'm going to definitely show that later. Right now, this is riveting. We've got a couple of VLATs here. We got the MD-87 trying to save the day. And I do want to, every so often, go back and look. See the red retardant splashes. See the planes going. I do want to be checking on the Fairview. Well, that thing has gone pyrocumulus before 10 in the morning. That's a bad sign. I have a bad feeling about the Fairview. Here is the other direction. You can see the desperate sprinklers. Now they're not reaching the tops of the trees, so crown fire would be bad. But so far, one has not erupted. Knock on wood. Crown fire is the top of the trees being on fire. I do see.
Just a reminder, Tinker 70 and Tinker 71 are still committed to the incident from yesterday on base at Ramona if needed.
I copy. 70 and 71 still available on base at Ramona. If we have to, we'll bring them up. Honestly, with the line we're building, we need the big tankers.
You're unreadable, but in the blind, requesting if there's any additional crews available for Division Bravo.
Thanks for being here, Don. Happy to assist, but not happy to be here because I'm here because there's fires. But this is riveting. The fire's moving somewhat quickly here towards the ski slopes. This will be interesting. I see a lot of dead trees. Didn't have time to prep this as good. If they could have gone out and bulldoze, zip those down with a masticator or something, this would be a much better fire line. But they do have some green grass here, so this might be good. This might be really good. As long as there's not high winds up on the slopes and embers, flying around from ridgetop to ridgetop, just fingers crossed, this could be good. So we do have VLATs on the scene, very large aerial tankers. We got see red retardant drops and splashes right now. So fire's moving to the northeast. that way. And you can see plenty of structures and things in danger. Winds can shift and whatnot. It's weird, this is southeast wind, so fire naturally likes to climb, and that kind of explains northeast progress. It's like it was climbing the ridge to the northeast, which was a little bit puzzling, but fire will always go uphill no matter what the wind direction is. So we see the wind kind of dying down, but there's 20-mile-an-hour gusts to 25 today. It's not great, it's not terrible. It's like the HBO Chernobyl thing. Dave Ramirez is burning east to the northeast, going uphill. But that's not maybe the only direction it's going. But
Hey, Division Mike from Branch 5 on command.
Branch 5, Division Mike. But
Hey, Mike from Branch 5. We're sending you a water tender to replace that one that the no-show. We're going to send you E53, and it's coming off of Tango.
copy, if you can send him to drop point 10.
Okay, copy that. We'll send him drop point 10. ETA will be drive time from drop point 5.
Mike, copy.
so the sorry, there's a constant interruption from the radio, but I wish we could hear the pilots. They usually talk to each other constantly. If anybody knows of pilot chatter for the fires down in Southern California, it might be a different county it's listed under. Sometimes it's where near the county with the airport is where air attack and such is going to be. So hang on. I think it's traveling kind of in multiple directions here. Mosquito Fire back to Big Bear.
For 903 out of Hammond.
Fairview Air Attack Press. Copy the request for helicopter 903 out of Hammond.
So even if it's you're very welcome, Dave. Thank you for the sub. Clyde Beatty, how are you?
Yeah, 3162, you can cancel. Just confirm you copy.
This is zoomed in looking past the lake from the north, this camera. So I hope this orients people. Now, there's a multicam view. I'm really not familiar, so if people do want to tell me, hey, this is what you're looking at, the camera's looking at the blah, 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 yeah, please do inform me about that, because I have no idea. I've never been to this region. So this is a 15-minute time lapse. See more retardant drops going on the northeast part of the fire. It's climbing in terrain. It's one of the best ways to say this, but the winds also, since that's a big bowl around the lake, may not be going the exact direction that the prevailing winds are. They're just in the general region. So mountain winds shift around and can be pretty unpredictable. They bounce off terrain and they go down canyons. So there's a 3-hour time lapse. It's not the fastest rate of spread ever, so but it's very, very active. So you see all the retardant drops they're trying to do at a different angle. So that's looking from the northeast. You can see the fire going down the hill. It's probably a lot of rollout, actually. Rollout is not just just what it sounds like. It's burning debris rolling down the hill, like pine cones, logs, sticks. It's a hill, so these things will roll down the hill and they'll light fires at the base, and the fire will run back uphill. So it's pretty erratic behavior. It's best for aircraft to take care of it. We don't really want crews to be around that stuff too much. They're better to defend ridge tops and ridge lines with a good defensible road on the top. Multiple ways out. See things. Boy, that was a good splash. Look at some of these splashes. Freeze frame it. Boom. Wow. Looks like a little S2 or something. But that was a big splash, so I'm not quite sure what to make of that. So that's water. No, sorry, that's the smoke. Sorry. We were going back in time. So that's the smoke, and what happens is the lead plane, which is all blurry, unfortunately. Here, let me explain how this works. The lead plane, the Broncos, they are followed by the VLATs, the very large aerial tankers, and they can't see down below them, so they can't even see the fire when they're dropping. So it's a brilliant system where this plane it can see directly down. So when it gets right over the fire, it presses a button, and that puts smoke behind it in a trail. So the big plane flies into the smoke. The moment the nose hits the smoke right there, they hit their button to release the retardant water. So that's a good example of the smoke was popped. Boom. The retardant plane flew into it and got it in the right spot, hopefully. And usually we can hear constant chatter, such as they critique the drops. They look behind them and they go, "Oh, you got it. Perfect. Good job. Well done." Or, "Oh, you missed. Load and return. And get back here fast," Or, "You needed to have been to the left. You needed to have been to the right." Blah, 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 blah. That's the way it works. So that was a cool example of the smoke popping. Right? First I thought it was water, but they don't drop water like that. Helicopters drop water like they fling it on hillsides with a bucket. Water is not usually dropped from planes, except in the case of a scooper. Scooper planes will skim lakes and rivers sometimes, big rivers. They scoop up the water and they skim it and they take off again, but they're relatively rare. Now I like this. The smoke's going straight up. Wind's died down. It may just be a little bit of a respite, but that's going to be good. We'll look back at the Fairview in a second. So this open question and answer time. If you have a question about your particular fire of interest, go ahead. If you have a question about fire survival, go ahead. Making an evacuation plan, go ahead. I don't know how many more hours of useful consciousness I've got. Maybe one before I become kind of like a So, what is my experience with fires? Okay, so I'm just a civilian volunteer who was dismayed that the media wasn't covering the damn things. I'm a multimedia fine arts student who knows about video production. So my personal experience with fires was living in the foothills of California and growing up with them and learning firsthand about fire safety and structure prep and all that from our local volunteer fire department. So I didn't think too much about that. I kind of thought more people knew about.
Division Mike, Branch 5, command.
Whoa, let's see. Hang on, we're listening to Fairview.
Branch 5, Division Mike, good.
Hey, Mike from Branch 5. I'm talking to Tango now, and if you're good with your 2 Alpha Strike teams, he'd like to get his resources and start pulling them more towards the middle of Tango. The ones that you guys had a plan earlier, would you be good with that?
Branch 5, Division Mike. Affirm, yeah, Mike's looking really good, so he needs to pull his stuff more towards X-ray, that's fine.
Hey, we're going to try to landline you as well, just to make sure we're clear.
Alright, you can see the pyrocumulus really trying to form, or perhaps formed, with the Fairview. That's the latest on the Fairview. We'll keep going and looking at that. I like Dusty's answer. I'm a fire information sponge, just squeeze her and it pours out. Wow. Okay. So I want to make it really abundantly clear. I'm not a firefighter and have never been one. I had an interest, but I barely weigh 100 pounds wet. In fact, I don't weigh 100 pounds right now. So that was out of the question. So I became a multimedia fine arts student because I wanted to make history videos and capture dying ways of life and elder stories and, disappearing places before they're gone. And that's what I decided to do. So I build computers as a hobby for a living, and so I had the perfect mix of communications, technology experience to tell people about fires, but I didn't know the finer points of fire behavior, and I didn't know, how they're fought, for example, the tactics, and I didn't have too much of an interest in figuring this out. I just trusted the government and agencies to, wow, look at the Vertol, look at the little snorkel hanging out too. This is riveting right now, by the way. What we're looking at is the fire trying to head northeast at Big Bear here, north by northeast in a kind of a way. It's climbing a hill, and rollout means what I see is rollout here. Burning debris rolling down the hill, and the fire's burning back up to the top. So there's a bunch of sprinkler defense here. We're talking super sprinkler snow machines, high pressurized super snow machines for wetting down the grass, and we're just gonna see if this works. See the water sprinklers are staged here, and they rotate around a little bit if you have a sharp eye. So we are seeing there it is, lots of aircraft. We can't hear the pilots very often, but they're desperately dropping retardant in front of the thing. You can see all the structures at risk here. The elevation's about 7,000 feet here. We keep looking back at the Mosquito Fire of Placer County, which has a big, large smoke column, and it's threatening the town of Forest Hill directly. And we're also monitoring the Fairview, which has already killed 2 people and burned several others, as far as I know. And that thing was trying to make a fire cumulus before 10 in the morning, and I think it just succeeded. So this is a sketchy situation. It's going to be like 105 down on the Fairview fire, upper 90s, I think, up here at Big Bear, at an elevation of 7,000 feet. Almost unheard of. It's horrible. Horrible fire weather week, but at least the winds aren't insane. I mean, look, the smoke even went vertical. So there's a little bit of bright hope spots for the Big Bear situation. And so, okay, why I got into this? I hate fire. I saw Backdraft when I was a kid. I'll never forgive my parents for allowing me to do that. Traumatized by it. I hate fire. Don't want anything to do with it. Don't want to hear about it. But then I got a big wake-up call in 2017. Even though my dad moved out of the fire danger hill area straight into the floodplain of California. Don't get me started on that. But in October, same night that Santa Rosa burned down, Bangor and Loma Rica fires killed a family friend and killed other people, severely burned others, who basically friends and neighbors. So, or people at least were nearby. And it was a big wake-up call that power lines and PG&E power line equipment started at least somewhere between 4 and 6 fires that night, 3 of which seemed to have been deadly. So that was, I think, Friday the 13th, and so I just called my dad, like, how you doing? He goes, not so good. And I couldn't believe it. Next year, big wake-up call, Paradise, 2018, my brother's a missing person until he checked in, and barely made it out. His house burned to the ground. Once again, PG&E power equipment, and 85 or so fatalities. And the company pled guilty to manslaughter in counts, and I don't think that's good enough. I think they should have pushed for reckless arson homicide charge, homicide in the second degree or something like that. But, well, that's what happened. And that's when I did my first fire stream, where I just wanted to help people, and it never really got a lot of traction or anything, but that's just the YouTube algorithm for you. And I was really meek and really unsure of myself, like what gives me the right to give anybody advice about wildfire. But then I found out that so many people just don't know what to do, and it's definitely the right thing to tell people what firefighters and the officials already want them to know. Pass that on, and so that's what I initially began doing when the 2020 fires hit. That was when the stream really began in earnest, where Cogito took me under his wings, the first firefighter to do so. I said, Cogito, do I have the right to tell anybody anything about fires? And he goes, my God, yes, girl. And you're saving lives, so keep it up. Firefighters like what you're doing, trust me. And ask us if you have questions. So I began to pick their brain and learn more about firefighting and fire behavior. And I watched just tons of actual firefighter training videos. Mostly it was structure fire related. Because I started to realize just how much fire from structures and wildfires, as other accidents go down as a cause of death, as technology improves, fire is not. In some cases, it's going up, the deadliness and danger, because fire codes are not keeping up with changing climate and other factors. And in some cases, they're even being repealed. Everybody is, I think of the older generation, is appalled seeing a whole bunch of neighborhoods where houses have 3 feet of separation between them. There's just tinderboxes, there's death traps. And so the greed situation, the development, new neighborhoods can be designed as death traps with one road out. This kind of stuff is just infuriating. And as live as I covered the 2020 fires, like the glass fire, I said I really hope PG&E makes good on its promise to shut off the power where they know they have rickety lines. But I have a feeling they'll kill people. And almost after I said that, the Zog fire broke out. And sure enough, PG&E did not shut off the power during the red flag event. The Zog fire broke out, and all of a sudden on the radio we hear burn victims crawling on the street and burned up animals too, and fatalities. And I said, oh my God, this we got to get the word out. We got to stop this. Can't have corporations killing people with reckless abandon and getting wrist slapped. Butte County could only levy a $10,000 fine. Corporation, I guess, for killing 85 people and erasing not just one town, but many. I mean, Paradise was the biggest town. Coeur d'Alene, the city. And then, I mean, there's plenty of other places, Concow and Penns, Helltown, Irishtown, places you don't hear about. What I was most disgusted by, though, is the fact that the media, during the crisis of 2020, which is like the Santa Ana winds affecting all 3 states, which only happens about once every 75 years. Not true Santa Ana winds, but something really similar. We had fires break out all over the western states, and they didn't even cover it 24/7. And people were just like, where do we go? What do we do? And all the information, none of the states have gotten this right and had a one-stop shopping, one website, one resource, one phone number for all the fires and 24-hour coverage. Every county did its own thing. Every county had its own website, and every county had its own map, even though the fires were spreading out between many different counties. And the media had the morning and the evening news, but they didn't cover it live. And they usually cover road and school closures better in winter time with scrolling tickers. But they went back to Leave It to Beaver and said, screw this, I'm going live. And it grew from there. So like J.E. Cat is saying, we put a great team together. To my surprise, a lot of people wanted to help. It grew big. I was really humbled by the amount of people who volunteered their time to moderate the chat, to help educate me and the public. If I don't know something, I flat out say it. I don't know. I'll never pretend to have knowledge or experience I don't. if I say something, I know what the hell I'm talking about. If I make a mistake, I correct it. And I do want everybody to correct me too. If I misspoke, if I say the wrong number or something, do issue corrections. That's the way the media works. Oh, I don't see any more. Let's see where I don't see any more airplanes. They're still in the area though. Okay, so the Tinker 912 still going by. Maybe we have to switch to a different cam, but this will be very interesting if this holds. See the wind kind of pushing the smoke column. I think that's north by northeast, east by northeast. And I've had the great satisfaction of actually making a difference, and I'm so humbled. Like, I went from having 16 views an entire day to 16 viewers per hour to 1,600 viewers. The weird 16 thing happened. To 16,000, and then I think we had 28,000 people in the chat at once. It's kind of chaotic when the Caldor approached Tahoe, but just by using logic and common sense, I mean, fire's not rocket science. It goes where the wind blows, and if you study especially the maps of the lines that they have, and if there's nothing to stop a fire's progress, it will progress. So we evacuated Tahoe, at least partially, several thousand people at least. Evacuated early because we figured it out and announced it to the public first. I don't know what the hell CAL FIRE had a delay for, but we got that town evacuated early, that city. We've done that for others. Westwood, California, tried to keep people out of Greenville, but the authorities keep failing people that we don't. We err on the side of caution more than the authorities do. Authorities can be prone to as much detrimental optimism as anybody else. They have pressures, they have conflicting info. Oftentimes evacuation is down to a sheriff, and sheriffs are not fire people. Their job is to be a sheriff. And they take the information they get, but they also know their town's suffering, that their people are clamoring to go back to their homes. And the order was made for people to go back to Greenville in last year's Dixie Fire, when I and everybody else said, hell no, don't do it, who knew anything about the local region. And just a day and a half or 2 days after they let people back into Greenville, that town burned to the ground. They had to escort people to safety and let their fire engines burn in the streets. So I'm extremely proud of what we accomplished, and I get emails where people say that the stream saved their lives, or we convinced them to get out, or we gave them hope, or kept them calm, and that's why I do what I do. I'm not going to stop. People are like, go to bed. You've been awake 16 hours. You've been doing this. But, it's not like I can sleep. It's my own nerves, too. Hey, Witchy, welcome. Oh, man, the coolest people are coming back here. So, I was personally affected. After the loss of my friend, it was the biggest wake-up call. These fires broke up my family, and my brother just couldn't stand California anymore and the fire danger, and he's moved. And so, some other families moved with him. Family members moved with him. But we lost almost every major town in Western Oregon last year, or in 2020. And it was just luck that the wind shifted. And the real story, the whole complete real story, I haven't heard anybody tell in the media except for ABC 10 and a couple of citizen journalists like the Jericho report for the Caldor. There's something terribly wrong with the information the public gets, so we try to fix that. But we never misrepresent, we keep it real. We keep it absolutely, as real as possible, without drama and crap, extraneous politics and crap. I want to unite people these things end. These are all optional. I mean, the climate we can't change. It's a long-term project, but we can change our response and how we adapt to fires. Most of these get big and bad because of mistakes. But I blame the bureaucracy more than any individual agencies. I think the individuals within the agencies are dying to say the kind of stuff we say. That they're glad that we do say it. That community, get the hell out. But there's a chain of command and a very centuries old protocol in some cases. Fires used to move slower on the landscape and before these mega droughts. So, for example, there seems to be old protocols. So, if point A, if fire reaches point A, evacuate point B, and put C on notice. And if fire reaches point B, evacuate point C and put E on notice. And there's these real weird, stupid rules people have been telling me off camera, that they actually can't tell E to get ready once the fire's at A, even if they don't have anything to prevent the fire from E. Even if the forecast is dire and there's no way in hell they could complete lines. Wow, this camera turned around. There we go. Got this old bureaucratic red tape nightmare BS rules that apply to a bygone era should no longer apply. It should be all based on logic, reasoning, and is there anything to stop the fire from going that direction? If the answer is no, it's going to go in that direction. So tell everybody downstream in that direction to be prepared. And the best thing to do to keep the public calm is to give them all the information they could possibly need. Everything we have. And be open and honest. And I think a lot of the problem is that there's old psychology BS, maybe the 60s or something. It was like lie to the public and maybe they'll stay calm. Or cherry pick the data and give the public the good news and, keep them calm. But everybody knows it doesn't even work on children. Children know when you're holding back stuff. Adults can figure out even better that they're being BS'd with. And even though that might be good intentions, it has the opposite effect of people losing trust in authorities. They have to trust you to do what you say. Yay, there's our VTOL right there, the Chinook copter. We got the Chinooks up here, we got the planes. Yeah, we're seeing them on the cams. It's like we're getting a very fast update in the refresh rate of this camera, which I'm going to tell you about. So, beyond telling the public life-saving info and passing that on, I have an ultimate goal of making documentaries here so people know what the hell's actually going on. The media is content with saying global warming and carbon emissions, oh BS, whatever. That causes the land to get dry. It's not an ignition source. It's corporations killing people with reckless abandon and burning up the landscape. They are the primary cause of the really big fires. Of the worst fires, of the most expensive one, the deadliest, of the town erasers. It's usually the corporation. The power company. And doing the worst. With very few exceptions. So the other fires that normally would be put out immediately are not, because the optional fires caused by power line failure and stuff sucking up all the resources. So the other smaller fires are getting ignored and they're allowed to get big, and that's what we cannot allow in this climate. It's not us versus them, like, oh, it's climate change or it's something else. No, it's because of climate change we can't allow for foolishness and BS and this madness to continue. We have precious little of our forest left. And this can't continue. Alan T says the Mosquito Fire is at 1,203 acres, 0% containment. Thank you for the update. So I don't allow any discussion of politics type stuff, or let's blame the left, let's blame the right, let's blame this party, let's blame that one, let's blame these groups. Let's blame the problem and then do whatever the hell we need to do to solve it. And voting is actually the biggest thing that the public can do. public has to be aware of what's going on. If a stroke of a pen is going to solve most of these problems, say, for example, we pass a law where corporations that kill people, the CEOs can go to prison. The CEOs will stop making decisions for their company that, say, well, fires might happen. Oh, well, we're insured. No. You kill people, go to prison, just like you and I. If we started a fire recklessly, if you recklessly start a fire because you don't maintain your equipment, you're going to prison. The law says you have to maintain your equipment. You have to deliver power safely. Not the way that you wish, but safely. You have one job. Do it. Do it safe. So, if people voted for that got written and passed into law, oh boy, everything would change in an instant. There are things we can change instantly. And everything would be better. But it's not going to happen if the public doesn't know what's happening. Fairview fire has killed, and it may have been SoCal Edison's equipment. We don't know yet, but it's a possibility. It keeps repeating, and I keep getting more and more pissed. So, excuse me, let's go back up to the chat. Going back up to JCat. Cal Fire was sure the Caldor would be stopped at Strawberry Bridge and never make a run at Tahoe. And why they thought that, I have no freaking clue. Because look at the satellite maps. There's plenty of vegetation that meant that the fire could climb up onto the Sierra Tahoe area and to up Lover's Leap and all that. And that was a ridiculous assumption. But here's the thing. Cal Fire still knew that it was up at Sierra Tahoe that it had climbed onto that plateau, and that plateau would have rained embers all over Sierra Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe, Christmas Valley, and it did. That's what ended up happening. The moment that it climbed up Lover's Leap, we knew. I mean, I didn't want to believe it either, but I was summoned, to the table, to the stream, which we left running 24/7. I said, tell me I'm wrong, but there's no lines complete to the east of Sierra Tahoe. The lines are not done yet, and they can't be completed yet in time. So that means the Caldor fire is going wherever the wind blows to the east from now on, and we have to evacuate South Lake Tahoe. There's no lines. There's no protection. There's nothing protecting the town. They're incomplete. They're not done yet. They would take days and days and days. We don't have days and days and days. They knew that. They know what their own lines shape was. Every day the battle maps that they had showed incomplete lines. Every day in the morning with their briefings, incomplete lines. They're not done yet. But let's go to good old college try. Let's go. Just didn't have enough time. So what's infuriating is around midnight I said, okay, let's evacuate Tahoe, and everybody east Myers Christmas Valley go. And 5 p.m. at that nightly news conference, they said, we don't need to evacuate South Lake Tahoe. We'll let you know, though. My jaw dropped, and I just said, holy crap. What the hell's going on? I said, go, guys. You are going to be asked to leave, probably by midnight, so go now. Get out of the traffic jam. The traffic jams are what cause mass fatality events, like in Paradise. It's just eerily like Paradise. There's only 3 roads out of the dang town for more than 20,000 people. Almost the exact same population of Paradise. It will be a 10-hour traffic jam to evacuate the town on those roads. And as the fire shuts them off one by one, it'll get worse. So, thank God, a lot of people listened, a lot of people left. We did help that situation. We never got credit for it publicly, but I don't care. Go back and look. Go back and look at my archives. You'll see I'm telling the truth. That's probably the finest moment we've had so far here. And sure enough, 10 o'clock at night, they went door to door trying to knock on 19,000 people's doors. Because we were right. But that's after everybody went to bed. The elderly pulled their hearing aids out, TVs went off, and everybody went to bed with a false sense of security, and it was chaos in the after midnight in the morning. So that's why we do what we do. Dave Romero says work calls and thanks all. Good luck. Good luck and stay safe. Hey Rebecca, hey there. Hey, I'm glad to see all you guys. So Richie says I also have friends in Forest Hill. Okay, let's take a look at the Mosquito again and keep rotating. Now here's the best view that we have from the Bald Mountain El Dorado 2. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. It's Placer County looking at the. Now I don't know why the radio's setting silent. Dang it, that's because it turned itself off. Okay, it's back on. Riverside County back on, so we should be hearing the pilot chatter. That is big and ugly. They had a bit of an ominous meeting this morning where they said this fire's going to get big. Let's save this town. God, there's a lot of history, a lot of gold rush stuff in the area, and the area thrives on tourism, gold rush style tourism. All right, we're listening to Fairview. We're looking at Placer County. This is looking from the south to the northwest, southeast to the northwest. It's going east. It's going uphill. The winds shifted.
Division Mike from Branch 5 on command.
Or it's trying to go east. Look at it. These last 3 hours of the Mosquito Fire. Yeah, it's really running witchy. To the northeast is some of that dead tree stuff. It could blow up massively. I don't understand why there's so many dead trees in the landscape, but I stopped trying to understand California a long time ago. So occasionally these cameras look the other way, looking for new smokes, and then they look back at the existing. Look at the wind flapping around on the little wind gauges down there. Let's check Windy, the app. It's ominous. It's moving away from Forest Hill, but there's stuff uphill. Okay, Windy. Fresh here. Excuse me. Burpy right now. I'm running on adrenaline. Any tiredness I just had just went out the window. Okay, Placerville, Auburn, Colfax. It's 102 in Colfax. Yeah, the winds are going up, right now. West winds, southwest winds, call it that. This is wind gusts, this is winds. Okay, what is our elevation at Forest Hill? I need to figure that out in meters. Forest Hill elevation. Alright, 3,228 feet. So 3,228 feet. Here's almost 1,000. So let's look at the 1,000-meter mark for the wind aloft. Steve Probe would know this stuff off the top of his head. Where is he? He's the pilot, right? So, okay, the winds are the same at that altitude. So, yeah, you got your typical stuff that happens. The boiling heat of the air in the northern valley here. God, Grass Valley is 102. Makes the air rise, and air rises going up, right? And so it goes to the higher elevations, and that means during the daytime, your typical wind direction, sorry, I lost it, is to the northeast, up the slopes. It follows the wind tunnel effect, goes up the actual river canyons. So later in the evening, we have a reverse of direction, usually around midnight. And excuse me, sorry, I didn't mean to move the thing like that. Around midnight, the air cools and falls, so back down a lower elevation to the valley that way. So typically what happens in California. So last night we did see a shift right around midnight where the wind was going to the west and threatening Forest Hill. So right now Forest Hill probably breathing a sigh of relief, but that may not last. Tonight it might be a different story. It looks like it's spotting to the east. Not so good. Okay, so what is in the path of the Mosquito Fire? Let's take a look on CalTopo. I'm gonna pause the Fairview and Big Bear for a second because that's a late breaking development. Turn off wind plot. Yeah, we got it very active on its northeast side. Forest Hill can read a temporary side, I think, but sparsely populated. Sugarloaf Mountain is right there. Let's get a Forest Service map out. So you do have a lot of the old mines and a lot of the old history. Wow. Michigan Bluff. Look at all these big gun diggings. Wow. Some of these, you see cemetery, historic marker. Dots are, these black squares are structures.
They're still working on the bill for the second D-Lab.
I don't know that they could save all this historic stuff. My God, I was going to go make film documentaries out here. Okay. Michigan Bluff's at risk. I don't know if there's been new evacuation. Okay, there's new evacuation zones. Wow. It's mandatory. Forest Hills under mandatory evacuation. I'm sorry, I didn't catch this. Witchy, yeah, I was just gonna say, can somebody listen to that? Do we need to switch to it? Okay, so everything that was under evacuation warning is under mandatory evacuation because the Mosquito Fire has blown up, guys. Please check your Placer County Sheriff's Office public safety map. So I'm sorry I didn't catch this. I need to somehow fix whatever the hell's wrong with notifications on my phone. Oh my God. Okay, so oh no, Watch Duty was stuck on a login page and didn't. I don't understand why I'm not logged in anymore. Pixel is the phone of chaos. Maybe it updated. Okay, I have it set. Let me make sure my notifications are for all counties. All updates. Okay. Turn on the phone. Let's turn up the volume for damn sure here. Okay, adrenaline's starting to surge. Stuff is getting real. So, and I'm overheating here. My computer's pumping out a tremendous amount of heat, so I'm going to have to go for a second and set up my air conditioning. But yeah, hold on to your butts. I wish I could change the map key and show more towns and stuff, but Michigan Bluff's been under mandatory evacuation, but it's under significant danger now. I don't know how many people they have on it, but stuff just got real. So go ahead and situate my other monitor here so I get some updates. The latest on the Mosquito Fire as far as Twitter is concerned. Please refresh your stupid page. Witchy, you got a report on that one? Yeah. Also, I should probably tweet that I went live. God, I forget to do this. Okay, so let's look and see if the aircraft's over it. And do you think, Witchy, I should switch to their radio chatter? Hey, Carney, what's up? Stuff is happening. I imagine there's going to be an increased evacuation zone any moment now. Looking at the new activity of the mosquito, that's cooking right there. So yeah, broke fish in says we had lightning storms at 5 a.m. Where at? Southern Oregon. Yikes! It may have been the ones that rolled through Tahoe and made its way to Oregon. The mosquito may have been started by some of those lightning, but we don't have confirmation. When it was really small, and it was just at the end of the day. What I heard on the radio was real extreme frustration. They only had a couple helicopters. They sent them, but then they lost the light within half an hour of arriving at the mosquito. So then they tried to either put smoke jumpers in or ground crews with a helicopter, and they had to turn back for turbulence and crazy thunderstorm. And that fanned the flames, the thunderstorms, wind. It did not drop any rain that I see. J Cat says, Catherine, you need to start smoking. Take 4 packs and place them under the laptop for cooling, and it works. Well, you know what? Little pink erasers do the same thing. I'm not using a laptop. I'm using a desktop that I built. I've got a thanks to your kind donations. I mean, first I dropped $1,000 in it myself, and then from there I've been expanding on it. I'm running an AMD. I've got it's an AM4 socket. I'm running a PCI Express 4 motherboard. I wish PCI Express 5 is out right now that I had that, but I'm running a super motherboard. All my specs forgot just because being tired in 6 days of almost no food. God, look at it spot out ahead of itself.
Division Alpha, Division X-ray on command.
Hang on, I'll babble my specs later. It looks like the radio's here. You have a laptop fan running? So, yeah, exactly, Alan T. Anyone near the Mosquito Fire in Placer County, you should be packed, ready to go, and leaving. It is going up the hill fast. Spotting ahead of itself, it's traveling. It is going north by northeast, upslope. And that doesn't mean the wind could shift at any moment, because thunderstorms could be coming by. You know, this monsoonal crap we've been having. I mean, it could switch direction and make a run for the valley.
Alpha, Division X-ray on command.
Just look at it and get the hell out of its way. So, Cogito says, can you show the El Dorado County side just south of the American River there? The warming zones? Okay, sure. Get out of here. So we'll continue to look at what's happening at Big Bear and the Fairview as well. That's not looking pretty either, but the mosquito is pretty dang serious right now. Latest on the Mosquito Fire. The
Fairview Communications, Branch 5 on command.
Yeah, it was at 400 acres like yesterday's 1203 at least, but you can see that's changing by the second. So it looks like CAL FIRE NEU is in unified command with Tahoe National Forest and Placer County Sheriff's Office. Now the fire began burning near the Oxbow Reservoir Tuesday afternoon. So who knows what the heck caused it? But let's see. There's an incident update 21 minutes ago. It's a minute and a half here. Let me show it to you guys. Mosquito Fire incident update per Twitter here. And I wonder if there's a longer video. If anybody knows about that, please let me know.
Forest Hill and towards the Michigan Bluff area. We have resources actively working from the Michigan Bluff area back down towards Mosquito Ridge Road. And we have resources all over the, all throughout Forest Hill and are actively doing everything we can do to contain the fire.
Currently we do have some evacuation orders, mandatory evacuations and evacuation warnings out. Currently in the Baker Ranch area has been evacuated as far as being under a mandatory evacuation. We do have some hard closures. We have one at Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. We also have one at Chicken Hawk at Forest Hill Road. And then we also have Mosquito Ridge Road. All have hard closures. Okay, so I want to talk about the mandatory evacuation and also the evacuation warning zones. Currently the red part of our map is the mandatory evacuation. The fires down here south of the mandatory evacuation. Baker Ranch and also Michigan Bluff are under mandatory evacuation. We have obviously high concerns about downtown Forest Hill and also with Black Oak Ridge. Those are higher population areas. So we'll get that information out as soon as possible when it comes to turning into a mandatory evacuation. We have a shelter that's open at Bell Road Baptist Church at 707 Bell Road in Auburn. We also have animal services at Animal Control at 11232 B Avenue in Auburn. If you want first-hand information as far as the about the fire, you can follow our social media platforms, which would be Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter.
Okay. I really would have liked that to be longer, but that's I figured that was important. I'm sorry, I can't really show a lot of copyrighted stuff, but Ubinet here, I'm going to retweet
Currently,
that.
the Mosquito Fire is 948.
Yeah, that has changed, and already their evacuation map is obsolete. So they posted that 24 minutes ago, but the evacuation map says mandatory. So, and there's a new warning down southwest of Todd Valley. So this map is changing faster than they're getting out their own Twitter stuff. So, I'm just going to go with what the map says. And if you're anywhere near the Mosquito Fire, just really consider packing up and leaving. And check on your neighbors. Don't assume that anybody knows about this change. It's... Wow, that just refreshed itself. What the... Did you see that? The warning for Todd Valley came and disappeared? Okay. Alright. Bueller? What's going on here? Okay. Chaos with communication to the public. Why am I not incredibly surprised here? So, I have to put Twitter feeds away from my stream because I can't accidentally show people's copyrighted photos and stuff. And blah blah blah. So let's refresh Ubinet. See if they updated 16 minutes ago. Timber brush and hardwood litter, active fire behavior with uphill runs. Oh yeah, you could say that. Wind-driven runs and short-range spotting. Numerous structures are threatened. Evacuations, road area, and trail closures are in effect. And they got a nifty little map here, which reminds me of the Fire Mappers map. So, the Mosquito Fire was once called the Volcano Fire. So why they're showing it as two is just confusing the public. I think that's probably one of those non-updated maps where back when there was confusion about where the fire had started and where it currently was, they had massive confusion about that yesterday, which I already explained. So if you are uphill or downhill of the Mosquito Fire, my absolute advice is get the hell out of its way, because we don't know what it's going to do, but it's looking ugly, nasty, and everything just changed. So if that map is wrong, I don't care. This is a environment. This is terrain where you can't see very well. There's very few roads that are well maintained, and it takes forever to get anywhere. So you don't want to have to wait to be told to leave. There's so many dead trees in the landscape here, not in view at this moment, but from other camera angles, that this could be massively large in no time. Once it reaches all those dead and downed fuels. I don't know if that was a beetle kill thing we saw in the other cams, or if it was a previous forest fire that they didn't salvage log, but it's got all the makings of something getting really nasty. So, yeah, other people are asking, do you have frequencies for the Mosquito Fire for air attack, ground, general ops? 37 minutes ago, in addition to following Placer County Sheriff's Office Facebook and Twitter for evacuation info, oh my God, they should just rely on Facebook. Sometimes you can't even see those without logging into Facebook, and a lot of people just don't want. Follow El Dorado County Sheriff's Office social media for the latest evacuation info and animal services update for El Dorado County. So, Cognito, you were asking me to do something. To show you El Dorado County, that size of it.
Your relief for the lead ASM is going to be Bravo 49. I'm still working on the relief air attack.
Bravo 49.
Okay, that's Fairview Chatter down there. Cognito says there's only one true paved road out at Forest Hill. Yep, the highway. It's the highway. There's Forest Hill. And that means it's you should elevate yourself higher than whatever evacuation the authorities want to give you. If you're not like directly on that road, and the fact that there is only one main paved road here, the highway, just keep that in mind. This is a very dangerous situation. So make your preparations to leave and make your shelter-in-place plan if you feel like you can't prepare to leave fast. So that usually is look at satellite images, look for bodies of water, pools, ponds, and the like, and look at the way that you would drive away from the situation, and then pay special attention to anywhere that a road crosses a body of water, like a creek. That will either be a bridge or a culvert. So mark those in your memory and in your map. If you have a paper map, that's better. Whip out a pencil and mark possible locations where you can stop your car, get out of it, get under a bridge, or get into that culvert. Now, not all culverts are accessible. There could be beaver bars on them. There could be overgrown brush vegetation. Sometimes they're so small you can't get in them. But sometimes they're really big and really good fire shelters. So the bigger the body of water, the bigger the culvert or the bridge. So these are your best chances for survival to go to ground. Go underground. Go underneath bridges and be in or on water. Take definitely a wool blanket with you, because that will insulate you not only from heat a little bit, but insulate you from the cold. Even if you get soaking wet, you can survive the hypothermia from the night. Because people are like, oh, it doesn't get that cold at night. Well, when you're soaking wet, you're soaking wet. So a lot of survivors are hypothermic when they come out of reservoirs and creeks and pools and ponds and stuff. I mean, what if you can't come out of your culvert and there's running water going through it? I mean, that'd be a miserable experience. So.
Branch 1 from Safety 3, I just noticed we have in Bravo Division, we have some small fire over the line.
That's the Fairview we're listening to. Now, Backyard Mechanic says you can take Yankee Jim's Iowa Hill, or you can also go up Forest Hill Road and get to Tahoe or Georgetown that way. I would not be going uphill under any circumstance unless that was your only way out, and I'd get the hell out of there fast if so, because you can't race fire up a hill. That's its maximum rate of movement. It would be not a great choice, but I know that there's not many north and south roads. It's because of all these ravines and canyons, and there's almost no bridges, so But if you're far enough away from it right now, sure, go in the opposite direction, go uphill. It's going to depend on how far you are. And I can't give you advice on that because everything could change in a hot second. This thing could race and run, or it could just sit there and the wind could die down for a bit and it might stall out. We have no idea, but what I'm seeing on the cams I don't like. Neither do the firefighters in chat here, like Cogito, Dusty, and Helen and stuff, dude. I'm going back up to the chat. I'm sorry I ignored it for a little bit. Sam Allen says the Riverside Fire is really cooking. Yeah. J Cat says AMD. You ever seen a cool running AMD machine? Shut up. That's why you water cool. But you're right. My next one will probably be Intel, just because. I could probably heat my room all winter with the processor here. They've come a long way, but I see your point. Your point is given. Laura Cochran says, thank you, everyone. I just shared this channel and touched base with some people I know who need to pay attention. Thank you so much, because that's what we're here for. I don't have much experience with the Forest Hill area, except I have a really cool childhood memory. Jesus, look at that. Of ghost towning in the Forest Hill area. And there's this amazing region, and I worry we're about to lose a lot of the mining history. It goes...
Air attack operations on command. I apologize. There's a lot of traffic out here on the air ground working with the copters. All right, we're progressing that retard going out there, 3 Division Foxtrot. We're about 3/4 of a mile to a mile from the camp. It does have a pretty active head of fire that's moving south-southeast from Hickson Flat towards the camp.
Oh God, Fairview. I'm gonna open up 2 cow topos. We gotta look at where the fire's running on the Fairview. Okay, so look at the Fairview.
Yeah, I copy. That operations, air tech, you copy that? Attack operations, I copy. This is Foxtrot, the operation.
Turn on wind. But if you look, that it's trying to go pyrocumulus, it's probably going to achieve that on the Mosquito. Fairview has already done it. Well, it's a hold on to your butts day. I might need a whole lot more coffee. I really wanted to go to bed at noon, but that's not going to happen. ACB says if they would stop all the geoengineering and weather modification things. Okay. Right now, we gotta stick with emergency info. I can't address other topics. Let me go back here. North-northeast is the last path. Yeah. Sam Allen says smoke plumes breaking the thermal cap. Yep. Dusty says major column cooking up out of Mosquito Fire. Black smoke looks like it's run taking off. Yeah, it looks like all the dead vegetation is to the east. And you know what? We should look at fire history. Cal Topo, and I don't know it like Zeke does. Zeke, where are you? Go live again. Oh my God, you would know about this stuff. He went live for half an hour or so this morning at 7 and was kind of explaining some things. I know he's got kids and a job, but this is where we would need you. Oh my God. If he knows about the fire history of this. So, looks like there's a 2006 Ralston fire. Maybe it was the dead snags in the landscape could have been from this. There's a small 2010 black fire, which is of no importance. Yeah, that's a long time for trees to dry out on the landscape if they didn't salvage log it, and California never seems to. Yeah, Cogito says I saw you on Zeke's. Hey, you lurker. I told everybody to go watch him. He knows things. So. But yeah, do not assume that everybody knows this information. It looks like getting info to the public's been... pretty abysmal. And not placing blame, just, it doesn't seem like there's a really good, there's, 400 or so force firefighters here. That's not enough. Definitely not enough. Look what it's doing. It's going nuclear here. So this is the last 15 minutes. So everything has changed the last 15 minutes. Make your phone calls to everybody you know in the region who might be affected. Make sure they know what's going on. Make sure they know that mandatory evacuation has been flipped on the map. I can't confirm that with the other sources, but the map is the map. It's the official one for Placer County. It's mandatory now. I expect there's going to be a lot more expansions really soon. Everything that was yellow is red. That changed kind of without notice. And so, I mean, I've been trying to monitor the best that I can, and I'm struggling to find good info and in a timely manner. I've got a bead on Placer County Sheriff's Office and everything related. The Hill Fire is nearby too. Could take off. Don't know. So the last report on watch duty about this is 7:53 p.m. So they have a Facebook post for Tahoe National Forest, which last made a post 15 hours ago. So this is one thing where I'm just astonished that watch duty isn't more up to date on this. Maybe one of you guys need to update it. Honestly, it's escalated. I am quite concerned. This might be one of our big ones. So Richie says, okay, it has my attention. It's going to be ugly. Dusty Smoke says the fire scar from 2006 is almost 20 years for brush to regrow. Yeah, stacking at the base of those big snags, so it's got mega fire potential. In the deadly alley of the Sierras. I mean, this isn't that far away from Paradise and such. This is where extreme fire behavior shocks people worldwide. Let's look back now at what's going on at Big Bear.
If you could send 538, they're working water droppings, division, Delta, out of the Cranston dip, working for air attack.
Hey, Mountain Bike, welcome back. Cheers.
Can I get the dip site one more time? It'll be the Cranston dip. Elevate copies, sending 538, Division Delta, Cranston dip, contact air attack.
Absolute nastiness on the Fairview, too. It made its pyrocumulus. I don't know if it collapsed, though. This is a 3-hour time lapse. It's so smoky. No, it didn't collapse. It's just smoke obscured right now. Now, here's the thing. People might say, oh, it's great if it collapses. That means there's not as much fire activity. It's really bad. So when these things collapse, that's mega dangerous for the firefighters because the wind will go down in all directions and spread the fire in all directions. These things collapse, 360 and with a tremendous force. So it's bad when they form, it's worse when they collapse. I mean, there's just nothing good about that. That's why we dread that. So you just saw the 3-hour. The Fairview was trying to make a pyrocumulus before 9 a.m. It was frightening how active it was at night. So with this crazy heat forecast, heat makes fires worse. Patrick Fisher says, I went to music camp in Idlewild and it certainly provokes a certain Firebird suite. Yes! Tchaikovsky. You're right. Infernal Dance of King Kashi. Kashi the Deathless. I know exactly what the hell you're talking about. So, the best treatment, the best orchestra that ever did that was actually Disney with the Fantasia 2000. And that was about a volcano, but It was about fire devastation, and I would love to play that, but I get a copyright thing. Cognito says true on the outflow. Yeah, the what the firefighters they get nervous seeing stuff like that, and they have their backs watched by the air command, the aircraft, and also the National Weather Service and the predictive services at out of Reading. And that's what we forgot, is to look at the 7 a.m. predictive services. Let's do that real quick. Predictive services of Reading. I hate this website. It's hard to navigate. Oh, Northern. Here we go. Okay. So, no. The one with the ugly map. There we go. Is the one. And we go down to webcasts and videos. The seasonal, the fire weather webcast, updated daily. Okay.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather webcast for Wednesday, September 7th, 2022. This morning's water vapor loop shows a variety of small upper-level disturbances containing remnants of mid-level tropical moisture and enhanced instability.
Hang on a second, guys. I gotta mute air traffic right now so we can listen to this. 6 minutes. I'm gonna take the time for a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, it's goofy as hell, and I was really grated by the I'm gonna bake a cake kind of delivery there. I really think that they should get a narrator with really serious gravitas, because this is actually the most respected fire weather forecast pretty much in America. This is the Pope. All the other people rely on this. This is the Pope as far as fire prediction goes. So everybody pays attention to this. The fire crews plan their day around this. They plan sometimes evacuations around this. They bet their life on this. So to be like, I'm baking a cake today on delivery, man, you need to get the United States Chemical Safety Board guy. He reminded me of his voice is authoritative and like serious and like take this seriously. I mean, talking about single digit humidity and stuff is dire. It's not rosy at all. So we just had a little bit of radio call from the Fairview. Nothing too terribly important. So but yeah, I'm very concerned about what's going on with the Mosquito Fire in Placer County. I mean, with Fairview, we already knew that it was making its pyrocumulus. This is the last 15 minutes. We're losing sight of the Fairview, though. The cams one by one are getting smoked out, and it's hard to tell if it's maintaining the pyrocumulus cloud or if it's disappearing. But the thing about the situation with the Mosquito Fire is this is red. All the evacuation has gone red, solid red. This is the actual Placer County Sheriff's map. It's red, so it says Forest Hills under mandatory evacuation. It's not under advisement like it was a little bit ago, according to the official map, and I'm trying to verify that that's now the case. And you know, this is Livecopter 3 is now over the scene. Wow, okay. So that they have a Twitter thing. I'm going to share that on Twitter, and I might be able to show just a tiny bit of you know, their stuff. I'm retweeting things. It's at K Wildfires. It's my Twitter. If anybody's got a link, awesome. The Sacramento Bee 4 minutes ago. Somebody shared that. Showed start to the fire by the reservoir, climbing the hill. So the evacuation center right now for El Dorado County is the Cool Community Church, Cave Valley Road in Cool, California. 863 Cave Valley Road. Pets, it's the El Dorado County Animal Shelter. 6435 Capitol Avenue, Diamond Springs. Pet transport can be available if necessary for animals that are working on it. So the 10 minutes ago, Stacy was saying it's evacuation order. Volcanoville, north of Wentworth Springs, east of Otter Creek, south of the Placer County line, west of Tunnel Hill Road. Parts of Quinette are under evacuation warning. So I don't know where she got this info though. So I'm just trying to find it. I think she's looking at the same map I am. So yeah, 13 minutes ago, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office upgraded evacuation warnings to order for parts of Volcanoville. So let me see why let me open El Dorado County Sheriff. Is it because El Dorado County and Placerville are right next to each other? So I am following them. So let's look at their tweets and replies. What? The last tweet was June 29th? El Dorado Sheriff's Office? The account is not monitored 24/7, calling when to report emergencies. Okay, that's a whole lot.
Division Delta on command.
Absolutely not useful. County of El Dorado. Reminder, it's Labor Day weekend. September 2nd is the last time they tweeted. Yesterday, they talked about job and employment opportunities. Thanks a lot, County of El Dorado. Good Voted most useless tweets of the year. That's my bitter thing here. So I can't verify. I'm just going to say, guys, that this is the map. This is their official map. Whatever the hell's going on with their problem of communication, I guess I have to check Facebook too now and a bunch of other things. I'm going to guess that it's mandatory, and they're about to announce that. So Cogito says it looks like Morningstar Campground should evacuate. Been there a few times. Cozy little lake for swimming. Hey Terry, welcome back. If it's not under mandatory evacuation, it should be. Because if this smoke column collapses as it's starting to form a pyrocumulus, I mean, it could be going in all directions. Right now it's headed up the hill. It's headed northeast, higher elevations. But this just blew up relatively quickly ago, within about 25 minutes ago. So, hey Smitty, welcome. Yeah, Cogito says El Dorado County is just across the canyon. Yeah, I hate it when the fires are on borders because there'll be different maps for different counties. I think El Dorado is a Zone Haven participant. So Zone Haven, El Dorado County. Let's just give it a whirl. If you can hear the stress in my voice, it's because I'm quite concerned about this situation. So let's just go Forest Hill, California to get to the right area. Placer County doesn't currently have Zone Haven evacuation zones. Of course not. El Dorado County currently doesn't have them. Why? Why can't there just be one evacuation map? For the state, only some counties participate. I'm gonna tear my hair out right now. Now, we had this crazy situation in Tahoe where they had last year, with the Caldor, all of this was under mandatory evacuation, and it looked like none of it was here. That's because Alpine County didn't participate.
Branch 1, Delta on command.
So people thought that they should go here. And I didn't even know for like half an hour till somebody pointed out, oh, that area is under evacuations, but they don't participate into Zone Haven. And I went, oh my God. So this is the constant struggle we have. All the other adjacent counties, Plumas, Sierra, Nevada, Yuba, and Sutter, are participating, but not Placer and not El Dorado. Oh my. Alright. So, Alan T says, Roger that, Smitty. Right back. Delivery at the front door. Okay, going back to the chat. Yeah. You're right, Alan. It's time to put on scrolling evacuation messages.
Delta operations. Go ahead with your traffic for branch 1.
I'm updating the ticker. So.
Yes, sir. I'd like to put in a request for 2 additional crews.
We're listening to the Fairview in Southern California. We're looking at an unfolding.
Golf preferred, but I'll take what I can get.
Looking at Placer County. It's in real time. Tory evacuation.
Operations. Is this critical need?
Or.
Will this be critical need?
Yeah, it's the button up that piece on Blackburn Ridge. It's directly from the crew strike team leaders that are down there. They say 2 more crews will make that much more plausible.
I think YouTube is stuck. It showed a plunging viewer count just when things got interesting. 37 viewers, but we were at 102 a second before, so I don't know what's going on with YouTube. But we have a break-in situation. I mean, the fire just really blew up. The Mosquito Fire in Placer County, which is on the border of El Dorado County, and it's running to the east-northeast up the hill. You can see the short-range spotting that's been happening. It's trying to form a pyrocumulus cloud. If that thing collapses, that could be bad news. It's not officially a pyrocumulus, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to see, but you can see how crazy that just got within less than an hour ago. It went. If we do a 1 hour time lapse, everything just changed. So I cannot confirm from official sources that the all the warning zones have just gone mandatory, but I'm going to err on the side of caution. And I'm writing down in the ticker that new mandatory evacuations seem to be issued for Placer County. The official map is red. Trying to verify. Be prepared to go. The fire is blowing up. And ... Save settings. Back to the stream. Putting that on the ticker. I don't care if that sounds alarmist. You can see plainly for yourself that everything just changed. I'm erring on the side of caution, and I'm just as confused as the public must be right now. Because here's their official evacuation map that just went completely red. Or it was red and yellow before. So, according to the official Placer County Sheriff's Office public safety map, Forest Hill, Mosquito Fire Zone 4, is under mandatory evacuation. So is Zone 5, so is Zone 6. And 1 and 2. 3 already were. So they're saying it's parts of Volcanoville, but that is the other county, right? Isn't that El Dorado County? So that's coming down the pipe on Twitter. Either way, just take a look at it for yourself. It's not good. It's really, the situation has just changed. So if we look at different angles here, it's ugly. And look at all of the dead forest in front of it. If it reaches this, it's got a mega fire potential. Only just add high winds and get an instant huge one. So everything is getting pretty dang hot and heavy. Cogito says his nephew in Volcanoville just said that he's in a mandatory evacuation. So, okay, I'm going to change it now to include Volcanoville. So I just forgot. Thank you, Cogito, because, yeah, Terry says just look on Twitter, the fire. That's what we've been trying to establish, is where did these orders come from? So, the official sources, like their Twitter feeds, are not there. So, let's, I'm going to retweet that from Stacy too. Looks like it's an evacuation order. So, El Dorado County Sheriff upgraded evacuation warnings to order for parts of Volcanoville. Parts of Gwinnett are under warning. So, exactly, Ubanet is also repeating what we just saw. That according to the map, it's now under a mandatory evacuation. So, I think we should also tune into KRCA, because this wakes people up. And this is, I hope, a fair use thing here. And here's
Fairview operations first.
It's big and nasty. Look, guys. So this is
Fairview operations.
Operations first. Information only. A civilian called 911. They're in the area of the evacuation order off of Red Mountain. It was for a laceration alpha response. We've started Intercept 167 and AMR from Station 20.
okay. This is gonna make me car sick.
Confirming a medical aid near Red Mountain for a civilian. 911 directed at ECC.
That's affirmative.
Okay, just all I wanted you to get out of that from this KCRA footage here, that I can't pause for some reason, is that it's big, it's ugly, it's blowing up, it's huge. Get out of its way. So I can't share too much of that. That's courtesy of KCRA. Thank you. They consistently show things from the air which are
Well, we're in Forest Hill right now. As soon as we left Sacramento, we could look out and see the plume of smoke extending above haze, making for some difficult conditions for air attack. Basically, right now, aircraft working on this fire are fighting both the terrain as well as the smoke. The smoke is just decreased visibility to the point where aircraft cannot fly through it. They need to fly around it. And what they're doing is trying to set up a perimeter outside of that smoke.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to juggle the channels audio. 1 sec.
Can you advise them the attack frequency for Delta?
Okay, I'm turning off Fairview for a second. You're listening to what KCRA is saying. I can't really show you their footage. So I'm looking at group tree torching.
We are about 2 miles to the northeast of Forest Hill, and then probably another 2 to 3 miles from those flames. We're above all of the firefighting activity so that we can look down onto it and stay out of everyone's way.
Okay, I updated it to include Volcanoville. Yeah, I would
correct.
just.
It's moving mostly towards the east and northeast.
I would not wait to leave. Just my advice, especially if you are.
Probably about 3 miles, rough estimate. Most likely about 3 miles.
And this is a sparsely populated area, but Forest Hill's about a town of 1,000-ish or so, and then you've got mines scattered throughout the area, so a lot of people are in rural area, like there's a lot of gold mines and stuff still out there, and properties and little ranches, and so it takes them forever to get to the main highway. This is why, mostly to them I'm speaking, don't hesitate. Everything changed in the last half an hour. So, the fire's going uphill along with the wind being pushed. If the wind gusts pick up, it could race, and you can't race a fire uphill. Right. So if the people who can only go east right now should leave now before the fire picks up speed. There's only one main highway here, so this is we're losing visibility too. There's more smoke because there's more activity, but this is just 1 hour time lapse. Look what happened. Bam. Patrick Fisher says, I don't know if there's a fair use of rights for live feed in the vein of public service. I don't care. I believe that there is. If fair use doesn't apply to trying to save lives, I don't know what the hell it does apply to. You know, you can't, I know what you can't do, which is just rebroadcast blanketly without interruption, talking over it, making comments. That's why I also just linked back to them. So if you guys want to watch it, go ahead and click the link. But if there's an image that'll help people understand the severity of the fire, how big it just got with a glance, so they can stop watching and go pack, that's the image, the aerial view that they have, plus these cams. Yeah, I know a little bit about copyright since I'm a multimedia fine arts major. Fair use, though, is about snippets and short clips. And you can't make it so that your broadcast is just as good as theirs, and goes for long durations, like without commentary and without you putting something on top of it, like drawing and stuff. So KCRA's been really chill. They know where their footage is being used. They've never bothered me, and I like them. I do what you're supposed to do, which is link back to them and credit them. So, sorry, I've got to turn off their audio. I was hoping that they would just explain. They're now showing some really awesome footage of the airplanes just diving in and out of black clouds. Like, if you can open up a second tab, I highly recommend watching that. I'm going to mute the helicopter sound now. Now, I'll show you the airplane response. That's down there at Big Bear Lake. But this is alarming what the Mosquito Fire just did. I didn't think it would be much to report on today. I figured they just have aircraft slamming it. They didn't have too bad of a forecast for high wind, but it found fuel and is going. So Michigan Bluff is in grave danger right now. It's already been evacuated under a mandatory evacuation, but there's a lot of structures to be lost there and not a lot of personnel. Sorry, I just took some cold medicine. The pills didn't want to go down right. I hate that feeling. So, there's a helicopter with a Bambi bucket that I'm seeing on their footage. I'm gonna go back and try to get the real deal here. So, I'm retweeting also what they're talking about. There's a shelter update as of 38 minutes ago. Red Cross tweeted shelter update that this post too will be updated. If you are in an area under evacuation or anticipate having to evacuate, leave and do not wait. They're saying that in really bold letters. So there's shelter info. For the mosquito, they have a Mosquito Fire Animal Shelter at Placer County, Shelter 11232 B Avenue in Auburn. They didn't. Oh, and the People's Shelter for the mosquito is Bell Road Baptist Church, 707 Bell Road in Auburn. So let me add that to the ticker. One moment. So shelter at 707 Bell Road, Auburn. 95603. Saving that. Like my ticker, it's pretty good. Okay, so I retweeted that as well at K Wildfire. So okay, here we finally have a CAL FIRE update for the Mosquito Fire, 1,203 acres. Well, as of the time that they typed this up, 0% containment. So tweet that as well. Current situation. This was issued at 10:30 in the morning. Everything's changed since then, by the way. It's gotten a lot worse since 10:30 in the morning. If you look at a 3-hour time lapse, it's not that bad 3 hours ago. It's pretty dang chill 3 hours ago. The Mosquito Fire exhibited extreme fire behavior yesterday and continued to burn overnight in the vicinity of Oxbow Reservoir. Weather conditions today with near record high temps, very low relative humidity, and critically low fuel moisture will provide extreme burning conditions which are expected to allow the fire to actively burn with the potential for spotting. We saw that on the cams. Firefighting personnel will focus on building containment lines around the fire through the removal of fire fuels and tactical patrol around the perimeter. This involves both manual line construction with hand crews, mechanical line construction utilizing bulldozers. Firefighters assigned to tactical patrol will work to keep the fire within the current perimeter. However, very steep terrain will continue to challenge all the personnel and make direct attack difficult. All those living or visiting the fire vicinity should prepare to evacuation. An order or warning is made, like just now. And those who need extra time to evacuate should give themselves additional time to do so, which is leave way early. Be ready, set, go in the event of wildfire near you. So it's the amount of people they had on it. Let's see, that was to be page 2. Is here evacuation orders a while ago, this is already obsolete, was Michigan Bluff, Corbin Ranch, Chicken Hawk, and evacuation orders for Volcanoville. Placer County has got a map here. El Dorado County has a map on Facebook. Explaining the warning for Gwinnett. So this I have retweeted. So Facebook. El Dorado Sheriff's Office on Facebook. Great. Let's go to Facebook, which is about the worst place to put updates because you usually can't see them unless you log in. A lot of people hate Facebook and deleted their accounts and would rather die than log in. So great. Let's duplicate the tag. That's Placer County, so let's search for El Dorado County. And there we go. Dorado County Sheriff's Office. A local business, huh? So 2 hours ago was their last post, or 1 hour ago. They posted a post from 2 hours ago. Okay. A small animal domestic shelter has been set up in El Dorado County. Animal shelter at 6435 Capitol Avenue, Diamond Springs. For all the domestic pets. Animal Services public phone line is 530-621-5795. It's an annual animal service officer at Cool Community Church to provide transport of animals to Diamond Springs if needed. Due to the avian flu outbreak, no birds are accepted. Okay. What the hell are you supposed to do with your birds? Okay. So this is not very current. This is abysmal public communication. I don't know what's going on. They updated their map to mandatory, which is causing mass confusion right now. But I think we should err on the side of caution. And they're busy. So it's the fire's growing pretty dang rapidly. Cal Fire Nevada Yuba Placer unit an hour ago said they were in unified command with Tahoe National Forest. So let's look at Tahoe National Forest and see what they're talking about. But wow, it looks like a nuclear bomb. Holy. Look at the screen right now, fellas. It really looks like a tactical nuke just went off in Placer County. Holy crap. That's minutes ago. Okay. Pyrocumulus confirmed. Oh my god. That's not something you see every day. Wow. Alright. Okay. Just leave that right there as I continue talking. So, Witchy, Harley Rider, hey, welcome back. So, Alex Hoop says, as long as it doesn't cross over the river, I should be good. We'll be ready just in case. Thank you. Which exact river? I'm not sure. Where exactly are you? There's been a change in evacuation orders. Dusty says, there's your pyrocumulus. Yeah, yep. I hate being right. Did I ever mention I hate being right? Broke the cat big time. Yeah, that thing just went surfing. That's in the upper atmosphere. Holy crap. So if it collapses, like if it runs out of the heavier fuels and goes to the lighter fuel, that'll spread the fire in all directions. So be very careful with this, guys. This could get out of hand extremely quickly if it does. Pilot just said his visual is 1,500 feet. Really? Wow. Yikes. Yeah, it's insane. This is bad. So, okay, guys, this is Placer County / El Dorado County, and we can't even get a straight answer as to is the general region under mandatory evacuations. They changed their map and they haven't issued an official statement. That may mean that they are extremely busy with something right now. Too busy to pick a phone out of their pocket, tweet something. They may have thought, well, the map says it all. So we're erring on the side of caution here. Harley Rider says there's a lot of fuel. Yeah, there's a lot of dead trees, and so it's climbing. Right now, it's going northeast, climbing up into the hills, being pushed by the wind. If the wind gusts, I mean, here's the thing. Don't look at the weather. Oh my God, to tell exactly what it's going to do. You don't look at the weather report to see what a fire's wind is going to be doing after it reaches this point. When it's got its own pyrocumulus cloud, it starts to make its own weather. So when heat rises, the most efficient way and fastest way for it to be propelled up into the sky, it is with this tremendous fire, is a twist. So it'll begin to twist, and we know the center of these pyrocumulus clouds are like vortexes, like stationary tornadoes that go thousands of feet up into the air. We saw that during the Dixie when FLIR cameras, probably for the first time, gave us an idea of what's in the center. And it's basically a couple 1,000-foot tall vortex. Called tornadoes if they move, and if their wind speed passes F1 speed, which is, I believe, 75 miles an hour. Well, oftentimes they are past 75 miles an hour, but they don't move, so we still call them a vortex. So this depletes its fuels, and so if it can't keep propelling all of the heat this high up into the atmosphere and it loses its steam, what happens is it collapses and it puts fire in every direction, in all directions, and this is pretty tremendously horrible when it happens, according to firefighters who witnessed such a thing. In fact, when it's predicted to happen, they get a call, get the hell out of the way, retreat. Yeah, there's live copter views, and I wanted to show that. I linked to that, but I can't show too much of that because of nature copyright stuff. So let me go and see if KCRA is live on YouTube and not just Twitter. Looks like they are. This, at least on YouTube, I can stop it and start it and make comments, and we don't have to be looking at it 100% of the time. I can go to areas that are worth mentioning, like here, the visibility is so poor, aircraft are probably going to have to stop, which means our best hope of getting a quick containment is gone. Noon the next day is when you want to get your containment lines really strong and stop forward progress. Well, it's noon, it's the next day. That's a forlorn hope. It's over. Just like with the Fairview, it's over. So, it's just bad. Trying to get a clip that would illustrate the scope. Like if they do a huge zoom out, it'll give us a different perspective. Then they'll alert wildfire cams, and well, that, I hope that satisfies. Look how massive it just got. We had a 400 to 900 acre affair in the morning, well beyond 1,000. It's cooking and spotting to the northeast and east and going up the hill with the wind. So I think they had 400 personnel around midnight. That's not enough. It takes a long time to get people up there to the mountains to respond. So it now currently looks like a nuclear bond. Well, that's amazing. That's an S2. They have small retardant drops, and only the S2s have been up there so far. The VLATs have been down at the Fairview and what's happening at Big Bear. The very large aerial tankers. These are the itty-bitty guys. Valiant little fighters, but God, I love this footage. Wow. KCRA does incredible work. It's just beautiful. but some of their footage was alarming, where it showed them going into black smoke like this, and planes disappearing in the smoke and coming out of it. They won't be able to do that for long. So like here, bam, disappears into black smoke. That's just terrifying for a pilot. Comes in and out of it. They're flipping, wow, I think they're flipping different filters in front of the lens. It is bright in some areas and it's incredibly dense and dark in others. So that gives you an idea of just how massive this has gotten. And this, oh, where's our nuclear bomb footage? This is how it looks like a nuclear bomb. All mushroom clouds are formed by the same thing, and that's tremendous heat. God, backwards it looks eerie. The reason it looks like a mushroom is that it's going straight up, and so it's a column, but it loses its heat, and it's chilling off because the atmosphere is very cold up there. And so as it chills off, it reaches a, well, it doesn't rise anymore because there's no more heat. And that's why it plateaus out, and you get the mushroom effect. That's the way it currently looks. Everything has changed in less than an hour. The hashtag for El Dorado County is back up to the top. I'm sharing more shelter info, and yes, we'll go back and look at the Fairview. If you want me to look at your specific fire, go ahead and ask the questions. Richie says if that smoke cloud collapses, it'll get ugly quick. Absolutely. So, go before you're told is your best outcome. Broke Fishing says Tanker 911 is incoming. Okay, it's time to tune into Placer County. So I'm gonna change my Broadcastify right here. I had muted the Riverside stuff. Which, why can't I hear it? Okay, yeah, there's not much chatter going on, so I'm going to go ahead and switch us over to Placer County. Bear with me. Is West Placer County, Grass Fire Valley in the U.S., Western Nevada. Let me see if there's different. Yeah, there's just static right now. I don't know what the volume's going to be. Sorry if it blasts us out. I wonder if it's CAL FIRE SHU. They often have firefighter chatter. Or if it could be El Dorado County. Grass Valley is Nevada County. Right? That seems to be the airport of choice right now. We'll try to find it. Witchy, do you have a specific channel you think we should be listening to? I don't see a whole lot of listeners. Okay, law enforcement and CAL FIRE. 100 listeners. So let's turn that one on.
Okay.
Hang on, 2 channels are at once here. Wow. 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 It's the last 15 minutes, folks, of the Mosquito Fire. I am more concerned about this in a pyrocumulus around Fairview because the terrain is different. This is the deadly Sierras terrain and has wiped out so many towns in the region over the last several years. There's a lot of dead fuel in this situation. This is what my neck of the woods, what I'm familiar with. Okay, This is mostly static. Jamie Dean says, thanks guys. He says, how far is it from Truckee on lunch break? I can show you exactly how far it is from Truckee. It's pretty far. Let's turn off fire history. So, yeah, Truckee's uphill, but yeah, about 50, 60 miles. Cogito said. Got a ways. It probably will reverse course and go back to the west around midnight if the winds change, unless there's some crazy storm or something. Alan T says evacuation orders issued to Forest Hill, west to Hillcrest Mobile Home Park. Please refer to the map. Yep. Yep, we've been showing the map. This is went all red, and yet they didn't even explain it. Like we still have yet to see an official Twitter channel or anything of the sort to explain the evacuation. So I do have confirmation too from an old press conference I just saw that with the Fairview fire, the 2 people that were killed by it were trying to escape by vehicle on Avery Ridge Road. So this goes to show that the window of opportunity to leave by vehicle is something that closes, and most fatalities tend to happen in the vehicle as people, well, the people that have vehicles, fail to realize that there's a point in time you should not try to drive through a fire. You should look for shelters around you, pools, ponds, and culverts, bridges, and you should write it out. It's never going to be your home. Don't try to defend your home. That's an instinct, but that won't work. Go to a golf course, a recently plowed field, an open, grassy, green meadow. Park there, write it out. And if flaming debris rolls up against your car, get out, punt it out of the way, wrap that wool blanket around your foot, punt it out of the way, or bring with you a small shovel or something. Get back in your car and ride it out. Get somewhere where there's nothing to burn, like a construction site, baseball diamond, the high school parking lot, the big box store parking lot. So Valerie Klein says yes. Yeah. Valerie Klein says yesterday and today I'm seeing what looked like thunderhead clouds from Reno in the northwest. Wondering if they're
U4 to the end of Gold Street to start on the apartments down there at the end.
Okay, we're listening to Placer County.
Should be zone 106 if you ever met.
Yeah. Really, there's usually a shelter nearby people that they just don't realize. That could just be the golf course. I mean, that's where firefighters chill out. Green, shortcut grass doesn't burn. The only thing you really need to be concerned about in such a place, like a baseball diamond, football field, look for vegetation above you, like trees around you. And if they fell down, could they reach you? Could they squash your car? And make sure you're not parked underneath them. Make sure you're not by a propane tank and such that could blow up. Keep your distance, And just stay calm and cool. Get your N95 on, read a book in the car, and if a trash can on fire rolls up against you, just punt it out of the way, get back in your car. So, but do not drive on a road where you can't see in front of you. You can't verify that the fire's not in front of you already. Where you can't verify if burning trees haven't fallen down already. That's the number one way people get trapped, is fires behind them, but because they're going downwind,
Pacific Cruise James Road,
it gets in front of them. I'm going to look now at the Fairview fire and take a look. There's really nothing to see. The cameras are all smoked in. And I thought the excitement would be at Big Bear today. But it's not. It's all about the mosquito. Surprise, surprise. Sam Allen says a new fire south of the international borders visible on HP Ren on Las Piñas South. Oh my god, my ears just shattered. I'm sorry, friends. Oh god. I can't even tell which channel that was. Got two going, Placer County Law Enforcement and CAL FIRE and West Placer Grass Valley. So let me take a look. Oh god. So Big Bear is looking the least dangerous at the moment. I think that was West Placer.
In the gold, there should be an apartment complex. If you guys could evac that.
Okay.
Lemons, we just landed. We're in the very back, working our way forward.
Once again, the Mosquito Fire has really blown up. There's new evacuations. There's a dearth of information. We're trying to make sense of it. So they updated their official evacuation maps to all mandatory without explaining this with words. So, yeah. So looking at Lisa Mojica, hello, says I'm feeling a bit selfish as I have friends in Big Bear. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not even sure what that means. Brokefish Inn says 6 fires confirmed, 2 on BLM on Cow Creek tribal lands and 2 on private timberlands. 3 fires near Coffee Creek drainage near Milo, Oregon. 3 fires are near Dead Man Creek.
So we're going to start medical as well.
Tiller, Oregon area. So that must have been lightning. Yeah, LNT says Smitty, and there's a consensus among the firefighters in chat right now. Advise early evacuation for the entire Forest Hill area. Go now. This is our advice. These are from people who know.
Turn you guys up.
So, Sam Allen says I saw it on the cam. Dang, yeah, there's a fire in Mexico across the border. So.
Hey, just info, we're sending you Lindens, Houston, Howley, and Powell to help out because of the apartment complex in there.
Okay, is anybody familiar with what he's talking about? This is Placer County.
Do you want to have them do the apartment complex and then check out back in?
I think they're talking about evacuation.
Yeah, wherever you need them, we're just sending them down because we know there's a lot of places to check in there. You can direct them to wherever you need them in there. I'll take it there.
Bird.
Copy. Have them 98 across from Fire Station 88 on Gold Street.
That sounds to me like they're coordinating evacuations furiously.
Yeah, copy. We're 97 at the apartment complex evacuating now.
Yes, exactly. They're evacuating now. This is the Forest Hill PCWA cam. It's looking nasty.
Just copy that. They're already at the apartment complex.
Even the birds are leaving.
Merlin Helper, did you guys copy that so you got more bodies in there helping out? You need to have something covered.
Looks like we have enough bodies for Section 106.
Section 106 being evacuated.
Machado Williams. Go ahead.
Whatever that is.
102 is completed. Myself, Kamalo, Regal, and Stoll are available. Copy. Myers and Wilson, you guys still up in that 102 area also?
Mayflower Road. We'll be working our way back towards Jinky Jim.
Copy.
Okay, on watch duty.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's something about Church Street. Did you already send the other guys down Church Street?
Is that Forest Hill, guys? Church Street?
medical for an altered female. Patient's going to be near the parking lot under a tree. 11485 C Avenue across the Richardson Drive and 2nd Street. 1235.
Sorry about the double broadcast there. That was on 2 different feeds.
Right now we're at Granite Chief.
Okay, so I don't know what Church Street is or which town they're in, but they're going door to door to evacuate an apartment complex. It's getting extremely smoky and trucky. People are reporting.
Good. We got subject to the apartments, disabled, missing a leg, in a wheelchair, wants to leave. Doesn't know how he can. Do we know who I should get a hold of as far as services for that? Or should we just figure it out?
Hey, True, California Girl 1.
Give us the address again, and we'll make notes and we'll get some resources out there. It's the apartments, 5765, Unit 15, 15. Confirm on Gold Street.
It's looking quite nuclear.
Copy, thanks. Anybody on evac, if you need to contact us, contact Sergeant Spencer after you get another radio.
Okay, we have an evacuation watch too. Yeah, Sister Golden Hair is pointing out it's a Concal that Butte County's got a little fire, and watch duty is explaining that it's a structure is threatened and about an acre and a half-ish, something like that. Yeah, this is a
37 Break Pretty Medical Station 3, Sacramento Street.
I don't know, Cheryl. I don't know. Yeah, Church Street is in Forest Hill. They're going door to door at Forest Hill, guys. They're at an apartment complex. I think Forest Hill's under mandatory evacuation, and if there's any confusion, just go now. Check on your neighbors, make your texts, call them, make sure they know, especially the elderly. Fill your car up with, your heirlooms and stuff, but please, I usually suggest that people leave a seat open.
Access is going to be Gate 4, Sisters of Mercy, 535 Sacramento Street, Unit 106, across Adriana Place and Auburn Fulton Road, 1238.
So that you can take somebody if you need to, and offer rides. If somebody doesn't have a car, ask if people have gas, make sure their car starts, and verify that they are leaving the neighborhood with you. If you leave and they can't start their car, then they lose power and they can't open their garage door. Show people how to use the handle.
C Avenue, patient left the area, cancel response to 181.
If you're a grown man, with strength, then check on the weaker people, So Witchy says Forest Hills under mandatory, it's time to go. Yeah. With heavy spotting, leave before you're told. Yes, and pick up people who may be walking. You have to be able to live. You have to make the decisions you're able to live with. If you put a computer in your front seat and not a person, it's hard. Bring a jug of water, bring your medications, your papers, like identification papers, passports and such, birth certificates, and bring medication for sure. Bring, overnight bag, that sort of thing, but it's stuff like pet food, stuff like that. But start making your way out. Get your N95 masks. That is what you need for the feeling like you can breathe. So, Island T says resources are probably going to be stretched thin, not to mention the heat. Yeah, just go to door yourself. Let your own neighborhood know. So sheriff doesn't have to. There's fewer than 400 firefighters in the area, and they're probably going to the lines. As soon as these places are evacuated, the sooner they can get their job and get back to fighting it. But if they hear people have been left behind, then they have to go back for them, and they can't go and man the front lines. So the most likely outcome for your neighborhood surviving is everybody going, so that they don't have to worry about stuff like that. Valerie Klein says it's so scary having to evac. I had to do it last year.
12 on with 18.
Yeah. Just remember, be the calm. Calm is contagious. There's no, even when you're in a hurry, don't be in a hurry so that there's no accident. Yeah. Make sure you have pet food and water and jug of water.
Additional RPs following close by in a Gold Odyssey. Female seems very confused.
Also, we're out with that female.
10-4.
Do not turn on your sprinklers. Do not do that. The firefighters need your well water, and they need the city water. They need the water pressure. It's not going to help.
Also, can you check locals for an Evelyn Grosjean?
Stand by on 911.
I'm really not as concerned about what's happening in Butte County right now. It's relatively flat land. I mean, Concow is a bowl, but hopefully taken care of by the units that responded.
Confirming the female is Evelyn.
Yeah, things are deteriorating quickly here. Refresh. I'd be quite alarmed, even if you're...
I'm landline with the sister who's been looking for her for the past hour.
I'm going to mute that a second.
East of Joyner on 12 Bridges in the westbound lanes on the sidewalk.
Okay. If you are uphill, that's where the fire is going. So start getting ready to go, even if you're not being told to. I'm not familiar with the area, but where it's saying stuff like Westville, if you're up there, start making your preps to go, and I would go as soon as I was able to. So somebody just opened mic said,
What address are you talking about?
"Did you get this residence back here? Check on it."
6224 by the cemetery. After you guys down at 5238.
Hey Braden, yeah, it's nuclear.
How's it done? Machado, Houston.
This is the view from the Forest Hill cam. 3-hour time
Forest Hill
lapse.
apartments are done with the exception of that one that we're figuring out.
This is a bit of a surprise for how bad it got today. I thought it would be back page news. It's gone insane. Everything changed within the last hour and 20 minutes.
Picked up from that Greenwich address you guys are on towards town.
3-hour time lapse.
Copy.
The Auburn cam pivots over and bam. And you know what's happened right before I wanted to go to bed, so this is what happens. Yeah, Braden, anybody northeast of the fire, that's the way it's headed. It's headed uphill, being pushed by somewhat gentle winds, but fire loves to climb.
To Harrison and Church. You have anything else you need us for? Not at this time.
And we're still covering what's going on in Big Bear Lake and stuff, but that fire is actually doing better as far as wind and stuff. Not much to be said.
En route.
The Fairview is smoking. We can't tell what's going on. But the Mosquito just went nuclear.
Also, do you know where from?
Sun City.
Dusty. It doesn't matter what time of day I plan to go to bed. That's when something happens. It's like the Rum Creek fire got boring. I said, I'm going to go to bed, guys. And they go, there's a fire crew trapped. There's fire below and above them. And I went, oh, God. You have about 5 minutes to leave. And so as soon as that was over and everything was fine.
I have a well check call pending at the Hillcrest Mobile Home Park, space number 39. They're not sure if this client evacuated or may still be on scene. They have health issues and they're not being able to get a hold of anyone.
If you want to be a hero, go to an elderly residence and offer them a ride. Mobile home parks, rest homes, whatever, just wherever you know they are, go. Take somebody out. Exactly, broke fish in. So right after the fire crew on the Rum Creek fire several days ago was okay and had somewhat close call, I guess. I was like, okay, I'll go to bed now. It's 3:30 in the morning, and that's when fire crew, there's a hail of bullets somewhere and a bunch of shooting, and they didn't know if they were being shot at. It doesn't matter. If I say I'm going to bed, something crazy happens, no matter what time it is.
Definitely, thank you.
Hooper says hello. Yesterday went to the park only for the sun to be blocked in Southern California. Yeah. Joe Baker says the fire in Butte County is holding at 2 acres. Progress looking good. Good. Butte County doesn't need any more crap. L&T, guess $9.11, like 911. I get it. Thank you so much, Alan. Life-saving info brought to you live on Captain's World Wildfire Tracking. I don't know if we were the first to put it out there, but probably were. Maybe. I don't know. Stacy might have been on Twitter. She's on top of things. Thank you so much for your continued donation of time and your wisdom and your money. Thank you. I have to quit and get a real job if I don't get money. So, thank you, Bob, too. Again. Wow.
Have you checked Sierra Dawn Apartments yet? Does someone work on that?
You're above and beyond.
Day's room has been done. By Olson on the sand. We're going back to tag the addresses with the tape.
I don't know what's wrong with watch duty.
We just had a citizen saying that there's someone in number 6 that's not mobile and needs help getting out. Just don't know if that was clear already or not.
If nobody's going to update watch duty, then I will, damn it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we spoke with him, and he said he was on his way out. He was mobile enough to answer the door and coherent enough to say he was on his way.
Copy. Thanks.
Fires, are you with Boy, Henry, and the pop units?
Finally, watch duty got a decent update. Good.
So, sisters on scene. More Cooper.
We have an evacuation warning for Gwinnett. Residents who live north of Wentworth Springs, east of Lofty Peak Lane, south of Placer County Line, west of Black Eyed Pea Road, need to prepare to evacuate. Please use time to gather belongings and prepare. So, Gwinnett, get ready. Please use, there will be deputies in the area going door to door to notify. Well, if we're lucky. Be prepared to evacuate if this warning becomes mandatory. So, Gwinnett, get ready.
Are you on the pop units working on anything right now?
People should be heading to School Community Church, 863 Cave Valley Road. That's That is a temporary gathering point for evacuees. An evacuation warning was issued for Finning Mill to Sugar Pine to Elliott Ranch to Forest Hill Road. Oh, that already went mandatory. I mean, that was Zone 6, and you were talking about that. So, finally, somebody updated watch duty. I'm sorry, I can't adjust the volume of all of that. It would be a crazy slider thing. So let's look at the multicam view. Man, earlier it looked really like a nuclear bomb.
Placerite is 23.
Hi, 23.
Oh, thank you so much, Patrick Fisher, for your kind donation.
97 on that Hillcrest mobile home. Welfare check, space 39, and we're good for.
I just 23, 10 more copy, go for it, thank you.
I wonder if there's any Caltrans cameras in the area. Let's check on that. That might give us another perspective here.
6 Tom, X-ray 747 on a gray Mercedes SUV.
Okay, let's see. I didn't think about this before. Oh yeah. Okay. Dang it. No, of course there's nothing near Forest Hill. Only the major highways, okay. Was worth a shot. I wonder if the smoke, though, is kind of visible. Oh, I gotta turn up my dark mode. Odd. That's flat. I'm having trouble seeing that. Okay, so we don't have Caltrans views. Usually
3 for possible heat exhaustion. Subject is alert and conscious.
Back to the mayhem. So, thank you so much, Fisher, for the kind words, Mr. Fisher. Kate Garcia says, I learned so much from you. You're always concise when I hear about a fire. I look to your channel. Thank you. You're very welcome, and I wish I was here for other reasons. I think to have fun with people, but I wish I was telling you about the history of this area. Whoops. I somehow highlighted that and screwed that up. And I wish I had filmed it, because now I'm really worried we're about to lose a lot of the mining history. I just gotta get out there and film more stuff. This is frightening. But thank you for the kind words and the encouragement, guys. And thank you all for being here and helping us cover this. If you know anybody who does not know about the Mosquito Fire blowing up, and do not assume that anybody knows about this, make your phone calls, make your texts, share this link with anybody you think that might benefit. Channel. Put it on your own. Put it on your own Facebook, Twitter, whatever. The like button will help it trend.
6120 Church.
Because the YouTube algorithm won't show anything that people are looking for unless it's a trending video, because I don't have a million views. Excuse me. Because while the channel has a million views, we don't have a million subscribers or anything of the sort. So all of the mainstream media stuff from yesterday's coverage will be at the top of everybody's feed unless there's a trending video. And so the like button helps that. Of course, viewership, but I don't know. We're just trying to trick the algorithm. So, Patrick Fisher says, called all the offices of ours within an hour of Forestville to make sure every agent knows. Wow, okay. True California Girl, thank you so much for your donation too. $19.99. I'm on sale today, guys, for $19.99. Kathy P says at Tackwitz High School now at the Red Cross shelter. Okay. Thanks, Kathy. How is it looking? You just shared me on Facebook. Thank you. And I hope everybody is leaving.
76 is Memorial Hall still the evac site?
So I have tweeted stuff, so my Twitter has a lot of information too. It's at K Wildfires. Should have a ready-made link. I just don't for some reason. I'm really sick, guys. Bear with me. I've had a killer flu. And I've been awake since 6:30 p.m. yesterday. My voice is failing. I gotta go get something that'll soothe it. So I'll leave you with these frightening images right here. We're listening to Placer County. They're going door to door with evacuations. They're doing a lot of welfare checks. A lot of people are calling.
7 Bell Road and the Auburn Fairgrounds for animals.
Okay, so here's another thing. If you see somebody you don't think is going to evacuate or you're not sure, then write down their address. If you have their phone number and stuff too, call the sheriff's office and say, welfare check on such and such person. I did not see them leave. Please verify that they left. This will be tremendously helpful for anybody that you think might refuse or be unaware or you couldn't reach. Maybe they're on their property out in their yard in their gator or something away from...
Be advised, the RO of that vehicle is on CRCS for 20,001 and has a 1036 Mary out of Kern County for traffic.
Good.
And they're trying to get him to stand by.
10-4, all of 12 Henry and Pop 3, Pop 6 en route.
Copy, 12 Henry, Pop 3, Pop 6. We're trying to reconnect with him to find out his status.
Right now the fire's...
Get the address for the daughter. We can assist with the evac.
The fire's going uphill, northeast, you know. The winds are kind of gently pushing it that way.
And whoever was trying to stop him from continuing is now following him. Sounds like they're kind of in a mini pursuit. He's trying to get to 24233 racetrack.
Alright, a 15.
What? Did somebody blow through a roadblock or something?
The CHP is pursuing that Ford Explorer. They just passed Dollar General.
What?
Passed out Dollar General. 12 Henry, Pop 3, Pop 6, copy.
Over.
Henry and Pop units, if you just want to meet him at that address, you don't need to pursue him through town.
Over. And they had one motor and one patrol car in the pursuit.
As far as so.
Okay.
Subject yielded at racetrack and Pine. CHP doing a volume stop.
Fort Hill. Sorry, copy. 10-8 Fort Hill, 1259.
My throat's ragged, but I'm out of milk. All I have is half and half to drink. Oh, God. This is a little rich for my blood. But I gotta continue talking. Okay. Quinette is the next place that's probably gonna go mandatory. Everybody's gotta go. Prepare to go.
It is complete. We'll move over to Low Street if so needed.
We should have 4 units already working that area.
Just occurs to me some of my own relatives and law enforcement are probably headed that way to help. They get recruited for stuff in the valley, everything from paradise to the bear to the Caldor. Okay. Alright, I'm back at the keyboard. Friends, let me go back to
Unit head into low. Can you re-identify?
the Dollar General in Forest Hill. Okay. What do you think that was about? Was he trying to burst through to check on things himself? Like people, pets? I don't know.
I won't be out with that people and that subject.
Yeah. Well, I got half and half and chocolate, so hopefully that serves. I don't want to have hot tea right now. It's a little bit warm in here because my video card's working overtime on this stream, guys.
12
No.
AM, Pop 697.
Sorry, Pop 604.
I'm broadcasting and recording and rendering these little video things and have about 63 tabs open right now. About 32 on each monitor, so fun times. So I just changed into lighter attire, but there's like a heater under my desk called my computer right now. Oh. Okay, so I'm in the kitchen. Be right back with you. I'll look at chat in a second. Gotta get some chocolate, some caffeine. If you ever want to hold out when you push your body to do stuff, you have to constantly eat. That's the only thing that keeps you going with sleep deprivation. I don't want to make myself sicker. This is a hard decision to keep going right now, but it's quite important. If I have to, I'll turn it over to the mods and take a nap. But the thing is I don't nap, so when I go down, I'll probably sleep for 8 to 10 hours. So you can see my hesitation going to sleep. It's very different when people could say, you know, when people are packing and stuff and need their evacuation info, they're just listening. They're not here to watch, and so when I hand it over to the mods, it just becomes a text in chat kind of thing. And it's not as effective at warning people at stuff, and we lose the ability to switch cams. The cams all turn off one by one as they detect no mouse movement. If there's a new fire that breaks out, we can't switch to it. Yeah, look at the Fairview, guys. Just as ugly as ever. True California girls, can we send you a pizza and some milk? Thank you. Yeah, I could use that. That would be awesome, a pizza and milk.
Good. Yeah, you guys down on church, I think it's still all of our zone is complete.
So we're still looking at the Fairview. I don't see too much going on.
Across Maine. Done.
We lost visibility on most Fairview cams. This is a kind of a rare break. It's just smoking up the valley, and I do want to cover.
Zone. I'm sure they got taken care of somewhere. It's a different zone though.
They're requesting additional resources on the Fairview. We knew that.
Go ahead. Keisha 24552 Low Street. Refusal to leave. Stay in place.
Confirming 2455 low.
24552 low.
The Fairview, they're requesting water buckets, hay, and feed nets at the Animal Rescue Evacuation Shelter.
Do you take over comms from Machado?
On Anza Road. Temecula.
Copy. Zone 103 is complete. We will log our refusals in CAD.
Copy, thank you. Confirming that is Chevy.
Stand by.
Okay, friends, I'll look back at chat. I'm sorry. Can we
Same
Uber
thing,
Eats?
2008 Mazda out of Lincoln.
Stand for. What are the last four of the VIN?
You know, let me think about that. I can't keep much down right now with the flu. If I got a whole pizza, I'm trying to figure out what kind of pizza I could keep down. Hang on. You guys are so sweet.
1272.
I'm really so tired. I know it's hard to think.
Stokes and dial you guys up.
I'm
AMR's transferring to Auburn State. 1272, 1306.
you know,
Is there anyone with special needs in there for transport?
Sorry. I'll talk in a second.
Spencer Olson.
This is the evacuation map for Big Bear. I don't see a change. So I just looked down.
Spencer Olson.
I just looked down at watch duty and stuff.
So Sam and I are ready for a new assignment. If you got one for us, we're going to report back to the CP.
This is the current official evacuation map for San Bernardino County. So,
Do you have your map of 110 area?
The Bear Fire, honestly, Big Bear Fire looks better than normal. I mean, look, the smoke column's going vertical. That means there's not that much strong wind, so yay.
Negative, I think that was sent after.
Fairview.
Sent out.
Fairview's concerning. The Mosquito is ultra concerning.
Temporal texting. It'll be 110A.
Pepperoni and onion pizza. I hate you, Dusty. Get out. Just kidding. GTTO was just hiking that area last Saturday morning and noticed how much fuel, fire fuel was there. Yeah.
Powers, fires, you're 20.
Yeah. Having a wet spring is a bad situation.
Cool.
Lots of brush growth. Yeah, Julia T, thank you for the prayers, too. Yeah. Julia T, this is scary. I mean, you can feel the strain in my voice. This is one of the worst places on earth to have a fire, where fire can do things that people think is impossible. Now there's a helicopter with the Bambi bucket coming to Forest Hill. Guys, check it out. There are air resources, but I don't know what they can do with something this smoky. They can try to protect Forest Hill, because the big threat to Forest Hill is one, at any time the column can collapse. It's been shredding sparks everywhere. Okay, I can barely talk now. I gotta get some blood sugar in me. Let me get some Oreos here, and I'll think about whether or not pizza I could stomach. Kind of pizza that would be okay would be like a margarita right now. Just mozzarella and no meat or anything.
Sam 20, you can show 441 FSTs.
You guys are so sweet. I'm still contemplating what the best move is. And meanwhile, I'll have a couple cookies. So, the thing about protecting Forest Hill is at night, the wind shift will definitely burst, and a fire might come back down to the southwest. But right now, the immediate danger is the column collapsing and embers.
Go ahead.
And tremendous wind gusts going
Have another address to add that need assistance in evacuating.
360-degree kind of a whirlwind craziness. Hang on.
2455 Granite Chief Place, 2455 Granite Chief. They have looks like 3 elderly adults at that location. They have no vehicle.
You can listen to these addresses too if you're still in Forest Hill, and you can volunteer to be somebody's ride. You can go talk to law enforcement and say, hey, I can be somebody's ride. So, Richie says Tanker 103 inbound to Mosquito Fire on the scene now. Good. Let's look at the, see where they're at. I was hoping we could hear more pilot stuff, but we haven't been able to find a pilot chatter channel. Anybody knows about one, that would be good. I kind of wondered if it was, there it is, orange fish. Or is that sky whale? A whale shark. I don't know, there's 2 MD-80.
One more assistance needed. Forest Hill, Robinson Flat. There's a subject in an RV who's run out of gas.
Unfortunately, gas prices have been too high for everybody to keep the recommended, 3/4 of a tank in fire season at least. Bad recipe here. So, yeah, I love these tankers. We could see them in front of the cams. These are mostly long distance cams. I don't think we'll see a lot. It was pretty exciting. We saw some good drops on Big Bear, but this is not. Okay, so Meadowbrook 2 cam. It looks nuclear. Yep.
109 is complete. 10-4.
This got big. Let's do a 3-hour time. That's when we first started going, oh, and we were like, uh-oh, uh-oh, oh dear, oh my, oh God, holy crap, oh my God, and that's where we currently are. Sobering. If you didn't catch that, here's a replay. Look at the little wind gauges going nuts. Flapping around. It'll start making its own wind from now on, so whatever the forecast is not that relevant. The wind in, on, and around the fire is going to be of its own making. Whoa, half and half is a little rich, but yes, I would definitely accept a Uber Eats gift card right now. Totally. I'll get some groceries with it. Milk would be good. And I'm out of sugar. Definitely one needs sugar. Stay awake in the coffee. I've got coffee. I know, Cheryl. I mean, it looked exactly like a nuclear bomb earlier today. Like the mushroom cloud was nuts. Cheryl says, 17th of August, 2022, CAL FIRE's recently released arson investigation found the Dixie Fire was caused when a 65-foot tall Douglas fir fell onto PG&E power line. Oh yeah. Sure, blame a tree. Well, here's the thing. There were 2 fire starts by PG&E that made the Dixie Fire what it was, and the other one was the Fly Fire by Quincy. Lest we forget, they were just about to really get a handle on the Dixie. They were getting the upper hand when PG&E's equipment started the second fire called the Fly Fire, and once it merged with the Dixie, it was just called the Dixie. Lest we forget, they had to drop everything, including preparations to protect Greenville at Round Valley Reservoir. They drew down, I believe, some of their response there to scramble for the emergency response with the Fly Fire to save Quincy and save Taylorsville and Crescent Mills. Lest we forget. And trimming back their vegetation and not allowing big trees to grow anywhere near their power lines is their legal responsibility. Lest we forget, testifying was, what I heard, guy who saw surges in the lines was afraid he'd lose his job if he shut off the power without verifying that there was a fire first. So while he could have shut off the power from his location down by Cresta, he instead drove up a windy dirt road to verify visually there was a fire. Once he saw it, he was out of cell phone range and couldn't call 911 or anything. He was left with a horrible choice to go back down to Cresta to try to turn off the power, leave the fire to its own devices, and hopefully get cell phone service, which in the Feather River Canyon is a forlorn hope. Or try to fight it himself. He tried to fight it himself with a much delayed response. California needs a law right now protecting any whistleblowers. You will not lose your job if you do something to prevent wildfire. Who cares if the power gets shut off for an hour or two? The Dixie Fire spanned 5 counties and destroyed 52% of Plumas County National Forest, erased towns, and destroyed lives. And the region won't be the same in our lifetime or the next generation's lifetime either. It may never truly recover. Not quite like it was. The topsoil is washing away. The old growth forest that had just recently become old growth is gone. There's the less I can go on about this.
We're at Cedar Roseville.
It wasn't because of a tree. They don't inspect hazard trees, and even when they identify them, just like in the Zog fire, they don't have a priority to do anything about it.
503, go ahead.
So,
503 on California 5, Boy Edward John 423, a black Chevy Tahoe.
dang, look at this view. Look at all the dead trees. If the fire reaches this is going to be a mega fire. This is what happens when you don't salvage log after a previous fire. You prime the landscape for a new source. I really hope it doesn't reach this stuff. Is that a bird or is that a plane?
We took a call, or CHP took an anonymous call from a female stating on Forest Hill near the mill site there's a semi-truck fully loaded with ammo and concerned about it catching on fire.
Oh God. That's a bird, by the way. That might be an eagle. Big. There was an eagle on the Forest Hill cam that seemed to take off. Could be a golden eagle, but it's leaving the building.
You can look them up in KPF. They often have those terms in there. You can log anything of note.
Copy, so run them out.
Paper.
Sam Allen says, I hope we don't break a fire on Friday with all our resources out of Kent County. Yeah. Okay. Sam Allen says the cam at Cal Fire Ramona AEB shows only one S2 parked on the apron with the other S2 gone and an OV-10 spotter plane gone as well. Okay. So, yeah, Alan T's got the PayPal link. Where'd Alan go? If you look at the channel...
All the properties on the left have the frontage of Forest Hill Road. I'm just going down the front.
Sorry, I'll just show you. Here's how you look at my channel. Click on a video, for example.
You want me to come around and get you?
I'll meet you at the post office.
Press that. Okay. Got the channel. Press that. About. Scroll down. You got my email. You got the links to Twitter. Donate with PayPal. It's on the About channel page. Let me copy and paste it. There y'all go. get you to Twitter. Should have this ready to go, but I don't. So it's twitter.com/kwildfires. That you'll find out a lot of info. When I can't go live, I go on Twitter. Description of the channel. And guys, we surpassed 1 million views, and I don't even know when. YouTube didn't even tell me when. I just noticed that one day and went, whoa. So thank you guys for making this what it is. We got more than 1 million views. Now, if you want to know when I go live, that's really hard to show you on my own channel because it'll be for me. It'll say managed stuff, you know. But if you go to any YouTube channel, play a video, whatever, you got a subscribe button.
Good.
Press
For
it.
any new calls for assistance, we're making new calls and then duplicating them into the fire call so they're easier to find. They'll show them as a separate log number to pull up the addresses and information.
You have to.
Thank you. I believe one Sam item 1. We're working on logistics for that.
You have to make a ringing bell.
One Sam, item 1 copy.
The ringing bell is your notifications, and all means that you theoretically should be notified.
Candlewood and South Creek.
You theoretically should be notified every time I go live, but that'll work with varying degrees of success due to the craziness of the YouTube app and its weirdness, and your own settings on your phones, etc. So, yes, thank you.
27 valid. He's a 290 registrant. He is compliant with his registration. He's also on parole for 288.
God, that looks nuclear. 3-hour time lapse. True California Girl says it's moving mostly to the north. Now, what will it do tonight? So sometime after midnight, which is typical. You know, we have to take this with a grain of salt. Weather prediction's pretty dang, you know, iffy. But what's typical is that the winds change direction every night and go back the opposite way because hot air rises. So all the heat to the valley during the day makes the hot air want to go up, and up is into the mountains. So you get the wind going to the northeast at night, during the day, excuse me. At night, the coolness of the night is going to suck out all the heat of the air, and it stops rising and cold air falls, and so it's going to go back down in the valley. So it depends on just how cold it gets at night and when. But last night it happened. It happened around 12:30 to 1 a.m. last night. You just look at like the forecast, like when is it supposed to be cooler? That's usually how you can kind of get a bead on what's going to happen. However, these fires start to make their own weather, so if it's reached enough fuel and the heat just keeps going and going, who knows what the heck they'll do. Plus, who knows if a thunderstorm comes by like it did yesterday, new lightning strikes, or if the wind just pushes it somewhere. What's going to be happening with like the monsoonal stuff coming out of Mexico, going past San Diego, going past Tahoe, going past this area last night, it really disrupted this fire and fueled it and gave it a whole bunch of erratic, unpredictable kind of growth, and just cooked it last night. It was really going. The winds kind of pushed it left, right, up, down, and it kind of blew back on itself, but it just kept fueling it. And then when the winds decided to go one direction today and the sun rose and the hot air and the heat hit, heat will make fires a lot more dangerous and active. Fire triangle, the three things fire needs is oxygen, fuel, heat. The hotter the temperature, the more it's going, ah, yeah, I got free energy. Alan T says, if you are under an area of evacuation, anticipate having to leave now and do not wait. Absolutely. Now here's the thing. Everybody who thought, well, now's a good time to leave with Forest Hill. What if a car accident down the hill just happened and blocked all lanes of traffic and it would take 4 hours to clear it? Can you imagine how screwed everybody in Forest Hill would be? One little accident can screw everyone. One panicking person that looks down at their cell phone instead of driving, and then boom, rear ends somebody else. One tree falling across the road, one thing like that happening, and the best way out is blocked. And it would take hours to redirect traffic to Iowa Hill Road or whatever the heck. Cindy P says, hi, Captain, everyone. Hello. So that's what happened in Dixie too. So I'm gonna go back up the chat. We can't tell what a fire will do, and that's what all these evacuations are about. It's the uncertainty factor. Knew exactly what it would do, I wouldn't be stressed out right now, and neither would anybody else. We might be sad because we would know exactly what the fire was going to do, what was going to chew through, but the stress is the unknown. Sometimes the stress of the unknown has the opposite effect of what you would think, and instead of getting the hell out of there, people will stay put. And just, there's a psychological phenomenon where if you've reached a maximum amount of stress in your life, you stop believing a threat is real. So please don't, with some, hang on. Okay. Police were talking about being at the elementary school there, but they were just talking about rendezvous. Oh, shut up. Okay. Whenever I talk, the radio just talks right over. So, here's something you should not do. If somebody is kind of shutting down, and the symptoms of that are, oh, I don't know, I've lived through World War II and World War I and the War of 1812, and that means that I'm invincible, and I don't think that this threat's as bad, and I don't need to move. You know, the kind of things that old people say, right? Or, I think the government's in control of the weather, and they'll shut this down when they feel like it, and evacuating won't help because space lasers will follow me wherever I go and burn me up. Or, I don't think that any of this is real. I can defend my house with a garden hose. Or, I'm just going to go watch TV. Or, I had a wildfire once, and things weren't that bad. Or whatever these weird-ass justifications are, right? Don't try to scare the hell out of them to make them do something. They're already scared and shutting down. In fact, their psyche reached, it's like a bucket of worriness. It's already overflowing, so that no new worry can enter and change their decision. They're overwhelmed, so they stopped believing in the danger. So you cannot influence them by trying to scare them. That's one of the bad things. They will dig in their heels, they'll be more stubborn, they'll be combative, they'll eventually be angry with you and screaming and yelling at you and stuff, and or slamming doors in your face. We encountered that a lot when people tried the, don't you know you could die? Kind of a, that's not a good way to convince anybody of anything. Yeah, they know they can die, that's why they're shutting down. So, what you should do is just tell them their options. And tell them they're in control of their life. Let them remind them of that. And say, this is the best case scenario what will unfold. This is the middle ground. This is the worst. And if you want your home to be saved and your stuff to be saved, what you have to do is cooperate with the authorities, because they might take a defensive stance around your neighborhood, but if they know that somebody didn't evacuate, they have to stop fighting the fire, like say on the north side of your neighborhood. They hear somebody's in the south, they have to go respond and try to drag that person out of their house in the south side of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, the fire starts to devour all of the homes of the north side and eventually lose the whole neighborhood because somebody didn't leave. So the best chance for the survival of your stuff and your neighborhood and the best outcome is to cooperate, just for practical reasons. And Usually with wildfires, the worst case scenario does not happen. It usually doesn't happen. But just in case it does, that's what evacuations are for. But likely you'll just have to spend some irritating days with the family, friends, relatives, or a shelter, and then you'll go back and everything's normal again. You clean up the soot from your place. Firefighters did their thing. And that's probably what you can expect. That's the most likely scenario. But you realize that there could be a middle ground where part of your neighborhood is gone, part of your town is gone. You get affected. You hear about rural, outlying ranches and stuff not making it. But that can happen. But it may be that nothing happens. Give success a chance and cooperate. It's up to you whether or not, very much so, the outcome of whether or not your neighborhood makes it. And so some rational reasoning like that, tell them what exactly they can expect. You're probably going to lose power. You're going to lose your phone service. You're going to lose your landline. You're going to lose your TV. You're going to lose even radio as radio towers get chewed through. You're going to be in a smoky hell. You will be in the dark, in the hot environment, and you really won't know what's happening anymore as the smoke comes in your neighborhood. You're deaf, dumb, and blind. And if you want to leave, you no longer have that opportunity. And you just have to wait it out, and your fate's no longer in your hands. This is what happens. This is what you have to expect. And that's not very pleasant. Or you could be hanging out with people, watching the news, being aware of the situation, knowing what's happening to you. And this is usually what people would rather deal with. You get to go to the store, you can go to a movie theater, cool off, talk to people in the same situation. You also don't have your friends and family worried sick over you. And you gave your neighborhood the best chance of survival. Just lay it out. Just spell it out. And maybe you do get pulled out by the firefighters, but they're not going to allow you to take a suitcase. They're going to put you on their truck, and they're going to get the hell out of Dodge City. And you're going to have to leave everything behind, your heirlooms or whatever you have packed up. So if you want anything to survive, you better get them out. This is just laying it out for people. Lisa Mahiga says, if you have a cluster B personality, you don't live in a rural area. Whoa. Wow, that's, wow, I know what that is. Dang. So, yeah. And also, just, if you have a loved one that doesn't want to leave, oh wow, there's some more airplanes right. See the red retardant splash right there? They're doing everything they can to protect Forest Hill and the other communities. You could see them. Okay, I'm listening to the radio. Okay, they're shutting down the Valero and shutting the gas pumps down.
576 en route to escort him now.
They just asked for the sheriff to help.
He's going to be in a brown Chevrolet pickup with 2 dirt bikes in the back.
Okay, sorry, I was partially muted, but they're shutting down the gas station. I don't know how many there are in this area. There's some more helicopters responding. But you won't have gas, groceries, anything. And if you do leave your house, well,
80 for Battalion 71 notification, engine 372. Truckee District, mutual aid to CAL Fire for a vehicle fire. Location, Floreston, eastbound for Battalion 71 notification, engine 372. Stand by for check that.
great. If you have a generator, you can't get gas. And there's a vehicle fire on 80 right now. Well, I keep talking about how these roads could be blocked. I don't want to be right. I was just using it as an explanation.
NEUC for command, Fire 23 for TAC, timeout 1335.
Okay, there's a vehicle fire on 80. Okay, why did, oh, yeah, somebody should have told me to update my ticker. It's not, it seems to be.
Coalition for the fraud of Lincoln.
10-4.
Keep forgetting to update the ticker.
Blaster Phil Robert. We're UTL via RO so far. We're going to stand by TOFI a little bit.
Okay, I updated it, guys. Sorry about that. Somebody tried to tell me. Yeah, it's mandatory evacuations and not questioned at all. They are going door to door. They're getting people out on Forest Hill and the surrounding area. So, Dusty says, if you can tell by the way the smoke is going pretty straight up that the fire is being driven by terrain and fuel right now, not the way. Yeah. But it's going to make its own.
Grass Valley, 6 getting.
There is a light wind that's going up canyon. And earlier today it was a lot more wind driven and light, you know. DRG&W says it's running towards a large stand of dead timber on the Forest Hill 1 camp. If it hits them, watch out and it will explode. That's what I keep telling people. Yeah. Now, if somebody won't evacuate, just straight up won't, tell the sheriff's office. They'll go get them. Sheriff Bear says, I would think each fire would have a live go-to site for info, evacs, animal, and stuff. They don't, Sheriff Bear. That's why I'm here. California doesn't have a one-stop shopping for all the fire info. That would be too easy. Every county's got its own stupid system that's different from other county. I don't mean that the county has a stupid system. I mean it's stupid that they differ. It confuses the hell out of the public. Why does the public have to sign up for emergency alerts? What the hell? Oh, by the way, this is extremely important. Do you have an iPhone or an Android, which is most everybody? Go now into your settings, go to your emergency alert apps, and make sure, especially on Android, the stupid button is not checked. Okay? Go into the settings of your phone, go to apps, for example, Watch Duty.
Machado, Gravely. Go ahead.
Do not have the button check that says remove permissions and free up space. Get rid of that and give all the permissions back to the emergency apps. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Android 12 and probably 13, I don't know, which just came out days ago, has this thing that's supposed to make your phone run faster, and that's if you don't use an app, such as open it manually, that within a few days, by default this is checked, it removes all the permissions from the app, such as the ability to notify you. And you won't hear a beep from your emergency alerts, even the one built into the phone that's supposed to be the government's alert system. I can't understand this. But it's called remove permissions and free up space. Go to all of your emergency apps and uncheck that box. Hit the permissions button and give all the permissions back. It's unreal. But I was like, why am I not getting updates for fires anymore? That was why. I don't believe it, but holy freaking crap. So that's basically disabled the permissions for the vast majority of anybody with a modern phone that they bought within the last year. Everything from Pixel 6s. Richie says I just got a whiff of the wildfire smoke at Virginia City. Hold on to your butts, guys. Backyard Mechanic says only 2 gas stations in Forest Hill. Well, the Valero's down. He is leaving. or she, whoever runs the Valero, is leaving. So it's not going to be a comfortable ride out. And apparently California law allows people to stay.
Civil 1, placer status, Civil 1.
However, you cannot leave your property. If you do, you're escorted out. This prevents evil criminal types and meth head types from watching all of their neighbors leave and then going, I'll go rob all my neighbors. You get caught up and down the roads, you are escorted the hell out of there. You will not be allowed back. So you better have a refrigerated stock and a generator with a lot of gas to keep it running. As I believe all power will be probably lost in this.
Good.
A lot of canned food.
Just confirm you're clear with the Valero owner.
Just about.
Ever.
Yep, that's Bald Mountain.
And I just have a Siskiyou advised the CP that he's going to be having to shut the pumps down. He can't get a truck up here for additional fuel.
1047, copy.
10-9, that's background.
People can't defend their own homes. It's not really
The Valero
possible.
owner has to shut down the pumps at the Valero. They can't get a truck up here for additional fuel.
10-4.
Very few people have the equipment to defend their own homes. They are usually prepared well above and beyond the call of duty from the average person. If you think a garden hose will do it, it means you don't have the skills.
Several reports of a vehicle rollover.
The people who defend their own homes usually have their own fire shelter to retreat to as well, such as a buried cargo container. Something of that sort. J Cat says, "What a time for a Windows update." Thanks, Windows.
Drivers out of the vehicle. Continue response. I'd like you to check up.
One of the worst things to be doing right now is trying to water your plants, wet down your property before leaving. Don't do that. I don't know if there's city water or well water here, but either way, the firefighters will want that to defend your stuff. Now, when a wildfire comes, the wind is going to dry everything out ASAP. So this is all for nothing. Your well-watered plants will shrivel and dry up into less than 2 hours. I mean, sometimes in 20 minutes if it's high winds. Look at that. So even if you went around raking up all your pine needles right now, just thinking that'll help your property, it won't matter because the wind will hit the trees and each tree will dump a couple 100 pounds of pine needles right before the fire arrives. So don't try to do that. The time for that is past. The time to go is here. So it looks like Tinker 912 is en route. Good. Finally a VLAT on the scene. Mountain Man 530 says, during Dixie, my neighbor came back to Westwood with a friend who had a pass. He was seen outside his house and removed by the sheriff. Yeah. They mean it. Like, do not leave your porch. If you're staying behind in a wildfire, you're going to be under suspicion of being a looter ready to rob your neighbors. And sheriff ain't got no time for that. If you're off your porch, you're riding in the back in cuffs. Yeah, I bet this is visible for miles, not just fucking. Yeah, Bonnie, and this is the thing. They've got really good looter detection. Don't worry anymore about like, oh no, will the sheriff, prevent looting? Oh yeah, because they actually get the military drones out too, and they set a lot of traps during the Caldor for looters and caught a lot of them red-handed. It was really satisfying. They had little camera traps on the roads. They had infrared, and not only were they tracking the fires by airplane, but the heat of the vehicle is really damn visible. So they were watching pickups driving around, and the air traffic controller types in the sky were telling the sheriff, and the sheriff was setting an ambush. In a moment, they watched him with some thermal vision and stuff, and as soon as somebody actually loaded something in their truck, it was lights and sirens, and you're under arrest. It was so cool.
Responding vehicle accident, Bowman Road and Bell Road, per Bell AC, continuing code 2, engine 77. Engine 77. 2362. 2362. 152. And 152.
Property at Lowe's.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my computer's struggling a little bit with animating that. Either that or there's way too many people requesting the same video off of alert wildfire cams, and when it starts to chunk like that, it's not really my computer. It's probably demand on the website. I could refresh my VPN. Oh my God. Yeah, that fixed it. Here we go. Patrick Fisher says, KCR, a reporter, has an amazing video of a dozer and huge flames on Michigan Bluff from her Twitter.
I probably 1027 dispatch.
I probably 18, go ahead.
Take a look.
Last of Lily, Lincoln, Ida, Lincoln, Lincoln, Ida, Edward. First of John, John, Ocean, Henry, Nora. Date of birth is going to be 7/17/85.
I'm sorry, I tried to mute that. I didn't have my hand on the mouse. I try to mute stuff like that. Okay, sorry, somebody was...
Shadow virus.
Go ahead.
Good.
Our contingent is going to roll with animal control down to Anderson to evac an animal.
All of you?
Sarah Luna asked me, at 1 p.m., she said, I just got back from the Mosquito Fire. I think that means she just got home. I assume that's still Tahoe. I'm glad she's not anywhere near it now. It just blew up. So, dang. I guess she was covering it last night or something. I didn't see her tweeting or anything. Okay, so CA Fire Scanner is also tweeting about the VLANs that are coming, thank God. Let's see about the Michigan Bluff thing. I'm trying to find... yeah, that looks bad. Okay, I'm retweeting right now. You go to twitter.com/kwildfires. And I do show devastation on Twitter, so stuff I don't show on stream. Just be warned. Yep. I agree. California Disasters said there's a lot of hyperbole on Twitter, but in this case it's no exaggeration to say the Mosquito and Fairview are going nuclear at present. Yeah. So, let's see. From Auburn looking east, we got some other scary pictures. Multiple cams. Bad. I have not seen what was described that I'm looking for. Somebody posted a time lapse. Retweeting that. Who was it? The KCRA reporter showing what's going on in sorry, let me go back to chat. I'm sorry guys, I'm sleep deprived and I have the flu and I haven't kept much down the last 6 days and I barely have no blood sugar. Yeah. Okay, Sarah Luna says, I know it was getting bad while I was there and I could see a pyrocumulus from South Lake. I'm glad you're not there anymore. This is bad. That's what I'm telling Sarah. So she goes to the scene sometimes and reports, you know. So, yikes. That's okay. Let's go back to the multicam view. What was I going to Twitter for, guys? Back up there. Let's go back up. KTLA reported the Fairview was at 7,000 acres and 5% containment. San Diego County, Lisa Majica says is offering training for ranchers and farmers to obtain a permit to re-enter evac zones. And that's one thing that I advocate for is the people who actually do have the skills to defend property and assist firefighters, like, should be able to form a citizens brigade that could be activated during a crisis, and they work with and underneath the orders of the local fire department. Citizen brigades should exist, but there has to be a very careful implementation of that. People have to be qualified, you know, within medical, within reason, you know, medically healthy, so you don't just have heart attacks and become a liability. They also have to have a good cooperative nature and be willing to take orders instead of running off and doing your own thing. If you're not a team player, you don't have the business firefighting. Wow. My God. So, but to those who meet all the above, they shouldn't be escorted out. They should be rolling up sleeves and helping. There's also equipment, gear that they would have to be outfitted with, and a whole bunch of complications related to that. But if they were willing to fit the bill and be ready by themselves, they would be a huge asset. And we more and more, it looks like firefighters need civilians to help them because they get overwhelmed. The nation doesn't have enough, and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So the people who are really good at this, who are pros, like pro wildfire prevention people, people like, you know, Bob Fines that I interviewed with the Caldor, his job is fire mitigation, prevention, and structure prep, you know. He should be working alongside the crews. And many other people could be given an incentive to join up the program. A, I mean, they're concerned about their own backyard and property. But B, perhaps there could be a financial incentive, like mega tax breaks or whatever the heck we need to do for the people to go out and volunteer this way. So it could be public education, communications people, you know. The sheriff should be doing sheriff stuff. I mean, yeah, it's a duty to go door to door knocking. Let me make sure the radio is still functioning, guys. It may have just turned itself off. Yes, it did. Thanks a lot, Edge Browser. And the sleeping tabs thing. Okay. Going back to the situation.
Valley Engine 331, Sportsnet 10-8.
It's like a cowtail boat.
Grass Valley. In service, local Highway 20 corridor. Copy 1355.
Now that's an interesting pattern.
Alpha 2, go ahead.
Either it's spotted around or that's hot smoke.
Nora, first of John Union Sam Tom, Edward Nora Adam, date of birth 020501. That's our verbal line.
Okay, so let's go back up to chat. Yeah, Dusty says it's interesting to see the atmospheric shock waves as the hot smoke bursts through colder layers of air. Yeah, it's spooky. Yeah, I hope to 24/7 VW. And somebody has an open mic. Okay.
Denver.
I'm looking at chat, friends. Yeah, I know, Joe. Dusty Smoke says, yeah, Auburn Cam.
Close out that 911 hang up if there's nothing further.
Dusty says probably both. The Auburn Cam shows 3 sides of the fire active, the northeast and the west. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, Cherokee Kid, absolutely. We probably told people that first. Maybe not exactly first. I think Stacy tweeted that, but I think I showed the map going completely red right after her.
Clear 29, plaster probation for 242 through 2023, history of 69 PC 245 148.
Okay, there will be regular sheriff stuff going, so this is pretty alarming. The heat signature here from space, so we can go Modus and Veers. We'll update later. Here's the Ghost 17 satellite. Yeah. God, let's do a 3-hour time lapse. That's nuts. Auburn 1 camp. Harry Phillips.
Respond to the MR 170 for an altered female at the Westview Healthcare Center, 12225 Shell Ridge Lane. Patient's going to be at Station 4 across the Highway 49.
Carrie Phillips says, I'm in Cool right now. Cool, California. It's a town. And my husband is headed to Todd Valley to try and help a friend get out. It has me super nervous right now. The view of the fire is extremely scary. Okay, well, let's look at Todd Valley. Honestly, I'm not sure where that is.
For 48.
Denver.
At Todd Valley. Okay, so that is to the west by southwest.
You'll be giving her a ride over to the cooling center, starting mileage 8.9.
I don't know. I don't know that he'll be let in. They may turn him around. Not sure. So yeah, it's not a good situation. Oh, and there's a car fire that was on Highway 80. Didn't hear the resolution of that. Whether or not it has made and whether or not they've cleared that, or if it's caused a traffic jam, or where exactly on 80 it was. But yeah, prayers for all concerned. That's for sure. This is a dangerous one. Rate of spread. The way that it blew up real fast. Let's do a 15-minute time lapse on the actual Forest Hill cam. God, my kingdom for a pole in the way. Oh my gosh. I hate the pixel, the phone of chaos. So, everything I just said for a long time has just made the world's most, like, a 3,000 long text. I'm trying to delete that right now. Thank goodness I didn't press enter, or I would have probably spammed Sarah Luna with a bunch of random words. and about 250 texts. Wow, the little microphone button thing was on. Okay.
7, correct, is Battalion 71, copy, will be sending engine 371.
Mountain Kayakers, hey, welcome, by the way. Bell Baptist Church and 707 Bell Road, Auburn is taking in evacuees. Yep. It's a temporary shelter meeting place at Cool, California. This is our very latest image. Boy. Just eerie.
Truckee District, Mutual Aid to CAL FIRE, Vehicle Fire, location, Donner Summit. Truckee District, Mutual Aid to CAL FIRE for a Vehicle Fire, Donner Summit for Battalion 71 notification, engine 371. Truckee District, Mutual Aid to CAL FIRE for a Vehicle Fire, location, Donner Summit for Battalion 71 notification, engine 371. Unit stand by to check that.
He's got a good retardant splash. So I believe this is the battle to save Forest Hill right now. God, what a difference a day makes. A day and a half ago, everything was normal in Forest Hill. So this is the east side of town we're looking at. And a fire would... I mean, even... look at the angry black sky. The black sky stripes...
NEU East and V-Fire 23.
I don't want to say Paradise, but Paradise looked like that, so did a lot of the Beach Creek stuff. It's pretty bad. So, this is efforts to save the town, is what we're witnessing on this cam. They're trying to put retardant on the east side of the town. So, like so. Because if it doesn't try to progress east now, it will later. Whenever the wind changes, which usually comes after midnight, whenever the air cools. Wind direction will shift, and if any thunderstorms come in the area, that'll just be a wild card with wind. So the situation's pretty dire. I don't know what's being said in Spanish there. Something about Puerto Rico, and maybe for a storm. But so Witchy says there's the vehicle fire at Truckee is on Donner Summit, and it might be a semi-truck. Oh God! So that might really delay things, back up traffic. People trying to evacuate. So this is Highway 80 we're talking about. Dusty Smoke says the cause of the fire here is still under investigation, but it started right down by the reservoir on a clear day. Well, a little bit later, storms with lightning rolled through. I don't know, though, if lightning was present at the time the fire started. So, who knows? Campfire, boaters, accident, tow chain, vagrants, hikers, recreational people. Who knows? We don't know right now. So, they'll figure it out, I'm sure. So, Richie says we already have 2 hurricanes in the Atlantic, maybe a dangerous category 4 or greater than 30 in the eastern Pacific. We also have another storm to watch out, right? So, that's what La Nina does. It's the wildfire. It's the wild card. It's not predictable like El Nino is. It's the wild card. Let's go back to the multicam view. You can kind of see how bad it is from different angles. But overall, hurricane season has been super, super slow, right? I mean, wildfire season was super, super slow in 2020, and then Labor Day came. And then all hell broke loose. And that was our first year of La Nina, so. And people were like, oh, we've been so fortunate. I was like, shut up. Shut up. People are like, oh, Catherine, so what you gonna do this fall when, wildfire season is over and you can take a break? I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Maybe I haven't been clear and been doing my job enough, which is getting the word out that California's worst wildfire season is autumn and winter. That's Santa Ana season. And that's Diablo wind season. That's when hurricane-force winds come in gusts out of the Nevada desert and roll at 75 to 150 miles an hour sometimes. I think that was their highest clock over the mountains, the Sierras. They drive fires at unbelievable paces towards the valley. And they erase towns along the way, like talking the Oakland Fire of 91, we're talking the Northridge Fire, we're talking, the Oakland Fire of 91 when that happened. And this can happen in major cities. I mean, Oakland's a major city. John Bruno, who was there, was saying something like a new structure was on fire every 28 seconds.
Break over to Westview Healthcare will build a handle.
Paradise happened in November. Santa Rosa, Bangor, Loma Rica.
Break for new medical, Station 180, Radcliffe Way.
That was October. Brush and Berry Creek, I think that was late September, early October. Bear Fire. We still have aircraft slamming everything that they can, trying to protect Forest Hills swarming around here. Where did I see this before? They try to protect Greenville this way.
Radcliffe Way across the dead end of Princeton Drive, 1407.
Mount Ararat one's a good cam right now. Okay, let's take a look. I don't know if that's in my thing. That one's far away, ain't it? Okay, let's add it. Thank you for the tip. No, I'm not trying to make everybody feel like crap or bite their fingernails off. We've got to lay down the worst case scenario, the best. Mount Ararat. That was in Greater Tahoe. Right? Let's look at Rat 1. Whoa, yeah, thank you for the tip. Armstrong Lookout now, it's registered. A big hill. Wow. It's far away. Let's look what else we got. Logtown. Leak Springs. Wow, Leak Springs is the camera of choice for looking at the Caldor Fire's southern edge. That's really damned far away. Unbelievable. So I'm gonna take away Meadowbrook 2. And I'm at a loss. What should we add? Yeah, Lake Springs. Armstrong Lookout 1. Okay, let's display and see what this one looks like. God, Leak Springs. Now here's Ararat 1. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Okay. Share Bear says, not much has been newly reported. Some mandatory and voluntary evacuation, school, zoo, library closed. That's an update for the Big Bear area. Thank you so much for keeping up abreast. And Maria, if you can translate what's going on here with the California fires in Spanish, that'd be super mucho awesome. So I wish I spoke Spanish.
State of the weather is 1. Visibility 4 to the south, 10 to the north, crazy. Temp 8, humidity 27, wind speed 11 out of the west southwest.
The Fairview is over 7,000 acres. So the latest, as per Twitter.
Super.
Wow. And I do tweet that stuff, so you can look at the Twitter too. There will be flames and stuff in my tweets. I'm going to show you a quick look at the cams. The Fairview. Ugly. Not good. Here's a 12-hour time lapse of the Fairview. CA Fire Scanner says evacuation orders are going to be expanded in the Sage Road, Red Mountain Road, Minto Way area for radio traffic. So that is breaking news. 4 strike teams of engines are ordered into that area. Significant fire activity. The last update is 7,091 acres. So repeat, Riverside County. Always stupid radio, stop crackling. Okay, I'm muting in a second. Repeat, Riverside County, Fairview Fire. Evacuation orders are going to be expanded in the Sage Road, Red Mountain Road, Minto Way area. That's what radio traffic is. I'm retweeting that right now. Please share it. There's significant fire activity. So the next thing I'll show is the evacuation maps for the Fairview. Yeah, let's hold on to our butts, Dave. So, okay. So with the Fairview here, this will change. This evacuation map will change.
When we get down there to Forest Hill.
That was a broken transmission.
You're helping Duncan get down the hill.
Affirmative.
Josephine copy 1413.
I assume what that means is this is going to go mandatory by Sage. I'm not familiar with the area, but that's my general assumption. So, repeating, Riverside County, evacuation orders are going to be expanded in the Sage Road, Red Mountain Road, Minto Way area for radio traffic. So, people familiar with that area, please do enlighten me as to where exactly that is. We'll keep refreshing this evacuation map. So, it's
I'm heading up for her. She's packing her stuff, and I'm gonna guide her down the hill.
They're trying to escort somebody out of Forest Hill. We are listening to the Mosquito Fire.
Gravely administering from Meyer.
Go ahead.
Do you guys have room in your back seat to give this guy a ride to get his car? It's parked by the CHP block.
Negative.
So they're trying to evacuate people. This is the evacuation map. Okay. We're back to the Fairview blowing up, the Mosquito, of course, blowing up. We're watching also.
I'm working my way up behind the hotshot crew.
Thank you for the generous donation, Alan. I mean generous. That's not sarcastic. You've been donating all day. Thank you. Thank you everybody who's donated, because this is a volunteer thing, and if I don't get enough donations to pay the bills, I have to, find a real job. Sam Allen Fairview is generating a huge cloud. Yeah. It's been on that mission since 9 in the morning. So, thank you so much again, everybody who supported. If you can't support, I'm going to turn it off because that's an irritating crackle, and I'm hearing every other third word. It's something about moderate rate of spread somewhere. Mosquito Fire.
How do you speak me?
I got you loud and clear now.
Liz, just confirm with me that what engine is using to help Duncan Lookout get back to Forest Hill.
I need her to sit down, and I'm just gonna guide her down.
Bob O'Connor says on Twitter, Fairview.
To that mission, I will stop 349 from that mission and give Duncan Lookout to you.
I copy, Terry. I'll take it over and make sure she can sit down safely.
Copy. Break. Engine 349. Division 3.
I don't.
Correction.
I don't understand the entirety of that transmission, but it almost sounds like they're trying to get somebody out of a fire lookout tower area. So, I don't know. Cherokee says the Fairview fire probably won't get both VLATs. They might get one. Yeah. Now the big planes are split between these two fires.
1 Grizzly Way. Meeting for Medic 17. Cut your response for self-defense on a 5150 hold. Deputies are on scene. Granite High School, 1 Grizzly Way.
Thank you so much, Alan, again for your kind donations. Does your wife know that you spent all this money on me? I'm kidding. Okay. Thank you so much. Do take your much-deserved coffee break. Broken Fish says, I'm retired. Please stop using the W word. I don't even know what the W word is that you're remarking about, sir. Okay. So, what we're seeing here is a grim, desperate attempt to save Forest Hill, with a lot of retardant drops on the east side of the town. They could be very successful because all the firefighters need in general to save a town is time. They can prep individual buildings to be saved, and they can prep lines around the town, and they can herd the fire around. And so here's another good successful retardant drop right there. See many, many red splashes here of the retardant. They need time for other firefighters to assemble to help. And if they have enough time, they will do the good job and probably save most structures of the town. Should have come to that. Now they probably have until after midnight.
3, Tony.
All these aircraft will probably slam it until they have to leave around 7. Because sunset's around 7:30 to 8ish, something. Effective sunset is all these with all of these
Your original mission that we talked about. Orientation.
with all canyon shadows and stuff. So yikes, earthquake reports. That's so Big Dog says they need to expand the evacuation zone much further for the Fairview. If they get any leftover winds from the leftover, that's what Smitty, Big Dog is saying. Cherokee Kid says both the Fairview Fire and Mosquito were taking off with huge pyro clouds, and air support's going to be limited. Yeah. And air could probably.
In a couple minutes.
I mean, the airplanes can't fly into the smoke column. That's just suicidal. So
Portable 824.
They will work the western edge because the fire's going to the northeast. Fire's going up the hill.
824, 3 digits, 824.
Taking its sweet time like it wants to go to trucking. So.
Way, but they're in portable 824, described as back of the campus.
I don't know what's happening at Michigan Bluff, but I imagine nothing good. I have no idea. Really what is being said in Spanish there. So something about quakes, and Sister Golden Hair says I don't have any quake info like that on my feed, so grain of salt there. Judging by radar, etc., and Echo Top's mosquito column is down to 29k feet. So Bob, what do you think that means? Does that mean that it's losing steam and it might collapse? Because that would be pretty disastrous. So Dusty Smoke says it has an awful lot of steep wild canyons to burn in the east and the northeast. So what does this mean ultimately? Would I be worried if I lived in Truckee? Yeah. I'd be nervous. Distance is not safety from wildfires. Wildfires progress until something stops them. So we know that maybe some rain or something might be coming out by Saturday, at least for Southern California. I don't know about North. What stops a wildfire? A, black line. Like lots of redundant black lines, really, really good control lines where the fire can no longer go past them. That's not there yet. B, impassable terrain, such as a large body of water, such as a Pacific Ocean or something. C, other type of impassable terrain, such as sheer rock cliffs. Another one would be it ran out of fuel, like we ran into desert and there's just sand. Like the Sahara Desert. We don't have that either. Another thing that would stop a wildfire is torrential rain, snow, good weather like that. Don't think that's in the forecast. So would I be worried if I were uphill of this fire? Yes. So Truckee is the next big, I don't want to say big like Truckee is big, but the next significant population center. I mean, people weren't worried for Tahoe when the fire broke out. People weren't worried for Old Station or for Susanville, but then people began to sweat bullets as the weeks went by. What our best hope for right now is that some of the rain that is scheduled for Saturday in Southern California will reach up here in the mountains. That's our best hope of things. There's a bunch of ski resorts too that could act as speed bumps and good places to build lines if it goes towards the ski routes, ski resorts. But this terrain is nightmare. We saw what happened last. The Dixie and the Caldor, north and south, is the exact same spot, exact same situation. Exactly. Some fires cannot be put out with our current state of readiness, technology, and state of the terrain. So the Dixie was out of control until it rained. The rains of autumn. The Caldor was stopped by snow. I mean, it didn't really just rain, it just started to snow. But it's September. Snows don't come till October at the earliest, really. Cherokee Kid says, my older nephew is working for the California Conservation Corps who's at the Mckinney. I have to ask my youngest brother, his dad, if he's been assigned to any of these. Oh boy. John Darling says, where did this start and how? It's by the reservoir. So we can go to Cal Fire and look at the progression. So this Ralston After Bay Reservoir, as I tweeted a long time ago, I don't know where it would be deep in the tweets, but there was a picture of the fire kind of doing this. And the flames were on this side, going up. I I believe, just from memory, this is kind of where it started. So who knows? That's, I believe, from glancing at that picture. It was first spotted by a helicopter which was looking for lightning strike fires. So I don't know. So Big Dog says the Truckee forecast for the next 5 days is 91 degrees, 90, 82, 76, 76, and no rain in sight. So, yay. We don't know how. It's an investigation. But a storm rolled through. It went past Tahoe with lots of lightning. And then its turbulence meant that smoke jumpers and or, I don't know if it was a crew that was going to be taken in by helicopter, couldn't. And so they had to walk in. They had to hike in. These delays were horrible. It happened right before dusk. So as I was listening to the radio, that they were really heartbroken and frustrated. Wow. The heat signatures keep getting bigger and bigger as this thing spreads. So they really could have done a lot.
Is Southwest Fire 97, just so they can come back to 824 ready for them.
They really could have maybe handled it.
Hey, they went on scene 1 minute ago.
Sorry for the loudness. I'm trying to adjust volume. They really might have handled it just right then and there, but it was at dusk, and so the helicopters did a couple of drops and had to go home because they lost sight. This is why I keep telling people that the moment that California gets helicopters and planes that can see through the smoke with the newer technology and keep operating at night, this might have been wrapped up in 4 hours. They were like, oh God, it's almost under control, but it's not. And then they had to go back to the airport. This is one of those heartbreaks. So
I had a 24, I had a 22. I'm at the next driveway to your left.
I'm not really sure what's going on with the Spanish spam there. So Bob O'Connor says Zeke will do a live stream at 7 p.m.
I had a 24. Any unit on the fire call, please push to dispatch 3.
Good. He knows this terrain and will know better about what the hell's going on. He'll be able to analyze fire history and give us some insight. Mountain Kayaker says, I can see the cloud from my place in Cameron Park in El Dorado County. Holy crap.
170 Grass Valley, what's your status?
Well, you know, one of my cams is Leak Springs. Do you believe that?
He's better on a safe.
It's visible in Leak Springs. Okay, to give people an idea of what the hell we're marveling at. There's Leak Springs. The fire's way over here. Sorry, that's a small map, but damn. Only a really big thing. Here's the Fairview. Somebody's saying it's now 11,000 acres. Wasn't it 7,000 a moment ago? Dusty Smoke goes, Leak Springs, deja vu. Yes. Yeah, I know. Patrick Fisher said,
Heading out to the Mosquito incident, 6 minutes en route.
Patrick Fisher said, would assume the Truckee would normally be popular with tourists on a weekend in early September, so hopefully everyone gets the memo if this keeps up. Yeah, they're gonna get the smoke real soon. They don't have it already. Let's see, where can we get satellite views? I had some links to NASA stuff and other sites, but they're the hardest to navigate to get satellite views. Cogito. Cogito would know where to get these. Are you still with us, Cogito? Paging Cogito. Cherokee Kid says, per KTLA, many people are ignoring the evacuation orders for the Fairview. It's already killed 2 people and severely burned others. What can you do? Thank you, Dusty. Yeah, star. No, yes, okay. So let's get some satellite view. Here we go. Thank you. The GOES image viewer.
1233 pending fraud. Report on Oak Feature.
Okay, how do I work this thing again? Turn off that blocker.
Patrol 41, Grass Valley.
I will leave that on.
1 and the lookout are heading down to 42.
Grass Valley, copy 1431.
Now there's our fire. Clearly visible on current satellite.
331, Grass Valley.
Quarters, White Cloud.
Copy 1432.
Yeah, you're right. College of DuPage. That's what. Oh God, sorry guys. Look how big that is. Let's look down south too. Yeah. Oh, we should have cut that off down there, but that's pretty alarming. When was this? 21:26 UTC time. Of course, it couldn't be Pacific. That would be too easy. God, look at all the fires over here in Idaho too. Idaho's not having a good time. Eastern Oregon's not having a good time, but I don't actually see the Double Creek fire, which is strange, by Imnaha. We have different layers. It's fire temperature RGB. Got visible blue spectrum. So it's gonna be. Gonna be the smoke there. That's not clouds. Got ozone air map. Dust.
Patrol 41, Grass Valley.
Okay. A sandwich. Okay. Visible red. Susan Parsons says 7091 for the Fairview update was several hours ago. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense why it's 11,000 acres now. So, but I think the most compelling there was the
We're stopped with an individual at Taylor Flat. She's talking to him.
fire temperature RGB. There. That's one bright spot on California. Got the one at Waldo Lake right there. We're click on that. There we go. Click. Come on, baby, load. Somebody's at my door. I'll be right back. Okay, it's missionaries. I'm gonna just continue with my work here because I don't have time to answer the door. Okay. So.
143 Lima, entering the unit.
Alright, going back to the fire. Here's Go back to our multicam views. I do want to look at the Fairview real quick. It's just as ugly as I thought it would be. Let's do another 1 hour time lapse of the Fairview. So the Amazon knock did startle me. Yeah. I'm usually not this rude, but like I really. Oh my god. Big Dog says any numbers will always be a bit behind the times. The fires are growing fast. Yeah. The more rapid, the more startling updates happen. Oh my god, the Fairview. Now, if somebody sees that and doesn't want to evacuate, I don't know what to say. I don't think there's anything we can't. But oftentimes when the smoke fills the neighborhood, they don't see what we're seeing. They don't look at these cams. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't know what's going on with Maria here, but I don't think that's relevant, and it's kind of spamming. If the chat goes by too fast, I can't see anything. Really, I'm not tracking earthquakes and stuff right now, and we got our hands full. So, do say no more. Oh, for the love of God. I'm a little busy. I don't know if you guys can hear that. So. Zuvia says, no, the radio station did say 11,000, but they are a pop culture station interested in the Kardashians. Oh, really? So probably not too accurate. I don't know. We could go check on Twitter. But, yeah, Husky's here. Oh, hey, Husky. Welcome back. Bonnie also, I don't know if and Alien, wow, you guys are back too. Thank you. What's the fastest growing, Espen? Take your pick. Fairview or Mosquito. They're both volcanic slash nuclear. Let's see. So here's the battle for Forest Hill. Let's look back at the aircraft. Okay. Still got one of the lead planes. Got some S2s. 2 different S2s. 3 S2s. And spotter plus their dip. I'm not sure where their dip is. That scared me. For the helicopters, but they're not there at the moment. Okay. The lower left is Fairview, it looks like. Big Dog says people were told to evacuate before Hurricane Sandy hit a few years ago. Many fused and 156 died as a result. Yeah.
Copy AM PM.
But let's not bleed in any more
X-ray Ida David 501.
Any more disaster stuff. I think we got our hands full right now with the serious nature of the situation. So yeah, exactly. Now's not a good time.
Out of Sheridan.
Let's go up to the chat. Did I miss anything? What's the Mosquito at now? Gigantic. That's all. I mean, there's not going to be a clear acreage for the Mosquito until they can fly directly over it, probably at night. With the infrared and stuff. Let's see. Wow, where's the region and when did it start? Ultimate Acres was asking. Yeah, this is just look up the town of Forest Hill. It started by the reservoir. We don't know much more than that. And this is only day 2. It started yesterday at almost sunset. That's when it was discovered. Oh my god. Fairview. Okay, sorry guys, I have to refresh my VPN. So hopefully this doesn't sever the channel. Second. Let's kind of fix things. There we go. Then we got fast internet and fast drawing of everything. I'm afraid I'm reaching collapse. There's only so much a human body can do after this amount of sleep deprivation. So this is the Fairview. This is down the San Bernardino area. So Mosquito Fire is just as ugly and horrible going on in Placer County. They're desperately trying to save towns such as Forest Hill and the nearby smaller communities. Jeremy Eder says, Cal Fire says, sorry, walking over the radio.
Jacobson, John, Adam, Charlie, Ocean, Boy, Sam, Edward, Nora, first of Paul, Adam, Union, Lincoln, date of birth 4/16/63.
Hang on, trying to mute that stuff, but I didn't have the right window up. It's heading towards Mountain Center, and Isla Wild is above that. Big Pines and the Cedars up there. That's she's talking about the Big Bear. So there's two different fires in vastly different places of California right now. So what we're watching and we're most critically concerned about is the Mosquito Fire, which is in Placer County on the border of El Dorado County. Yeah, Big Dog's saying if I need to take a break, fires will still be. I mean, really, it'll be like an 8 to 9 hour sleep. If this spreads, grows, and whatnot. See, I wish I could keep the cams refreshed and on. There's almost no way to do that. I could set up an auto refresh. This has varying degrees of success and seems to screw up feeds anyway. At least the mods could give new evacuation info. We still do need to keep looking at the map. So if we expand, there it is on the satellite, glowing red dot. So here's the official evacuation map. I'm really surprised this hasn't gotten much bigger. The radio chatter started to drive down, but here's the thing. The tabs will start putting themselves to sleep. I've tried to even kind of hack them with all kinds of behind-the-scenes tricks to keep tabs from going to sleep to reserve RAM and memory, and that doesn't seem to work. They just go to sleep, so the radio will stop working. Most of the cams will stop working, so chat will still be there to help people, but you can see the issues here. Hesitant. Thank you, Ultimate Acres. I'm trying to see. I used to have all these behind-the-scenes things. I'm sorry, guys. Where I went into advanced settings for the browsers to try to turn off sleeping tab. I do not have that set up. I have no mental capacity now to look that up. Alien says VLAT Tinker 912 is en route to Mariposa. Oh, it's near Mariposa right now. I bet it's. Where's it going? Husky says I live in the border. San Bernardino, yeah. Bob O'Connor, Big Dog, was saying one must assume it's much bigger than the one just by the size of the pyro cloud. It's really hard to get an estimate on stuff, and acreage doesn't matter. It's a number. It's where is the fire? Where's it going? What's it threatening? I've never been one of those acreage girls who's like, I don't get fixated on containment percentage and acreage. It's pretty irrelevant. It can give you a general idea, but oftentimes that's irrelevant and outdated the moment you speak it. If it's spreading rapidly. So it's really giving people a false impression of how big a fire is. Getting bigger, spreading, threatening X, Y, and Z community. That's what matters. Numbers are just numbers. Reality isn't number-based. It's what's about to happen. Bob O'Connor says, some talk on Twitter about the column possibly collapsing. Echo tops are down to 23K. Still, I think it could be upper level winds pushing it up and up. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, John Sater. Cats in the same business as saving souls, just still wearing their meat suits. Meat suits. I think he's talking about the missionaries who just really inconveniently chose a time to knock on my door right now. I usually am pretty cordial. Occasionally I'll mess with them, but that's usually just Jehovah's Witnesses. But Mormons and stuff are nice. Okay. That's good. That puts a smile on it. It's getting pretty tense here. There's also, how the hell would I get to sleep? When you see something like this, how can you get to sleep? Try as you might. I would like to lay down, but if I lay down, I probably don't get up. So, but then again, if I don't go to sleep, I'm probably just going to be really sick and relapse with this flu. So I'm in a turmoil. Ultimate Acres is I'm off-grid in Arizona, so I'm trying to learn more about different types of emergency safety and communication systems. NYC to AZ. Well, man, there's a whole lot of interest in that. And Broadcastify is a great way to start. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of radio enthusiast types too. Come in on the chat. So, damn, what a time to be sick and having a really screwed up sleep schedule. But I'm kind of exhausted. I'm not recovered from the California trip. So here, Broadcastify shut itself off again. So, no, it's not. It's still going. They're just not talking. Okay. But if I hit auto refresh on Broadcastify, I don't think it restarts a feed that goes silent. That's a bar. So, hell, I'm gonna do it off camera here. I'm gonna see how do you stop tabs from sleeping. I'll give it my best shot. Because if tomorrow's a worse day than today, I'll be kicking myself for staying awake this long. Or if tonight's a bad night. Usually night shift is more important when there's a crisis, because that's when everybody else goes to bed, but I'm your very faithful night owl who's sharp and awake. People don't realize I'm pretty forgetful, goofy, and whatever during the day, because I'm a night owl. Me being awake at 3 in the afternoon is like everybody else being awake at 3 in the morning. I'm a much more intelligent person at night. Okay, so Edge browser, how to prevent tabs from sleeping. Let's try this out. Okay. Oh god, almost all of the instructions are how to do it. So you go to settings, click on system, save resources. Save resources with sleeping tags. That's the first thing to turn off, but I know it's not that simple. Yeah, definitely turning it off. And there's also a whitelist, like never put these tabs to sleep. Oh, but that's a whitelist that's better than I thought. It also excludes sites from other performance optimizations like discarded tabs, efficiency mode, and more. Okay, let's get that started then. So the site would be the base. Start with beta alert wildfire. That. Okay, and then the normal version of alertwildfire.org. Shut up, phone. Busy. Just when I get to concentrate that it starts to go wild. Okay. Okay, so maybe this will work for us. The other thing we don't want to go to sleep is broadcastify.com. Okay. that sucker. Shut up, phone. What are you doing? I don't give a damn about whatever the hell. It's actually YouTube spamming me like my other channels I subscribe to. Ahem. Okay, so El Topo, we don't want sleeping. Oh my god, I'm gonna say, can you hear that? Boop, 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 boop. Flight radar. Add that to our whitelist. It's probably ain't gonna work because I remember doing this before and it just didn't work. YouTube also. I'm not going to sleep. This was when KSRA was live. Are they still live? They are not still live. Oh my god. File that under 2022 fires shut down. Okay, so the other things that shouldn't go to sleep could be Stonehaven. That definitely should update itself. Stonehaven should never sleep. Yeah. That looks very wildly different from a second ago, guys. What is up with the Placer County map changing colors and stuff? And okay, we have an expanded evacuation zone. We have Todd Valley. Everything west of Forest Hill is actually under evacuation warning. Okay. Well, sorry, I have to eat something. Chewing noises, I'm sorry, but I gotta get blood sugar up, and that's a cookie. Here we go, friends. Everything's on notice. Evacuation warning west of Forest Hill. Yikes. People, in general, the new studies are that night owls are born that way. If daytime people have a habit of staying up, that's not the same as being a night owl. It's generally something you can't change. I've tried a million ways from Sunday. I've been accused of being lazy my entire life. In reality, I was born that way, and they're now starting to find genetic markers. If you think about it, it would benefit our species if a lot of people were very alert and predators used to prowl around like saber-toothed tigers. Things actually used to hunt humans. Things that went bump in the night would have helped our survival. To have a small population, a percentage of the population just like that. Helps in war, too. You want your nighttime sentries to be freaking awake. Okay. You want pilots to be awake at night. We're very valuable, so all you daytime people that call us lazy, go suck it. The modern world wouldn't be available without us. I stay up at night and I valiantly report fire stuff. Or you could say that I'm a daytime person. I'm just stuck on Russia time. Haha. Okay, so Zone Haven failed us. So I don't know that this is gonna work. Jeremy Eater says my whole family on my father's side are naturally night owls, so I think genetics has a lot to do with it. There you go. We'll finally be vindicated and actually accommodated. You think of all the kids that go to school and they're just not awake to learn. But I would watch stuff like the Discovery Channel all night and get an education. Thankfully, because my parents could afford cable. Lucky. Okay. I would read all night. But there's all this stuff, this propaganda that you can reset your sleep schedule by sleeping in a tent, and opening your window, and daytime stuff will make you awake, and oh, just turn on a light when you wake up, it's going to wake you up. I swear to God, I sleep better with a light on sometimes, because I used to sleep on the top of our houseboat at Lake Orville, and the dawn did not wake me up. I went to sleep with the dawn, and even if it was like 100 degrees, I was up there monster. I like to sleep with a red light these days, because sleep is difficult, and I've seen enough horrible things, it just becomes that way. And I like to go to sleep to the sound of somebody talking, very soothing on me. So J Cat says the Fairview Fire Branch 3 is withdrawing from the fire line. Thanks, J Cat. Ultimate Acres is beautiful. Comment. Lisa says, gonna be too hot to work and attend school. Everybody will become nocturnal. There you go. There you go. But the kids, especially teenagers, need extra sleep. They start school later. The kids thrive. I never understood why the hell would you wake kids up before dawn when it's still dark to go to school. Fucking chill out. Let dawn happen. And why would you get up the dark to go to sleep, to go to school? There's nothing in humanity's existence that said that any human being should ever do such a thing. Let alone force kids to do it. Okay, error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As a result, viewers will experience buffering. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, let me reconnect my VPN. Alright, let's see if that fixed things. I'm no longer getting the warning from YouTube. See. Okay, shut up, phone. California passed a law that says no school can start before 8:30 a.m. Oh. Cool. Good. Because that's how children get hit by cars, is really sleepy drivers, because for some reason work has to start before dawn, or the commute. And when it's dark, you get kids being hit by cars. I really can't stand the whole daylight savings concept either. You don't gain anything. Just start school later if you want to. The appropriate things that need daylight, and everybody else leave us alone. Okay. We're not gaining anything. Don't change the clocks, change the time you go do something. Okay. J Cat says they can't hold the line on Fairview. That's not surprising. I don't think any firefighter in their right mind would want to get in front of what's happening in Mosquito and Fairview. They'll probably structure, protect, and make a stand northeast of the Mosquito. But they'll let the fire pass by them. They won't hold anything. They'll just take a place where they can live through the situation. Like a cul-de-sac with a good defensible couple of buildings and houses, wet it all down. Find a good water source, like a pool, creek, pond, swimming pool, water tanks. Let the fire go past. It's probably what will happen in situations today. Well, Ultimate Acres, you actually might be special. If you're saying it's a skill to be able to change your sleep schedule. I mean, I've been able to maintain it for 2 weeks, but then comes that day where I should be sleepy at night, and I am. I'm sleepy at 9. I'm sleeping at 10. And 10:30 happens, and I got my second wind, and I'm just wide awake. I'm exhausted, but I'm wide awake. I missed the window of opportunity to go to sleep. For a normal person, they're still sleepy after 10:30. Not. There are special people who can transition. Just because you might be special doesn't mean that other people can swing it. That's for sure. So, in a way, whatever and however I was made the way I am, it is what it is, and it has some advantages. So, There's been plenty of times when I went live in the middle of the night and we just were like, let's have fun, but then a crisis happened and I walked people through a crisis and I was the only person around. So I'm just not going to question the way I was born. I used to just beat myself up and think I was weak. I'm so stupid, I can't even maintain a sleep schedule like normal people. Well, I actually can. I can maintain it perfectly if nocturnal schedule. I just can't conform to what everybody else wants of me. So, Bob O'Connor says I just turned that on myself. It's the top listened to channel on Broadcastify. Which one? New Placer evacuation warnings. Oh, great. Didn't we just say that, though? Right, okay. Yeah, but that's the link to the map. I need to update the ticker. So as of 3:03 p.m., well, 3 p.m., Mosquito Fire new evac warnings. Zones northwest of Forest Hill. Yeah, I'm just going to describe it like that. See the dang map. Thank you for being on it. So that's Todd Valley area up to, dang, Iowa Hill Road, and I'm just going to say Sugar Pine Reservoir all the way to Rucky Chuck Road. What the hell? Alright. Rucky Chuck Road. Not that anybody's probably heard of that. I'll just say the border of El Dorado County. In the border of El Dorado County, straight up to Sugar Pine Reservoir. Okay. New evacuation warnings. The El Dorado County border. Oh, I ran out of. Damn it. Border to Sugar Pine Reservoir. Get ready. Mandatory evacs still in place for everywhere near Forest Hill. It's basically the truth. It's one word, isn't it? Forest Hill. I somehow didn't notice that until now. Okay. Either that or I'm much more tired than I thought. I can't spell reservoir right, so I am much more tired. Oh yeah, there's an R. There's two R's in res. Yeah. The Mosquito Fire new evacuation warnings, El Dorado County border to get ready. Mandatory evac still in place for everywhere near Forest Hill. Get ready. Toe fire. Save settings. Okay. Alright. I hope that describes it. Reservoir. Yeah. French word. Everybody should speak French. One language for the worldwide. French. Sure, learn your native tongue, but everybody from the age of 5 should start learning French too, and then we've solved all worldwide communication problems. Done. Next worldwide problem. Okay. Oh boy, guys. The bots have shown up. Mods fire at will. Yeah. The cam stuff. What you should do is report or pornography. That is the thing that gets the bot accounts shut down. Rather than delete messaging, block user, hit the report button. Report for pornography. Oh, quit saying the W for work. Okay, sure. Gordon Weaver says, Catherine, much respect. I could see the clouds from I imagine you're about to say far away. Thank you. Thanks for the pats on the head. Let's go back up. So, Lisa says, my husband and daughter are night owls. Getting her up for school is a nightmare. I know we try our best, but holy crap. Yeah, Patrick says, hello, I'm a Nigerian prince. I need $1,000 to give you $1 million. Yes. My Nigerian prince is coming for me. I gave him the money about a decade ago, but I know he still thinks of me. Okay. Thank you, Bob. So, thank you, Bob, for being on top of it, too. Zavuya says, yes, Fairview is now on Bautista Creek, and there's lots of brush in there going east towards Mountain Center and Idlewild. Has a bit to go to reach Idlewild, but I'm south of there and surrounded by smoke. Yeah, I'm afraid for the community. So, Idlewild cam. Let's take a look at it. Idlewild 1 cam is you guys have lost all sense of direction. Just puzzle that out for yourself. I don't know that it's heading directly for it, but if the cam is at the community, but I don't know that the cam is at. But it's big, ugly, and if the wind changes, everywhere in the region is messed up. So, I should have had 2 tickers, one for the evacuation stuff for each fire, but I'm really petering out now. And thanks, David, too. Witchy's back. Welcome back. PNY Arcade says, I'm 25 miles west-northwest from Fairview. The smoke has totally blocked out the sun. Yeah. Welcome to hell. Yeah, RGJ58 says, nuke the bots. There you go. Now that's who you want to talk to about the radio, whoever was wanting to know about the radio. U.S. Empire has forced the world to speak English. No, not enough people speak English. That's why we still have a problem with communication in the world. Anyway. But English is actually terribly difficult. It's weird, and we can't even agree on which letters should make which sounds. It's terrible. So French is the most beautiful language, just universal French. I don't think too many would object to that. That's our solution. An even better one would be have international sign language. It's stupid that there's American sign language. There's Spanish sign language. There's Nigerian sign language. What the hell, guys? Why can't sign language be universal? I need to go to the bathroom with their hands, could be a pretty simple, where is the bathroom? Really, really good way to have worldwide travel. So, Tanker 912 is over in Mosquito now, and I don't know why the radio went silent. I muted it, and the feed stopped. That would be why. 63 listeners. I don't know if that means there's a lot less going on now. At 7 p.m., Zeke Lunder is supposed to go live. I highly recommend everybody tuning in. Zavui says the fire chief said it saved my town, but my face was black. Yikes. I used to live in Julian. There was a fire there several years ago that woke me up whispering. I was the only one holding that fire off with a hose at 2 a.m. Holy crap. Good job, man. Good job. Cheryl says, oh god. Okay, the radio's back. Cheryl says, am I blocked? No? Are you okay? Bonjour is pretty common. It means goodbye. No, Cheryl, we didn't block you. Nobody but banned you. So I was like, yeah, hell. Oh my god. Patrick Fisher, are you really my Nigerian prince? Like, I know that there's a bunch, but are you my Nigerian prince? Oh god. Okay, I'm muting that. There goes everything we knew about scanner radio for the... Sorry guys, I gotta mute and cough. Alright, voice is failing, collapsing, need a break. We just lost radio except for staticky horrible noises for Placer County. Hey Nick, welcome. Run Cheryl run, says Big Dog, okay. Patrick Fisher said yes I am. Oh, that's why you donated today. It's because it's true. That's just the first down payment towards the $1 million, right? I gave you 1,000, my Nigerian prince. And you're just working diligently on that $1 million. It's been a decade, but you never stop thinking of me. How to get me my money. You're such a sweetheart. So, are we safe in the smoke hazards in Temecula? Don Dole says, oh god, no. I imagine everything's gonna go to hell. So, I'm sorry, I'm on the verge of consciousness. I'm not trying to sound flippant. I'm quite concerned. This is our supposed air quality. It's supposed to be moderate right now, 54 in Temecula. Refresh. It's 105 there. For the most part, north of Riverside is where you got your worst smoke, but things really could change. So I don't know what the forecast for smoke is about, but that's the current situation according to Microsoft. Monitoring stations, there's not that many nearby. There's only really one by French Valley. So when they don't have a lot of stations, their results can be skewed. They start to kind of imagine what the air quality is in between the stations. It's one of the things I found out about. Same thing with wind. A lot of the wind is imaginary. Like, nobody knows what the wind direction actually is. In the deep forests of California, such as with the K&P complex, I actually looked up where the weather stations were that actually measured the wind. And they were really few and far between. So we'd see this crazy stuff on the crazy smoke activity on the cams, and then I'd look at Windy and I'd look at Noaa Weather and all these very reputable apps, but all of them were just penciling in a guess for the areas in between the weather stations. There's really not that many out there in the wilderness. There's fewer weather stations in the wilderness now than ever before, because back in the day when logging and mining and stuff was going on in the wilderness, there were more towns and more people keeping track of the weather. So you get the occasional weather balloon going by, but that's usually high altitude, and so they just average things out, and it's not truly accurate. A lot of that has to do with temperature too. I mean, they can look at satellite from temperature from satellites in space, but satellites are seeing all of the temperature from the highest of the atmosphere all the way down to ground level, and so it's not like it can cherry pick what the temperature is at just one certain altitude. Unless we actually get a lot more weather stations out there, a lot of times we're going to have really crappy everything from regular forecasts to fire weather forecast. It's pretty shocking how few and far between they are. So Patrick Fisher says, I only now accept Bitcoin. Sorry. I'm actually a prince from the Central African Republic of not Nigeria. Oh my god, you're awesome, Patrick. Holy crap. Big Dog says, if I win the Oregon lottery, I will buy you a new laptop, I promise. Cool. I like this. I like where this is going, guys. So, you know, talk money to me. Just kidding. Oh. Ultimate Acres says, I'm so glad I found this channel. You know, when I get really sleep deprived, I can be quite entertaining. I don't really usually remember much of what I say, but it can be entertaining. So, okay, friends, let's go back to reality. We do have to have laughter, and doing this day after day can't happen without the dark humor, the kind of stuff that firefighters naturally gravitate to, and I start to understand it. But there is a grave situation for many communities here. And I am trying to set up how we can keep the information flowing while I'm asleep. Because I will go down for at least 9 hours, possibly 10. First thing to do is restart the stream, because YouTube will not save a video that goes over 12 hours. We are on hour 7 of this broadcast almost. And mind you, I've been broadcasting, this is my second broadcast. I took a break from 7 to 8:30. I've been broadcasting since 1 in the morning. Or 12:30, I lost track. So, how many hours is that? I've been live? Just count on my hands, because that's the level of math I'm able to do right now. So, from 1 o'clock to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so 6 hours. Plus 7. 7 plus 6 is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I've been live for 13 hours. It's time for me to go. I didn't even know that. I've been speaking almost the entire time and my throat's just ragged. So I have tried to make this tabs not sleep. Show me the money. Alan donates $7.77. Thank you, Alan. So I was supposed to say, show me the money. Okay. Alright. Show me the money. Right, I hope that was good enough. Patrick says, gotta leave for work now. It was a pleasure today as much as it can be. See you later. Same thing. We have our bright moments, but it's an overall grim thing. If somebody wants me to be grim all the time, too bad. I wouldn't be able to live. I sometimes do this. I mean, I did this for 95 days in a row. You have to have humor. You're gonna die. Go eat and crash. Yes. See you on the flip side. Okay, guys. I need a special kind of extension to auto refresh, and these are so dangerous. Almost everyone I ever got later was identified as malware. So let's see if we can find a non-malware extension for Chrome. I mean, I'm on Edge browser, but it's based on Chrome. Let's see. Oh, I've got easy auto refresh. Alright, let's turn it on. It's a go-to staple, and I really hope it's not malware, but okay. So okay. Oh. I also should adjust another setting to make sure sleeping tabs isn't rear inside the head. Behind the scenes. Search flags. Edit. I'm behind the scenes editing flags. That is. Okay, it looks like that option's no longer there. I'm not going to worry about it. So, okay. We need to find something. Oh my god, Bob, thank you. Thank you for the kind donation, guys. You're keeping me on the air. I'll be back. My God, I'm gonna sleep like a zombie. What do we want open? Do we want a cam open, an evacuation map? Because we gotta it's gonna be one screen here. And thank you everybody who supported the stream in other ways by hitting the like button, sharing a link, or patting me on the head saying I'm doing a good job because damn, this is stressful. My motivation is to help others, and if I find out I am, I keep going. And if I feel like I'm not, then I'm like, maybe I don't need to do this. Maybe Twitter will be enough, you know. Oh, thanks, Bob. And I really hope and pray for everybody involved in these situations, and for the recently killed by these fires. They kill. That's why we're here. And by the time I wake up, I know something will be gone. Some buildings or some lovely part of the forest, but hopefully not too much. An evac map, Cheryl says. But if the mods stay on top of Twitter feeds, they'll be able to explain it. Seeing the cams might be more valuable because that's often something that people can't tune into if they have, like, say, a bad laptop, you know, something going on. If they need just one thing open on their screen, they can see the chat and see the evacuation warnings, see the links to the map. Listen to more as you need to sleep. Okay. Yes, I am. I'm setting it up. So first of all, we have to restart this. We'll have to have a new title. David says, I'm here, Catherine. Go rest. We all got you covered. Thank you. Thank you. Right, I am. I'm just trying to figure out setup. My stomach is, it's feeling like somebody's just punched me in the gut. The stomach flu sucks. So, milk, half and half is a bit too rich, that's for sure. Cheryl says, thread, for those in the fire evacuation who can't leave or those who are under warning, this is happening. If worried, go. If mandatory evacuation, do as much as you can. Go. If you don't have a way to get out of way of a fire, just call the sheriff's office. They will make arrangements for you. You can ride with them. So, okay, first we have to end the stream and restart it so that YouTube will save the thing after 12 hours goes by. That's the worst thing about the stream, is we never get as many people back in the stream as those who were in it before I severed the channel. Some people don't even know how to get back. So I'm going to walk you through it. I'm about to restart the stream, which means I have to end it. So what you do is this. You click on the K to go to my channel. You know, the purple K thing. Like here's, for example, here's the current stream. I know her. So you click on the purple K thing. Here you're at the channel. Refresh this. Once you're here, and click on videos. Okay? Click on videos. Refresh, and you'll see the new one. See, like, here's the current one going. Click on videos. Okay? That's how you come back. You hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell, which will help the channel greatly. Apparently, the subscriber count is how YouTube ranks your popularity and importance, and the most popular videos get promoted. So thank you so much. If you do subscribe, if you hit the ringing bell, you should be notified when I go live. If everything is set up right for notifications on yourself. If you don't want to know about every single fire thing when we go live, you can just hit the regular bell. So, but chances are it won't work. I mean, there's a lot of people that say, I never get notified when you're live. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work sometimes. But this particular one, the wildfire tracking, is going to be wildfire related only. I'm going to have my other topics on different channels. Countdown's World of Animals, History. I did this so that people that just need fire info won't tune out because they get tired of seeing me feed deer or something, at the petting zoo. So, this is how you come back to the channel. So I'm about to end the stream. See you on the flip side. It'll take approximately